Thank you very much for coming. We're excited that you're all here, and today's going to be an outstanding day. We're going to do some really cool things. First things first, want to make sure we're being respectful of our hosts, Dayspring, and their beautiful campus here. So just a couple of house cleaning items. Restrooms, if you go back out the doors you came and around to the left, a few doors down that way, you will see some glass doors. One of them says restrooms on it. Right through there, there's a men's room and a ladies' room. There is no smoking on the campus. If you'd like to smoke, please do it back by the entrance near the parking lot, and we'll make sure we find a coffee can or something for the cigarette butts. My name is Andrew, and I'm from Colorado, and I am grateful to be here with you all today. Now, there's many who are not able to be here with us today, and I'd like to take a brief moment of silence in remembrance of those. Thank you. Well, again, my name is Andrew, and you'll see me around throughout the day today. I hope to get a chance to shake hands with everyone, but thank you all for coming. This is going to be something that's unique and never been done before, and we're really excited that you're all going to be a part of it. Now, on that note, Recovery Speakers is a 501c3, so in order for us to be able to put on events like this, we do depend on the support from our followers. And so I hope as you're enjoying what we've put together for you throughout the day, you're able to remember that, and if there are any opportunities to help support us, we'd be incredibly grateful for that. That's enough from me, though. I want to move on, get started with our first presentation. And with that, I'd like to introduce our first presenter of the day, and that's Mike F. from Aurora, Colorado.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Mike. I'm an alcoholic. Even though this isn't an AA meeting, I don't want to forget what I am and who I am and the reason that I'm here. And the reason I'm here is because of my passion for the history of Alcoholics Anonymous. It's the sponsorship that I had early on when I was getting sober. My sobriety date is April 23rd, 1985. And for that, I'm very, very grateful. I had this really unique and interesting experience, and what it was is they sent me to Texas to get sober, and the guy that became my sponsor had gotten sober in 1951, and his sponsor's sponsor was Bill W. So John was good friends with Bill, and he was very dedicated to our history and wanted me to be able to have some accurate information. So he just constantly fed me a history. He would be speaking somewhere, and he would have me drive him, and we would listen to cassette tapes, or he would read to me from the books, and then he would quiz me, like, what's Dr. Bob's address? And and then I give it to him, and he'll go, no, his business office. So I definitely, it was fun learning, but Howard, many of you knew Howard Polans. Howard gave me tremendous amount of encouragement to do what I'm doing when he was sponsoring me. And he felt that someone needed to make this stuff available and preserve it and be about history. So we kind of took that on and started doing it. Big John's best friend was a guy named Bill O'Neill, and Bill and his wife Arbutus started the Midwest Tape Library. So when I got to Texas, the Midwest Tape Library was the biggest AA library in the world. It was all on reel-to-reel tapes. Okay? I mean, it was amazing. And this guy that was operating the library, okay, had one eye and one arm. Okay? And he would drag his equipment out, and he would go and he would set that. And he did more for the growth of Alcoholics Anonymous internationally than any person that's ever been in AA, in my opinion. What he was doing was they were sending the cassettes to servicemen and people all over the world so that people could have a message, because a lot of these folks didn't have opportunities to attend in-person meetings. And certainly during that time, there was no digital stuff. So, they had to make these and wrap them and send them. And the letters that we have from people all over the world that were so grateful for those recordings just warms my heart and makes me feel like Bill and Arbutus's work continues to this day and beyond. And I think that's one of the cool things about Alcoholics Anonymous. We all lose the people we love. We lose a sponsor. But what we don't lose is the effect that those people have had on us. And for example, and I'm going to give you this presentation, but I want to share one thing with you. When I was getting sober, I'm learning about the history, and Bill and John and Arbutus had all these friends that were old-timers and long-timers, and they would introduce me to everybody. And Dr. Bob's son, Smitty, was over one day. And Smitty was in the library, and we were having coffee, and he looked at me and he said, "Did Bill or John tell you about the first guy that my dad and Bill Wilson worked with?" And I'm like, "Yeah, AA number 3, Akron City Hospital, Bill D." And I start telling him the story, and he looks at me and he says, "No, there was a guy before Bill D." He said, "This guy was Eddie R." And he said, "Eddie was a bad drunk. And at night, when everybody was asleep, Eddie would crawl out the window upstairs and down the downspout, he'd go get drunk. And then Dr. Bob and Bill would try to find Eddie and try to get him sober." Well, this went on. And one day, Eddie was chasing Dr. Bob's wife, Ann, around the house with a butcher knife. And he had to be committed. And the very first guy that they tried to work with had to be committed back to a sanitarium because Bill and Dr. Bob didn't have the effective tools at that time, and Eddie wasn't ready. And Smitty looked at me and he said, "The story doesn't end there, Mike. 10 years later at my father's funeral, a man extended his hand to me and asked me if I knew who he was." And of course it was Eddie. And Eddie had been sober for 2.5 years. When Smitty shared that story with me, I had a new understanding of Alcoholics Anonymous, because I had been coming to meetings of Alcoholics Anonymous for more than 10 years, and I was never able to put 30 days of sobriety together. I felt like I was a disappointment. I felt like I was a failure. I felt like I let everybody down, including the AA people and my family. My dad was sober, and my mom was a member of Al-Anon. So I kind of thought I knew stuff, but when Smitty shared this story with me, something happened. And what it was that happened was I recognized for the first time in my life that Alcoholics Anonymous wasn't a program that was handed down. It was a program from the broken that were lifted up. And I saw that when he said that, and I thought, my God, the last 10 years you thought you were a disappointment. How do you think this guy felt? And how did Dr. Bob and Bill feel that they had failed this guy? And then he tells me that he stayed sober the rest of his life. Man, boy, did that turn me on, because what happened to me is I felt like I belong here because it's guys like Eddie that made this deal work. And it was a taker and a guy with a lousy self-image and a lot of anger, and I needed to begin to change. And I am so grateful for our history, and that is really why I'm here today. I'm here because there was a message so powerful that was given to me by the son of the co-founder that changed my life so much that I've dedicated my life to giving back. And that's what Recovery Speakers is all about. We started Recovery Speakers like 12 years ago We have over 20,000 recordings on there right now. We send out 15,000 talks every morning to people all over the world so that they can catch a meeting when they wake up in the morning. We do a Tuesday night workshop, and we invite authors and AA members and experienced people that have a presentation that are somehow related to our history, or maybe some of the groups that came before us, and they come on Tuesday nights and share with us. And our team is small. I just want to introduce them real quick. We got Roger over here who is doing the recording, and if you want CDs of this event, he's got some CDs on the back table, and you can also get those during any of the breaks today, okay? And Roger came here from New Jersey. And Tim, most of y'all know Tim if you've been on our program. Tim is our operations manager on the board of Recovery Speakers, which is now a 501c3, and Tim does the heavy lifting. Tim did, I'm going to do these presentations. Hopefully I won't screw them up. I'm going to take all the credit for it, but Tim really was the one behind it, making sure these things look like this does and sound like this does. So let's give Tim a hand, because we'll forget about it. And Andrew, who is emceeing the event, is our treasurer for Recovery Speakers. So if you have any questions about how we use our money or how you can donate money, you're more than welcome to speak with Andrew about that. Over here by the archives table is Eddie. He's standing back here now. So if there's any questions you have about archives, you can talk with Eddie. And I'm trying to make sure I thank everybody that has helped, and I can't, so thank everybody. If I forgot you, I appreciate you, I love you, and I'm glad you're here. Most of you haven't met Gary N. from the Atlanta, Georgia area. He'll correct me later. And Gary's going to give a wonderful presentation on Bobby B., the unforgotten, untold story of an absolutely incredible woman. So you will want to stay for that if you can. I'd kind of like to recognize somebody else today. Who here has traveled the farthest to be here today? Anybody? Anybody who's traveled the farthest? Can you stand up, please? Hey, we got Peter here from Hong Kong. From Hong Kong. Now, that's going the distance. Thank you for being here, Peter. We love you, and I appreciate the book you gave me 10 years ago. Thank you. All right, so now let's rock and roll. Oh yeah, I didn't even acknowledge the people that are streaming. I want to let you know that it's unfortunate that you weren't able to be here to fellowship with everyone and to hang out with us. We would love for you to attend the next one. If everything goes well, and it certainly looks like it is, we're going to do more of these. And we certainly love Arizona because our corporation is an Arizona corporation. And our two largest donors to this date are from Arizona. One was from Tempe, and the other's down in Tucson. Okay, and I share that because I wanted to come here to kind of recognize them. And both of these people were unable to make it, and I think their humility is such that they probably wouldn't want me recognizing them. So that's why we came to Arizona first. It was because we wanted to give back to the Arizona community. So the first presentation of the day is called 855 Ardmore Avenue. Now, 855 Ardmore Avenue was the home of Dr. Bob and Ann Smith. Okay? And if you haven't had an opportunity to visit Akron, put that on your bucket list. It's a lot of fun. Go check out all these things. And Dr. Bob's house is just so incredible. So 855 Ardmore Avenue, and here are Dr. Bob and Bill Wilson, AA's co-founders. Now, Bill Wilson, throughout his life, liked to give many people the title of co-founder, okay? He did that for Sam Shoemaker, Father Ed Dowling, and so many other people that Bill just said. Yeah, there were many founders. And I think he was really referring to a lot of the pioneers in the program. But again, just another demonstration of humility. The only one that was ever recognized as a co-founder of Alcoholics Anonymous was Dr. Bob. Now, this slide, I have a recording that we're going to play for you that Bill was recording. It was on a record, okay? So when we acquired some of the archives that we have, anything audio I wanted. And this was a record that was made of a 1956 radio program called the Martha Dean Radio Program in New York, okay? And Bill and Eve Marsh were her guests. And this is part of that recording.
What alcoholics really need is more deflation, perhaps one alcoholic talking to another over this bridge of common understanding, across this kinship of a common suffering. Maybe that's how it happened to me. My friend Ebby was an alcoholic. The man who had talked to him, who had been pronounced hopeless by Carl Jung, was one alcoholic talking to another. So I began frantically working with alcoholics. Briefly, I joined the Oxford groups, but those good people were more interested in saving the world than alcoholics, and they'd had rather bad luck with us. And the work kept on. We filled our house in Brooklyn with them, but nothing happened for 6 months. We had no success whatever. About that time, it was thought I'd better get back into business. I went to Akron, Ohio on a business deal. It fell through. When I was left with not enough car fare home in the Mayflower Hotel there. And then I had one of the few temptations to drink. And suddenly I remembered how much it had meant to me to help another alcoholic. Even those I had tried to help who hadn't made any recovery had nevertheless helped me. So I got off my high horse of preaching and of talking so much about this strange experience of mine, and remembered the advice of Dr. Silkworth, who said to me, Bill, you can soften these people up if you will pour it into them how hopeless this really is. An obsession of the mind that condemns one to drink, and an allergy that condemns one to go mad or die. Why don't you throw that dose into them first, and then maybe they will buy this moral psychology of yours.
Thank God for Dr. Silkworth. He really opened the door for alcoholics. Had he gone into Bill Wilson's room and Bill told him about his spiritual experience, had Dr. Silkworth looked at Bill and said, Bill, I hear these stories all the time. The nurse will be in a few minutes with some medication. I'll see you later on. But he didn't do that. Somehow he saw something in Bill. Maybe he felt that. Maybe that was the spirit that Bill felt that was blowing through and through. Perhaps that's what Dr. Silkworth got hooked on. So Founders Day is coming up real soon. A lot of people are going to go to Founders Day events all over the country. And a lot of times what they do at the Founders Days is they'll do a trivia, a little afternoon trivia. Well, I have something you can stump your audience on. What's a nickname that Bill Wilson used for Dr. Bob? Yeah, I'm going to let you hear Bill tell it.
Now, I have often heard Dr. Bob say, and I thought he said it on that recording, this, in effect, that it was not so much my spirituality that affected him. He was a student of those things. And I certainly know that he was never affected by any superior morality on my part. But what did affect him? Well, it was this ammunition that dear old Doc Silkworth had given me. The allergy plus the obsession. The God of science declaring that this malady for most of us is hopeless so far as our own personal power is concerned. And as Dr. Bob puts it in his story in the book, here came the first man into my life who seemed to know what this thing, alcoholism, was all about. Well, it wasn't the spirituality that I poured into Dr. Bob. It was that dose of indispensable medicine to this movement. The dose of hopelessness, so far as one's doing this alone is concerned. The bottle of medicine that Dr. Silkworth had given me, that I poured down the old grizzly bear's throat. That's what I used to call him. Well, he gagged on it a little, got drunk once more, and that was the end.
So
I found that recording, and I think about, well, number one, that's the only recording and only place I've ever heard Bill Wilson refer to Dr. Bob as the grizzly bear. Never heard of that. Okay, so that discovery, when you discover something when you're studying history that you've never seen or no one's ever seen or known, and then you find it moves you. I mean, it's not about ego. It's about sharing. It's about giving it away. It's about making sure. And one of the reasons we wanted to take recovery speakers on the road was we're hoping to stimulate some more interest in our history. We would love to see more and more people get interested in the history of Alcoholics Anonymous. And the reason is we know if we don't know and remember our history, we may repeat it. And anybody who wants to go back to the good old days, okay? No. Let me tell you about the good old days. They were pulling people out of bar stools. They were pulling them out of jails and alleys and dusting them off and trying to get them sober and moving them into their house. And at the end of the second year, they had 6 people sober. Their success was not rapid, okay? It was very, very slow moving. There are more people in this room right now than there were present when they made than there were sober in Alcoholics Anonymous when they made the decision for Bill to write the book. Okay? I mean, then there were 40 people. And they thought they had a cure. 40 people sober, we have a cure. So they wanted to do the book. You're going to hear some about that today. So Bill Wilson, our co-founder, born 1989 and died on January 24th of 71. And here are a few of the things that Bill achieved in his sobriety. He got sober December 1934. He worked with many alcoholics for the first few months with very little to no success. Then he met Dr. Bob, and when he met Dr. Bob was shortly after Dr. Silkworth had armed him with a new medicine to pour down the guy's throat, and it's an allergy. Once you start drinking it, you can't stop, and Dr. Bob walks out of that meeting and says, here's a guy that knows what he's talking about. Bill wrote the book. He spent 2 years homeless after writing the book. Okay? A lot of people don't know that about Bill because there's a lot of rumors and myths go around about Bill being a guy that was a womanizer and a guy that had a huge ego and a guy that wanted to make a lot of money. And I got to tell you something. The facts don't equal that. The facts don't give us that information. The facts are that we had a humble man who loved not only alcoholics but loved mankind and really, really loved the people who were struggling because he wanted to see those struggling have an opportunity to have the same type of life that he was. And don't forget, when Bill wrote this book, okay, Alcoholics Anonymous, and that's what we're here to celebrate, is 85 years of miracles. Okay? When Bill wrote this book, he was only sober a couple of years. And he looked back at what he did, and he says, when he's given this assignment to write the book, he looks back and he says, oh yeah, we admitted we were powerless. Okay? We came to believe. It's all in past tense on how he did it because he was doing it from recollection, okay, and putting us together. So the 2 years that he spent homeless, they lived at the 24th Street Clubhouse for a short time, and they lived on people's couches. I've got a recording in our library where Bill talks about he and Lois sitting on the steps of the Grand Central Station in tears because they didn't know where they were going to go that night. The big book of Alcoholics Anonymous had already been out. People were getting sober. And this man, this incredible human being, turned down jobs, turned down opportunities, went homeless for 2 years so we could be sober. I don't think we should take that lightly. Now, in the late 40s and 50s, Bill traveled all over, carrying different parts of the message. He wanted to share the traditions. He wanted to share his idea for a service structure and for delegates and for turning it over to AA. And so he spent years doing that. And while he was doing it, he wrote 60 Grapevine articles, drafted the 12 steps, 12 traditions. 1946 to 50. Authored the 12 Steps and 12 Traditions book, created the General Service Conference, created the Service Manual. The guy was incredible. He was unstoppable. Even in the depth of his depression, he found the energy through the Spirit to be able to do what he needed to do. And he did an incredible job. And I just love the guy. And, hang on a second. What did I do, Tim? Yeah. There we go. Two sides of a dollar bill. I was doing a project and I went over to Howard's one day and I was frustrated. I just said, I got to do this and I'm not sure what to do because other people might. The history of Alcoholics Anonymous, depending on where you hear it from, it may be different, even though both versions may be the same. So he said that he and his wife were having an argument, and this occurred in his first few months of sobriety. And if you knew Howard was one of these guys who, if he planted his flag, he was going to protect it. Okay? And he spent his day at work thinking about how he could go home and win that argument with Pat. I can relate, okay? All day. Finally, he has the opportunity, opens the door and enters the house, and he's greeted there by Pat. And Pat looks at him and says, Howard, you were right. He did not know what to do. I think he said, I had never heard that. Then she said to him, Howard, my sponsor came over today, and I was telling her about our conversation this morning and how it turned to an argument. And she looked at me and she said, well, Howard was right. And then she looked at me and she said, so are you, Pat. And then she said, take a dollar bill out and hold it between you and I. You describe what you see, I'll describe what I see, and we'll both describe two entirely different versions of the same dollar bill. Folks, that's AA history. So today, as we go through the day and share different things with you, some of it might be information that you haven't had. Some of it might be information that you struggle with, and you say, well, that's just not the way it was. And I want you to know I am 100% completely satisfied with you interpreting anything today any way that you want, and I'm okay with you being wrong. So, Dr. Bob Smith. So this presentation was really put together as a result of a book that came out a few years ago called The Writing of the Big Book by Bill Shaberg. Okay? And Bill and I are good friends. He called me about a half hour ago to wish us success today and to have a conversation. Well, he wrote this book, The Writing of the Big Book, and in that book, he he kind of downplays any role that Dr. Bob would have had in the writing of the Big Book, okay? And that caused me to want to do something to show the other side of the dollar bill, to show that Dr. Bob and his lovely wife did some things for Alcoholics Anonymous that, in my opinion, did not occur. There is no way Alcoholics Anonymous ever would have come together. And here's his lovely wife, Ann, and she was just a beautiful, unbelievable, incredible woman. Bill called her the mother of AA. You know, when Bill and Bob met, the lady that introduced them was Henrietta Seiberling, and most of you know the story. So in doing these presentations, we're trying to give you a story a little bit different. But so Ann Smith and Henrietta had been attending some meetings of the Oxford group together, and I'll let Henrietta just tell you. This is Henrietta talking about when they called a meeting together to bring Dr. Bob to confront him about his drinking, okay? It almost sounds like an intervention in 1934.
I decided to gather together some Oxford Group people for a meeting, and that was in T. Henry Williams' house. And we met afterwards for about, I don't know how many years, 5 or 6 years after that, every Wednesday night. But that's mere incidental. But I warned Ann that I was going to have this meeting, and I didn't tell her why, for Bob, but I said, come prepared to mean business. There's going to be no pussyfooting around. And so we did all share very deeply our shortcomings and what we had victory over. And then there was silence, and I waited. And I thought, will Bob say anything? And sure enough, he said, well, in this deep, serious tone of his, you good people have shared things that I'm sure are very costly to you. And I'm going to tell you something that may cost me, what was it, reputation? May cost me my profession, that's it. And alcoholics always laughing. And he said, I'm a silent drinker. And I can't stop. The first we ever knew about it, Bill was not there. Weeks before Bill ever came. And so we said, well, do you want us to pray for you? And he said, yes. We said, then somebody said, do you want to go down on your knees and pray for you? And he said, yes. So we did. And the next morning, I, who knew nothing about alcoholism, thought a person should drink like a gentleman and that's all. I was saying prayer for Bob because I said, oh God, I don't know anything about drinking, and I told this man that I'm sure if he lives this way, he can quit drinking. Now you have to help me. And something said to me, and I call it guidance, it was like a voice in the top of my head and said, Bob mustn't not touch one drop of alcohol.
From a non-alcoholic, identifying really the basis of what this program is, and that is Dr. Bob cannot take one drink of alcohol, and either can any other alcoholic safely. And Henrietta got that, what she called guidance, after her prayers. And certainly that has become a tall pole in the tent for AA. It works a lot better if we stop drinking. And here's the home of T. Henry and Clarice, who that's where they met. That's where the Oxford group were bringing the AA members to meet. That's where they had the meeting that Ann and Dr. Bob went to, and that Henrietta had confronted him. This is Dr. Bob's son, Smitty, with Bill O'Neill, who founded the Midwest Tape Library, which is this project, what we've done is just pick that up. We've changed the name to Recovery Speakers, but this, I don't want to take the credit for what we do. What we're doing is we accepted the baton from Bill and Arbutus, and we're trying to carry on their message.
This is a tape of young Bob and Betty Smith discussing their father and mother, Bob and Annie Smith. This tape was made April the 2nd, 1975 by Midwest Tape Library.
Hello, my name is Robert R. Smith. My father and mother were Dr. Bob and Ann Smith, and I would like to talk to you about Ann Smith. Ann Robinson Ripley was born in Oak Park, Illinois, one of 4 children. Her father was of modest circumstances and worked for the Santa Fe Railroad. Ann attended public schools and graduated from Wellesley College. She was always quick to explain that she attended on a scholarship because otherwise the school was beyond the family means. She taught school for a few years prior to marrying Dr. Bob. What was she really like? She was brought up properly to be a good girl and was sheltered from the seamy side of life. She knew etiquette and good grammar and insisted that the family know and use them. She was always a lady in the true sense of the word. Mother was of medium build, constantly battled to keep her weight down, and possessed a delightful sense of humor with a melodious laugh. She was the type person all of us loved to tease and play jokes on because she took it so well. She was for a long time easily shocked, so the family spent much time trying to shock her to see her reaction. Mother was completely unassuming, deeply in love with Dad, and their love always showed. She did not drink at all, took up smoking at the age of 55, and explained to me that if I waited until I was 55 to smoke, she wouldn't criticize me. As the AA movement was being formed, the country was in the midst of a grinding depression. I was a teenager, finishing high school and starting college. Mother somehow held the family together in good spirits, although many days she had less than $2, and the mortgage moratorium was all that kept the roof of the modest home in which we lived and from which they never moved over our heads. Mother was a deeply, quietly religious person. Each day she had her own quiet time, as she put it, for communication with the Lord. At that time, alcoholics were not welcomed at hospitals if they could afford it, which most of them couldn't, so many came into our home and were treated there. Now the treatment fell mainly Mother's lot, as Dad was off to work each day. She had many experiences with drunks just coming out of stupor, including being chased around the house with her own butcher knife and people sliding down the drain spouts to search for more alcohol. She remained unflappable throughout with a deep faith and abiding love for these derelicts and their families, but she soon reached the point where it was very difficult to shock her anymore. Some stayed for months and were accepted as part of the family. They shared in what we had, and Mother was their daytime mentor. Her serenity among these circumstances bred serenity among the alcoholic. Her counseling was done quietly and selflessly. At AA meetings, she always sat in the back of the room and always put newcomers at ease by quietly greeting them. She bore the poverty of the times without complaint and spent virtually nothing on herself. As the AA movement grew and Dad began to come out of the depths financially, she still wouldn't wear a new dress to a gathering if she thought someone would be there who couldn't have one. In later life, her eyesight failed to the point where she could just distinguish movement across the room. One operation for removal of cataract from one eye was a failure, so she would not permit an operation on the other, as she said she still had some vision and believed that was better than none. I asked her once, since she had so much confidence that her first operation would be a success why it failed. She said, "I think it was because I did not have enough faith." We were a happy family, provided with all we had to have. Only after she was gone did it dawn on me that this deep, considered, quiet person who would do battle for what she believed or to protect our family was the solid foundation that Dr. Bob needed to carry on his part of AA.
Wow. You know, to hear from the son of Dr. Bob share his experiences with us. He was the one who drove his father to the gatehouse where they met, where Dr. Bob and Bill met for the first time. So Smitty was there, and he drove him, and he knew the stories. And yeah, it was funny. He was telling me that they were having Sunday night meetings at Dr. Bob's house, and they would have a pot of beans on the stove because they were cheap and they could feed a lot of people. And somebody would bring potato salad or hot dogs, but they were low cost things. And Smitty said the house would be full of people, and he said finally his mom had to go if you've ever been to Dr. Bob's house, the bathroom is right off of the kitchen. And she would keep her vacuum cleaner in there, and she had to cover it with a shower curtain because the guys didn't have a good aim. So the stuff that these people did and went through is absolutely phenomenal. To think that she moved the guys into their house, they turned it into a sober living. Bring the people in the house, and Dr. Bob would go to work, and Ann would have the guys sit by the fire with her in the morning and read from the Bible, meditate. And they would talk about, the history tells us the things that they were studying and reading were the 13th Corinthians from James on love, the Sermon on the Mount, and the book of James. And those were the three things that they were studying in Akron. So Ann Smith had a tremendous impact on many people, although she never was an Al-Anon. Okay? She passed away before Al-Anon took the name. This letter, Smitty had some letters that Bill Wilson had requested the friends of Ann Smith to write to him with their recollections and memories of Ann after she died. This is one of those letters. And this was from AA number 3's wife, Henrietta. If you want to learn more about Henrietta, read the story in the back of the big book, AA number 3. It's pretty incredible. But on Friday night, when I went to the house on Ardmore Avenue, I met the most thoughtful, understanding person I had ever known. After talking with her a while, I addressed her as Mrs. Smith, and she said, "Oh, no, dear. Please, call me Ann." Ann taught me to have quiet time in the morning that I might feel near to God and receive strength through the day. She taught me to surrender my husband to God and to not try to tell him how to stay sober, as I had tried and failed. Ann taught me to love everyone. She said, "Ask yourself, what's wrong with me today if I don't love you?" You see, she said, love of God is triangular. It must flow from God, through me, through you, and back to God. In the early part of 1936, Ann organized a women's group for the wives, whereby in her loving way she tried to teach us patience, love, unselfishness. When I met and talked with this intelligent, deeply spiritual woman, I was completely sold on AA. I gotta tell you that my life, Howard said my life was unfolding into goodness, that it was in divine order. It was unfolding into goodness. Well, I was at the swimming pool on Chandler Boulevard 37 years ago, this coming August, and I was working as a laborer for a construction company. It was my day off. And this young lady dove in the pool, and I dove in after her. And I swam up and I said, "I'm Mike and I'm an alcoholic." And she said, "I'm Joy and I'm a school teacher." Immediately I knew I needed more joy in my life. So I asked her out on a date, and we went on a date. She lived in Michigan, I lived in Arizona. We went on a date, she went home, we communicated by mail and over the telephone, and 4 months later we were married. So I do everything alcoholically. I even got sober alcoholically. They sent me down to Big John's for 2 weeks, I stayed for 2 years. Hang on. I skipped a slide. There we go. All right. In the days when no one could afford a hospital, in the days when her own kitchen was a battlefield, where with prayer and hot coffee and good fellowship and still more hot coffee, a soul was encouraged to go on, to go for it, to make a fresh start and stand against liquor, because this time you're not alone. Anne was a chief against despondency and despair. Think back now to those struggling days of 1935 when Dr. Bob and Bill and some others would probably tell you that for a time Anne literally was Alcoholics Anonymous. The transition from family group to national organization was in vast degree her accomplishment. I really can't tell you enough about the contributions that Ann Smith made to those early alcoholics. But I shared with you that I got married and that Joy was in Michigan and I was in Arizona. Well, when we got married, she was going to finish up the school year and we were going to move here to Arizona. So I went to Michigan for those 5 or 6 months. And while I was there, I decided, well, I don't need to get a job because we just had a little apartment and she was school teacher. I could just go to AA. So I just started going to a ton of meetings and trying to be of service. And one day, a couple of guys said, hey, we want to bring you over and meet for you to meet a friend of ours. And I had no idea what I was going into. And I went into this home with these guys, and a lady met us at the door. And she looked just like Ann Smith. She had her hair up, she had a long dress, and she was old. Okay? And she said, welcome. I'm so glad you came to visit. My husband and I came into AA in Dr. Bob's house. And I said, are you in AA? And she said, no, but when Ernie came in, they made us all feel like we belonged. I hope that people who experience Alcoholics Anonymous today have that same feeling. I want you to know that that lovely lady didn't know what she was in for. She started sharing with me information about the Oxford group. She started telling me about her friends, Dr. Bob and Ann, and some of the other early members. She told me about camping trips and stuff. She invited me to come to her house. She said, you come and visit anytime. And that was a Friday afternoon, and every Friday for the rest of the time I was there, I was knocking on Ruth's door. Her name was Ruth Garrick. Her husband was Ernie. He was like number 78 or 79. But you see, the golden thread was being pulled through my life. I didn't know that some years later I would be retrieving the notes from those conversations with her and putting them into a book. Had I done that, I would have taken notes. I did not know that my life was going to unfold this way, but I am so grateful that it has. So many neat things have happened to me in my sobriety. I've been given opportunities because of my work with the recordings to do some incredible stuff, but also in my real job, I work as an author, but also we have a company where we sell memorabilia and things like that. And I'm grateful that I'm able to have the freedom to do the things that we're able to do, but it's only because of the encouragement and love of other people. Well, I got a call from Gail LaCroix. Some of you know Gail. Gail was the archivist in Akron. She's been very instrumental in everything that's gone on at Dr. Bob's house. She's an incredible lady and just wonderful, wonderful servant of AA. And Gail called me and asked me if I would visit Dr. Bob's house and if I could go through all of their holdings and appraise them for them. And I agreed to do that. And so a few years ago, my daughter Emily, you might hear a little bit about her today, and my wife Joy and I boarded an airplane, went to Akron, and spent a week there going through everything in Dr. Bob's house and putting it all down and trying to put a value in case there was ever an insurance claim or something like that. Well, I don't know how many of you have been to Akron, but I was alone in the house, okay? I'm all by myself, 855 Ardmore. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm sitting on Dr. Bob's bed in his bedroom. Next to me in the bed is his medical bag, okay, that he would carry with him. Remember the doctors would do house calls and things? He had a medical bag. It sits on his bed. And I'm sitting there in his room in this house by myself, and the voice says to me, that recording that you have from 1947, the only recording of Ann Smith's voice in the world that's ever been found, that recording that you have, Mike, that was given from Bill Wilson to Arbutus O'Neill, that recording, that was made in this bedroom. I started to cry. Couldn't believe it. I'm sitting there next on his bed with his medical bag, and I have a recording that was made in 1947 in that room. By the time I left that room, I knew that we needed to put that recording back at Dr. Bob's house, so I was able to gift that to them. And if you go, man, it is so cool because when you get to the top of the stairs, there's a linen closet, and they put that so there's a wire recorder in there. Well, you're looking at it.
Robert wants me to start first. He's afraid. So I said, we've got Betty and Smitty here with us, and George Hood. We're all up in my bedroom where we entertain now. Very formal entertaining, as you can imagine. It's very nice of you to invite both Bob and myself down to Bedford Hills, and we'd love to come. But at present, I imagine we'll have to stay put at 855 Ardmore. This is a new experience for me. I had a moving picture taken of myself, and now I'm recording. So you see, even with a bum eye, I'm still alive and kicking. Here's the Robert.
According to Trowbridge, the ubiquitous Mr. Hood has descended on the Smiths for a short time, which is really an unexpected pleasure. We're both confined to the house yet, but have hopes of getting out in circulation before too long. I regret, and also, that we can't come to Bedford Hills for a little recuperative period right now, but if you'll give us a rain check, maybe we'll show up next fall or winter. They tell us that we're doing very nicely, although I have discovered that surgery varies a good deal as to whether it's done on you or you do it on the other fellow. That changes the picture quite a bit. I think possibly my recent experience will make me a little kind of more thoughtful to those who are recipients of my handicraft. Well, we at least can look forward to a nice chat with you, I hope in the early fall, and we appreciate the fact that you are willing to send us the rain check.
Okay. That is the only recording of Ann Smith that we found. Incredible, though. Again, anytime we find something that has not yet been discovered, it's like, whoa, this is incredible. And somebody else might say, well, I don't care, but I got to tell you, Mike Kay, who is also on our team, raise your hand, Mike, so people know who you are here. He sat in my house, okay, when we brought this library back from Texas. I said, I want to check out these wire recordings. And we got a wire recorder and a microphone, and we put the dogs to bed, and we put it, the first one I wanted was Ann and Bob, and we put it on, and I couldn't control my emotions, man. That was as close to our founders that I was ever able to be, and I'm grateful. And it wasn't, the thing about doing the type of work that Recovery Speakers is doing is we find some of these assets and things, and we try to help other people who are doing their projects and share them. So that's an important part of our work. So when I say that I don't want to take the credit like I did this, we knew that the right thing was for that recording to be at Dr. Bob's house at 855 Ardmore, and that is the place that it is now at. And that's a picture of it that you're seeing, okay? And that's the old wire recorder, and that is the setup at Dr. Bob's house. So you can press and hear the different voices of the people that were on the recording. Dr. Bob, in this, he shares about his last drink. There's been a lot of controversy, which, AAs are good at that, Well, we are. Somebody told me that we tend to pole vault over mouse poop. But Dr. Bob he only was with us for 15 years, so his contributions were somewhat limited. However, I really believe, and I think I can show you today, that Dr. Bob's relationship with Bill Wilson was more of a mentor and a sponsor than anyone that Bill had in his life at that time. And I think it's important for us to recognize that. And so here Dr. Bob talks, this was the longest talk he gave, too. This was in Detroit in 1948.
But very shortly after that, there was a medical meeting in Atlantic City. And I developed a terrific thirst for knowledge. I had to have knowledge. So I would go to Atlantic City and absorb lots of knowledge. I usually mention the fact that I incidentally had acquired a thirst for Scotch, but I didn't mention that. But anyway, I went to Atlantic City and really hung one on. And when I came to, I was in the home of a friend of ours in Cuyahoga Falls, one of our suburbs. And Bill came over and got me home, gave me a hooker or two of scotch that night and a bottle of beer the next morning. And that was on the 10th of June of 35, and I have had no alcohol in any form that I know of since.
Now, a lot of people are thinking that there's no way that June 10th was Dr. Bob's sobriety date. And they come to that conclusion because the medical conference that was being held in Atlantic City was held over June 10th. He wouldn't have been able to be there. So many people have identified and said it's probably June 17th. Okay? I want you to know that I'm going with the June 10th because that's the way it was documented. And the other thing is they had pre-conference sessions. Let those folks in. They're at the back door, please. They would have pre-conference sessions for these medical things where the doctors sometimes would come in a couple of days early and they would work on a little program that maybe some of the other doctors in their field were dealing with. So there's a chance that Bob went there for pre-conference meetings, got drunk, got thrown on a train, and got back to Akron, and June 10th is the date. So we just don't know, okay? But like I said, I like June 10th because it kind of has a ring to it, and they've been using it for a long time. So, Dr. Bob as a co-founder, and that's part of what I want to show here, is that there's no mistaking that Bob was a co-founder. Hang on one second. I didn't skip it. All right. So here, this event, Time Magazine, and on this American Medical Conference in Atlantic City, this is just where Dr. Bob went and when it was held. Now, they had this famous meeting in Akron in the fall of 1937. When they had that meeting, that's when they counted the heads. They came up with about 40 people that they felt were sober. They discussed how they wanted to carry this message to other people. They knew they had something, but they didn't want it to get garbled. They didn't want it to be a message that didn't represent what they represented. So Bill was asked to write the book, okay? Dr. Bob was going to investigate the possibility of some hospitals, okay? Bill goes back to New York and he starts trying to acquire some funding for this book, okay? So I'm not going to give you all the details on that, but if you do some study, and books that I recommend, Pass It On, Alcoholics Anonymous Comes of Age, As Bill Sees It, 12 and 12, wonderful history. The foreword to the second edition. I gave a talk one night at a group, and I didn't do anything but what was contained in the foreword to the second edition, and you'd have thought I was it. People were coming up, how do you ever get all that information? It's right there. So as John D. Rockefeller's right-hand man was a guy named Frank Amos, okay? And Frank was given the task of investigating this nameless society to see if they were worthy of some money. Well, Frank Amos went to New York and interviewed the people there, but I don't think that was enough meat for him to put his packet together to present to John D. So he went on to Akron. And in Akron, he met with Dr. Bob and Ann, met with Bill Dotson and his wife Henrietta. He met with other AA other sober members, and he also attended meetings, okay? So he really got a good inside look at Alcoholics Anonymous, even though the name, okay, had not yet come up, okay? So Amos was able to go back to John D. Rockefeller and with a report and say, this doctor needs our support, okay? What they're doing in Akron, Ohio, and Cleveland needs our support. And the Amos report was what got John D. Rockefeller to open up his mind to Alcoholics Anonymous, his heart to Alcoholics Anonymous, and his wallet to Alcoholics Anonymous. And we can be grateful But that was, that was how that went down. It was Frank Amos, and it was because of Akron. And we have to remember this, because if it wasn't for Frank Amos, and it wasn't for Dr. Bob, and it wasn't for Ann Smith, we never would have had the book. Okay? Regardless of their contributions directly to the book, if they hadn't done this book couldn't have come about. We're so thankful to Ann and to Bob and to John D. Rockefeller. And here's a picture of Frank Amos and his death notice in the paper. Chesterfield, Indiana. Frank Amos, founder of Alcoholic Group. He wasn't even an alcoholic. He died a founder. And when you think about the dedication of some of these men, Frank went on to become one of our trustees and stayed with Alcoholics Anonymous and really was there to support us. What you see here are some of his personal diaries, okay? And he's got all of his notes in his personal diaries. One of the things that I noticed in one of the diaries is he was attending the service in New York that Emmett Fox was sharing. So that was kind of new information. A lot of meetings with Bill Wilson and Leroy Chipman and these kind of people in his diary. So we just kind of wanted to share with you that the man was so committed to AA that he spent most of his time volunteering as a servant for us. And I'm grateful for him, because if it wasn't for him, I don't think AA would have happened. I really don't. And here's a book that Bill inscribed and sent to Frank. Bill sent this book December 1945, and the book came out in January 1945. So this was one of the first issue, 9th printing big books, and it's inscribed this way: Dear Frank and Mary, a reminder of our deep appreciation for your friendship and your devoted loyalty to our cause. Affectionately, Bill Wilson. It's to put the pieces together, to be introduced to these people, to see how these things had to happen. Norm Elpy always talked about seconds and inches. And, it's seconds and inches. And Howard talked about looking at the circumstances and events and seeing how God has pulled a golden thread through all of the circumstances and events that have led you to where you are right now. But it's also led Alcoholics Anonymous to where it is right now. Here's a magazine, The Christian Century. They had an article in here. Oh, thank you. Sorry. One little apology. Some of the stuff that we're doing is the first time that we've done it. So a few little errors I want you to forgive me for, okay? They held this alcoholic dinner, okay? And Dr. Bob was recognized as co-founder of Alcoholics Anonymous. Here is a poster where Dr. Bob was speaking in 1946 as a co-originator of Alcoholics Anonymous. Here's a program, April 12th, 1942, where the speaker is Dr. Bob, national co-founder. Here's a 10th anniversary program that Dr. Bob was on, held in Detroit. There we go. Back. This was a program in Detroit. They had Dr. Bob was on the program, and Archie T., who was the founder of AA in Detroit, and he was sponsored by Dr. Bob. And he moved into Dr. Bob's house, and he stayed with them for months. And so did Earl Treat, who went on to found AA in Chicago. So they created a family with these people. They were tight. That's how the fellowship was growing. The American Weekly, after Dr. Bob passed away, printed a little piece on him, and his only monument is a plaque. But the thousands he helped rescue from alcoholism will never forget him. Dr. Bob and Ann had an adopted daughter. Her name was Sue. She married one of the early AA members, a guy named Ernie Galbraith, and that marriage didn't work out so well. Dr. Bob wasn't really in favor of that, and he was sponsoring Ernie, so I can imagine those fourth and fifth steps were interesting. Okay? But anyway, they got divorced, and she married a guy named Ray Windows, another alcoholic, but Sue stayed very close to the program in the 80s and 90s and was giving back as much as she could. This recording is a recording of her talking about her memories, what it was like in those first few months in and around Akron, Ohio.
But in the mornings, real early, the early young men and some of the older ones would come to the house, and they would knock maybe before we were even out of bed. And so we'd get up, put the coffee pot on, get dressed, and my mother would have a quiet time, which was holdover from the Oxford group. And they would read from the Bible, and then they would be quiet and try to get guidance, and they would have coffee and cookies. We had one of the early men who was a cookie salesman, and he would bring the stale cookies. And we took up a collection for coffee, which was, it was kind of expensive then, 3 pounds for 29 cents, I think, and we had to take up a collection for that. And that's how poor we were. But anyhow, we met at T. Henry's home for, I'd say almost 4 years. And so anyhow, after that, we met at our home. And at one time, we had 75 people in that house, and that old house just bulged. Can you imagine 75 people in that first front corner room? They weren't just in that front corner room. They were in the 2 front rooms. They were up the stairway, and even on the hall landing. So anyhow, pretty soon we got a meeting place at what they call King's School.
And they still meet at King's School. I believe they still meet at King's School. They did the last time I was in Akron. And again, incredible history to hear it from the people who were there that were rubbing elbows, and the children of Dr. Bob. What a legacy. And Dr. Bob was the guy. He was the one that said to Bill Wilson, "Bill, don't you think we ought to go out and start working on some guys?" See, Dr. Bob was the force behind Bill Wilson. Dr. Bob was a steady, loving, gentle, kind man. Dr. Bob's wife was an incredibly spiritual, loving person. These people did so much for the early members and for getting AA off the ground and for the fellowship that I cannot express enough gratitude for what they did. Now, when you read the writing of the big book, you're not going to hear a lot about Dr. Bob, okay? And that's okay, because Dr. Bob was not involved in the direct writing of the book. But, well, I think Dr. Bob talks a little bit about it, because Bill came and lived with him for 3 months and stayed, and they had coffee together every day. They worked with people every day. I wonder if some of those conversations and some of that work did not make its way to the big book. I believe it did. Here's Dr. Bob.
But in my mind, the spirit of service is of prime importance, although it has to be backed up with some knowledge of the subject. I know I used to go to the hospital, and I'd stand there and talk. I talked many a time to a chap in a bed for 5 or 6 hours. I don't know how he ever stood me for 5 or 6 hours, but he did. Probably we'd hidden his clothes or something. But anyway, it came to my mind that I probably didn't know too much about what I was talking. Therefore, we being stewards we have, and that includes our time. I was not giving a good account of my stewardship of time. If it took me 6 hours to say something to this man that I could have said in an hour, we'll say, if I'd known what I was talking about, I certainly was not a very efficient individual. And incidentally, I'm somewhat allergic to work anyway. So I felt that I should continue to increase my familiarity not only with the good book, but read a good deal of good standard literature and possibly something of scientific interest along with it.
He said he read an hour a day. Dr. Bob was a humble man. He did so much for Bill Wilson with encouragement. He was a servant, and so was his wife. I hope that the work that we do not only puts a magnifying glass on Dr. Bob and Ann, but also on so many of the pioneers that helped put this together. I want to introduce a few of those to you because most of them came through Akron. This is Bill Dotson, AA number 3. June 1935, Bill found sobriety with the help of Dr. Bob. In the clip that you're going to hear, he's talking about his introduction to Dr. Bob at the hospital.
So I said, what are they going to charge me? She said, that's the strange thing about it. She said, not only were they weren't going to charge anything, but they said you couldn't pay them a cent if you had $1 million. And I think that's the devil for racket. They ain't going to get no place that way. But there's another thing, and I'm not going to preach to you. You go out and handle it your way. See, I'm not going to tell you. Because if you don't get it right and you get drunk, it's going to be you that's going to be sick and not me. I'll sympathize with you, but I'd rather it be you because I don't want to try it anymore. I had enough. They wouldn't take a cent, but that worked. If you had $1 million, you couldn't pay them for it. Now that's the way AA started out. I take no pay for it. I'm not finding fault from anybody else, but that's the thing, that was one of the main things that helped me to believe that these fellows had something. There was 2 fellows I'd never seen or heard tell of that was 4-week sinners just like I was, and they were willing to come over there and take their time and talk to me to show me a program whereby I could stay sober, and not only would they not charge me anything, but I couldn't pay them if I wanted to. And that was really the first thing that interested me in AA.
Bill Dotson's story is in the 2nd edition, but it was not in the big book until after he passed away. He gave Bill Wilson permission to write his story, to be included in the 2nd edition book of Alcoholics Anonymous. It was released in July of 1955. It appears in all editions. This is from his story. And he's talking about a meeting that Bill Wilson had with he and his wife at lunch. Bill Wilson looked across the table at my wife and said to her, "Henrietta, the Lord has been so wonderful to me, curing me of this terrible disease, that I just want to keep talking about it and telling people." Wow. So incredible. Think about that. He was so grateful to the Lord for having cured him. He had no other way to say it. And back then, when Bill had his conversion experience, it would have been labeled as a Christian conversion at the time. Bill had enough wisdom and enough understanding and depth of the alcoholic that he was able to say, "No, we can't do that." And he titled it A White Light Experience, And that was how Bill talked about what he experienced. I'm so grateful that he was able to share Bill Dodson's story as AA number 3 and get permission to do that. Because one of the things we would be talking about today is, why is that story not in the book? Well, I'm glad that we don't have to have that conversation. Here's Archie Trowbridge, who started AA in Detroit after living with Dr. Bob and Ann. Here's Earl Treat, who went on and started AA in Chicago. Here's a guy a lot of people know, Clarence Snyder. Clarence Snyder started AA in Cleveland. Now, the picture that I'm showing, this is the first time anyone has seen the military picture of Clarence. Okay? I believe that was 1942, and we just acquired that recently. And I wanted to put it in here because things like that are cool when you find them. It's like, wow. And Clarence was kind of a controversial guy, but he was also a wonderful, wonderful AA. You know, he would, after Bill Wilson died, because Clarence had, they had a meeting in Akron, and AA was still a fellowship that was flying blind. They didn't have a name, although the book had come out, so they decided that the book would be Alcoholics Anonymous. So I think Clarence might have taken a stretch, because what happened was they had this meeting in Cleveland, and somebody said, well, what are we going to call ourselves? And Clarence said, well, why don't we just call ourselves after the book, Alcoholics Anonymous? And because that conversation occurred, he felt like he was the founder of the first AA group, okay? But they were already meeting in New York. And in the foreword to the first edition, it does say that the fellowship, you know, is talking about meeting frequently. So I'm not so sure where Clarence got that. But after Bill died, if Clarence was speaking somewhere, he often would hold a news conference as the founder of Alcoholics Anonymous.
Doc put me in Akron City Hospital, and I was in there for, I think, a week. And I remember this, that I was so sick and so shot that I wasn't even eating at the end of this week. When I left, I hadn't even started to eat yet, so figure this one out. We knew nothing about vitamins in those days. But Doc had these men come in to see me. Every day these fellows would come in that were in the Oxford group there, and they would talk to me, the rummies. There were 18 of them came to see me. I know that because they wrote their names on a sheet, and I still have that slip at home. It's one of my relics. And they told me the stories of their life and what had happened to them. They were all older men than I was, 10, 15, 20 years older than me, all of them were. And all of them had really been around and been through the ringer. They told me what had happened and as far as their drinking was concerned, and they all told me they had the answer to my problem. But none of them would tell me what this answer was. The last day I was in this hospital, I could still remember. This is why I know I wasn't eating, because Paul Stanley, he's dead and gone now. Some of you folks probably knew Paul. He came in at breakfast time, and he stayed all day. He ate my breakfast for me. He ate my lunch for me. I did get the dessert. And at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Doc came in, Doc Smith, and he sat on the foot of my bed, a very unprofessional posture. But he did, and he sat there looking at me a couple of minutes, and he says, well, he says, young fella, he always had a name for everyone. My name to him was always young fella, because I was a young one then. I was only about 35 at the time I come in, and that was young in those days. Isn't now. There's a lot of people come in much younger. He says, young fella, he says, what do you think of all this by now? I says, well, I think this is wonderful. All these fellas coming in to see me, they're telling me all of the stories of their lives and all this sort of thing, and I don't know them from a bale of hay. It's wonderful, I says, but I said, they all tell me one thing. They tell me that they have the answer to my problem, but none of them gives me the answer. What is it? What do I have to do? What's the gimmick? See, when I went into that hospital, I didn't know what was going to be. I didn't know what this treatment was going to be that I was supposed to get. This was a medical doctor, and I was expecting that some medical performance was going to come into being here, and I was going to be fixed. But no, I didn't have any medicine. They didn't give me anything. I just shook. I didn't even take the whiskey they offered me. So I shook this out. So he says, well, he says, we're not too sure about you. You're pretty young, and we haven't had any success with these young fellas. They're all screwballs, we've had these young ones. And we don't know for sure that you're ready yet. I says, what's to be ready? I weighed 130 pounds, as I told you before. I had no home, I had no job, I had no clothes, I had no dough, I had no nothing. I had been whipped. I'd been on the bum for a long time. What do you have to do to be ready? Gee, I think we ought to use a little bit of that reverse English on some of these rummies today. But anyway, I had to convince him that I wanted this thing more than anything else. Finally, he must have been convinced, because he says, okay, he says, if you really want this, I'll tell you what the secret of this is. So then I lay back waiting for this big unfoldment here. So he points his big bony finger at me, and he had them, fingers about this long. He was a big, long, gangly fella, and you folks who ever had the privilege of meeting Doc know that. And he could look right through you, look holes through you. He says, young fella, he says, do you believe in God?
They made him go through the complete detox. They all visited him. And on the last day, he still doesn't have an answer. And he begs his doctor, what is it? And the doctor says, do you believe in God? That almost sounds to me like they had a really fine-tuned plan. That they knew that these guys needed to go in and share their experience, strength, and hope. Their story that had depth and weight with Clarence. And they ate his food, and they laughed with him, and they teased him. But then on the last day, Dr. Bob is able to say that the main reason we're together is to help you find a God that can solve your problems. Larry Jewell, he came out of Cleveland. The reason I'm sharing Larry, well, you'll know in a minute. In February 1940, the Houston Press ran a series of articles on Alcoholics Anonymous that were written by Larry Jewell, a former Cleveland member. Well, he actually hadn't been to a meeting yet, so it's hard for me to call him a Cleveland member. He got out of the hospital, and they sent him to Houston. The articles then became our first our first pamphlet. Bill Wilson was so impressed with these articles that he contacted Larry and asked permission if they could print them. And they did, and that was our first pamphlet. It was just called AA. This lady, Ethel Macy, from farm to city, first sober woman in the Ohio region, and very, very instrumental in a lot of the development of the early groups and the support for the people in Akron. I'm going to shorten this clip, and we're only going to play just a short bit for you because I want to respect the time so that Gary and everybody else can have the time they need.
I'd like to tell you a little story. Most of you know that Henrietta Seibling was the woman that introduced Dr. Bob and Bill. And she wasn't an alcoholic, but she came to King's School regularly. And she would wait until all the other, I think probably they could hear me without any of those contraptions.
They're having trouble over there.
Oh, there. Oh. And I speak pretty loud. I still got that foghorn voice. But she used to come to King's School regularly, and though she wasn't an alcoholic, she'd wait till everybody was through commenting, and then she'd get up and she'd get going strong on the spiritual things. And sometimes they begin to get a little uneasy and wiggly and so forth, so she'd really get wound up. I've told Henrietta's a good friend of mine. I told her this, and she'd get a big, I don't care. I have a good right to talk over there as long as I want to, and which she did have, but because she played such an important part. But right in the midst of a long, drawn-out talk she was giving, my husband leaned over and whispered to me so you could hear him all over the room, "I also keep her sober, let her talk."
Yeah, seriously, it sounds like these people were just like us. Yeah. They were having fun, man. They were getting sober. They were fellowshipping. They were doing things. They were teasing each other. One of the first 100 members was a guy named Dewey Spies. And Dewey got sober in Cleveland, but then he moved to San Mateo, California. Here's the first page in Dewey's big book. Dewey notes his sobriety date is February 16th, 1940, and he was number 91 as circled, signifying that he was a 91st member of Alcoholics Anonymous. Noted at the top of the page is Bill Wilson's P.O. Box. Dewey was very committed to Alcoholics Anonymous, and inside of his big book, he has taped and stapled and written, and he's got all kinds of notes, and the book is falling apart. But here he said, quoted a statement by Dr. Bob, always remember that the word at in the phrase at the level of press, radio, and films means at, not above or below, the person who remains anonymous to his fellow AAs by using his first name, a nickname or alias, violates Tradition 11 just as much as the person who permits his name to appear in the press, for he is maintaining the line of anonymity below the level of press, radio, and films. And too much anonymity is just as harmful to AA as too little. Here's an excerpt from a pamphlet from Bill Wilson. As a matter of fact, few of us are anonymous. So far as our daily contacts go, we have dropped anonymity at this level because we think our friends and associates ought to know about Alcoholics Anonymous and what it has done for us. Dewey read an article. Dr. Bob's period of activity in AA terminated in 1950. 10 years ago, since there are few people living today who had the privilege of knowing Dr. Bob personally, there's a tendency in some areas to refer to Dr. Bob as number two. And nothing could be further from the truth. I want to assure everyone who reads these lines that Dr. Bob was second to no one in AA. And no one will support that statement more than Bill W. Dewey's death notice with a statement, one of the founders of Alcoholics Anonymous.
And today, I like to look upon God as a great light that shines across the pathway of my life. All I have to do is face that light, and the shadow will fall back at me. It's as simple as that. Now, before I close, I want to turn back the pages of AA history to the early days, just for a brief few moments. The days when we had just cause to fear that internal dissension, jealousy, dishonesty, whatever, intolerance would destroy AA while it was yet in its cradle. When I came into the fellowship, we had no traditions, no established precedents for guidance. Every new problem we faced was necessarily solved by trial and error, and sometimes we came very nearly resorting to our fists. And that's not the accepted way of winning friends and influencing friends winning people. I'm sure of that. We were immature, unstable. We argued for the sake of argument, and about the only thing we could agree upon was that there were two sides to every question, our side and the wrong side. We appointed committees to look after this, and we appointed committees to look after that, and then we appointed committees to look after the committees so we could find more things to fight about. Well, this unhappy state of affairs gave birth to the idea of establishing a universal code of standards or ethics, which later came to be known as the 12 traditions of AA. And through strict adherence to these traditions, AA eventually, the order emerged from chaos, and we established unity, which is essential to our progress, and is no exaggeration to say that AA owes its very life to strict adherence to those traditions. And the longer I am in AA, the more conscious I become of my individual responsibility of maintaining and conforming to those traditions so that the alcoholic of tomorrow will have the same chance for sobriety that I have today. Surely that must be the sacred obligation of every man or woman who's gained sobriety through the AA program. If Abraham Lincoln had been in AA, I think he would have spoken about our individual responsibility in a manner something like this. 109 years ago, our co-founders brought forth a new plan, conceived in love and service, and dedicated to the proposition that the alcoholic can be restored by the grace of God and the help of his fellow AAs. Today, we are engaged in a great humane effort to make that plan available to all who may be concerned. However, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot further that plan by mere word of mouth, but rather by assuming our individual responsibilities of personally carrying the message of AA to those who still suffer. The world will little note nor long remember who we are or what we are. But what we do here will never be forgotten. It is for us who are willing and able to ever increase our efforts in this great field of endeavor, without hope of gain, reward, or recognition. It is ours to carry the torch and to work with increased devotion to the unfinished task which lies before us. It is for us to highly resolve that this new way of life, granted by God, shall not have been given in vain, and that this fellowship of AA, by AA, and for AA shall not perish from this earth. Thank you.
Yeah, I should end there. Many of the ideas, principles, and activities that laid the groundwork for Alcoholics Anonymous occurred at 855 Ardmore Avenue. No Dr. Bob, no AA. Thank you. Let's have a break.
Thank you, and thank you again to those of you that are joining us on the live stream. We really appreciate you being a part of this. And thank you to those of you that are here in person. We greatly appreciate that. Now, with that being said, it's time for more on Mike. That's what I thought. Our next presentation is an archives presentation. Here's Mike.
All right. Hi, everybody. I'm still an alcoholic. My name hasn't changed. It's Mike. And my sobriety date hasn't changed. It's April 23rd, 1985. Thanks for hanging out and being part of this today and coming early. I know there is so many different things going on in the valley. Okay? And, the first thing I'd like to do is complain. Okay? Oh, my, there's so many things going on in the valley. What a blessing. What an amazing blessing that there are so many things going on today, this weekend, in the East Valley. Here we are, 85 years after the Big Book was published and came out, and we're celebrating the Big Book birthday. Tonight, after Paul shares with us, we are going to have cake and coffee. We would love to have you come back and hear the speaker tonight. I think you will leave full. So what I'd like to do for the next few minutes is share a little bit about the archives. And when we talk about archives and Recovery Speakers is a 501c3 corporation, and I happen to be somebody who collects and gathers archives. So what we're doing is letting Recovery Speakers use the archives to bring out and take care of and show off and that kind of stuff. So there is a table over there with archives. Please feel free to check it out. There's nothing there that you can't touch. So please be respectful, but check it out. And there's some really cool things there. So the History Day, I gotta get here. There we go. All right, this set that you're looking at is the only complete set of Alcoholics Anonymous Big Books that has ever been put together, okay, with every printing and every variation of printings. So they did 16 printings from April 10th, 1939 until August of 1954. But AA was broke in the early days. They didn't have money. So they had to go with book covers that the printer had. So when the printer ran out of a particular book cover, he used something else. So this set is made up with the first printing, which is the big red book. That's our first printing. There was only one first printing printed. The second printing, there were 3 different colors used for the second printing. The fourth printing had 2 different colors, as did the fifth. So when you look at this set of 16 printings, you're actually seeing 21 books. Okay? And what's amazing about this complete set is the dust jackets are all on the books, the original jackets. That's very difficult to find after all these years. So again, some of the items that we have are museum type pieces, and this is without question falls into that category. It's the only set known to have all of the jackets and all of the variants of colors. And there you can look at the colors. Isn't that cool? There's a green big book over on the table, too, you can see. When they wanted to get the big book published, they were broke. So Hank Parkhurst had this great idea of selling stock. So he began Works Publishing stock, and they began selling it to the guys that were coming to the meetings at $25 a share. Right? Well, for a book that hadn't been written yet, okay? So there was no book, and they're trying to get $25 a share. So they came up with a stock idea, and they started to distribute it. Well, then when the Alcoholic Foundation and the trustees formulated, they decided that the stock idea wasn't a good idea. So they bought all the stock back from all the members, and they wrote cancel on it, okay? And then on the back of it, they had to sign it over, okay? This particular one was 5 shares, and it was sold to the Alcoholic Foundation, okay? Now, you say, why would the Alcoholic Foundation buy shares? Well, actually, it was a member that bought them and donated them to the Alcoholic Foundation, okay? How I ended up with that is interesting. This is a copy of one of the multi-lists. The multi-lists were produced shortly before the big book came out so that they could give some of the members, some of the editors, some of the medical profession and others the opportunity to review the book. The first page of the book asks them to return it when the book comes so that they can get the real book, okay? Most of them were returned or destroyed. As of right now, we know that there are probably somewhere between 10 and 15 of these books that have survived. This is a picture of the original working manuscript, the printer's copy. This is the book that went to Hazelden, and there's one over there, the book that started it all. Now, the gentleman who took that to Hazelden is a grand sponsee of mine, okay? And I encouraged him strongly to let Hazelden have an opportunity to publish that. And I introduced him to the people up there, and he was so taken by them that he said, this is the place I want to make the book available. And the publisher at Hazelden called me and asked if I wanted to be included in any kind of stipend or royalty on that. And I want you to know that my response to him was simply this: make us a book we're proud of. And I am proud that this book is available. First edition, first published April 10, 1939. It was read, 4,700 copies made. They ordered 5,000, but the printer got fearful that he wasn't going to get paid. So he stopped producing them and stopped at the 4,720. And when they printed the second printing of the big book in 1941, he used some of that cloth for the second printing. AA did everything that they could to promote the big books. They came out with all kinds of marketing pieces. They sent letters to doctors, they did mailers, they did everything they could, but yet the sale of the book was so slow. And they had pamphlets like this, how you can order the book for $3.50. This was an 8-page sample, and in here they talked about what Alcoholics Anonymous was and what the book was, and that for 4 years they had this thing going, and they had 100 men sober, and Marty and some of the women started joining right after that. But Alcoholics Anonymous did everything they could to get the book out. So the first national publication that AA did was done by the Liberty Magazine. Now, Liberty Magazine printed an article on March 30th, 1939, titled Alcoholics and God. That magazine is over on the table. You can check it out, okay? But what a lot of people don't know is Liberty Magazine ran the article 2 weeks earlier in Canada. So the 30th of September is when the Liberty Magazine US came out, The 17th of September was the date that the Liberty came out in Canada. That one, a lot of people didn't know they did. It's pretty interesting. I mean, it's kind of exciting to find something that was printed before it was supposed to be. Mr. X and Alcoholics Anonymous. Again, what happened with the Liberty magazine is Bill and Hank and these guys thought that they were going to get so many inquiries from this article that they were going to be busy and sell thousands of books. See, they were excited about that. But what happened was they sold a handful of books. And they kept selling a handful of books over the next couple of years. And what happened during that time is in Cleveland, Clarence got some articles printed in the Cleveland Plain Dealer, okay? And then AA started to grow in Cleveland because there were a lot of responses to it. So by the time 1941 came about, and the Jack Alexander article came out March 1st, 1941, by the time that article came out, AA had grown enough in these little pockets that we had groups all over the country. So when the inquiries were coming in, Ruth was Bill's secretary, and she would send these inquiries out to the guys, and that's how AA grew. If the Liberty Magazine article would have done what Bill and Hank wanted it to do, Alcoholics Anonymous would have never survived. And the reason that it wouldn't survive is because we did not have the infrastructure to deal with the responses until 1941, when Jack Alexander did his piece on Alcoholics Anonymous. And when he did his, we had less than 2,000 members at the end of 1940. Jack did the article that was printed March 1st of 41. AA membership grew from a little less than 2,000 to almost 10,000 in 1 year. Had we not had those little groups around the country, a lot of those people would have died. You see, alcoholics weren't coming to us because they had 6 beers and a DUI, okay? The people who were coming to Alcoholics Anonymous in the 1940s and 1950s were last gaspers. Do you know what a last gasper is? It's the dude they have to wipe the blood off of, pick him up, dust him off, give him some coffee, let him shake for a few days, and take him to meetings. These guys were broken. They had nothing. Now in New York, occasionally somebody with money would come in. They usually didn't make it, but some of them did. And some of them would go, I think Ernest McKenzie had 4 trips to Towns Hospital. And I think Towns only allowed people in there one time. I may have to talk with Gary, but I know that Ernest McKenzie said he was there 4 times in a recording that we have. So I'm kind of blown away about how Akron worked and how New York worked and how they came together and how AA grew and what we're doing. But it was things like Mr. X and Alcoholics Anonymous that got AA moving in the Akron area. One of the first pamphlets that was ever produced. You see, remember, in the beginning it was just a nameless society, okay? So we had nothing in writing. So when we look back at AA history and we talk about unwritten things, okay, some historians will look at that and say, well, there's no documentation, so we can't claim that it happened. Well, let me tell you something. When I listen to the recordings that I listen to, and I hear the people talk, and I hear Bill W. talk about you got to have deflation, you got to be licked, you got to be done. You got to find some God, even if you try it as an experiment. You have to write down an inventory and be willing to share that as a confession with another person, and then go out and pay restitutions for those wrongs and continue to work with other alcoholics. That was the unwritten program of Alcoholics Anonymous for the first 4 years. That was it. one version of that or another. Well, then the group started coming up with their own information, their own program, if you will, or their own process to go through this. And one of the first pamphlets that came out that was printed outside of AA, don't forget, AA didn't do their first pamphlet until 1941. Might be 43, so shame on me if I'm wrong. 41 or 43. AA is what it was called, okay? But the manual came out, and Dr. Bob, okay? Dr. Bob had a lot of influence in the work on this manual, okay? These are available through Akron Intergroup, okay? So if you want to Google that, you can get reprints of that, and you can see the language and the style that they were using back in 1940, 41, and 42 to help the alcoholics find out about this wonderful program. I mentioned to you the Liberty magazine. This is what it looked like. That's the Canadian Liberty. It came out on September 16th, 1939. This is what the U.S. Liberty looked like when it followed in September 30th of 1939. Now, this letter was written from Ruth Hawk, letter to Ruth Hawk from Cleveland, informing her Larry Juhl's arrival in Houston and his desire to start an AA group. And that was January 1940, okay? The Houston Press articles came out the same month. Larry Juhl was found in a barn in Ohio, and he was in terrible health. And they took him to the hospital, and they got him as healthy as they could, but he had lung issues, and he couldn't stay in the Cleveland area. It was winter time, and they wanted to give him an opportunity to restore his health. So they put him on a train to Houston, Texas. And while on the train, he read his big book. He had not been to a meeting yet. He read his big book, and he wrote articles about Alcoholics Anonymous, which became our first pamphlet. Hadn't been to a meeting. That stuff just blows my mind. Okay? But think about that. Think about this guy goes to Houston, shows up there, goes into the Houston Press, says, I got some articles that I've written that I want you to they hired him. Alcoholics Anonymous. It's amazing what happens when we stay. This is a copy of Larry Juhl's big book. Again, to have the opportunity and the privilege to hold some of these materials, to share them with others, has been one of the greatest joys of my life. It's just turned me on. I remember the first time I held a book signed by Bill Wilson. I was just blown away by it. And then I found, that Bill signed a lot of books. Yeah. Bill signed hundreds of books. This is what the Houston Press articles looked like, and a letter from the editor of the press from January 27, 1940. And this is the paper. Throughout the paper, they just continued with these articles. This is the pamphlet, April 1940. This is the first piece of literature released by AA since the big book was published in 1939. These pamphlets are over on the table. You're more than welcome to go over and take a look, ask questions. Here's some more of the early pamphlets. This one, what about the alcoholic employee? About the alcoholic husband? Do you understand that they made these pieces available as promotional pieces to try to sell the book? This went on through the 40s and the 50s. right? That was the 1940 pamphlet that Larry Jewell had put together. Just simple AA. Wrong way. And this is the famous Saturday Evening Post, March 1st. We have an original copy over on the table and one that has been photocopied you can read and check out. If you haven't seen the article of the Saturday Evening Post, you really need to go check it out. Okay? Again, one of those things. Had Jack Alexander not wanted to investigate Alcoholics Anonymous, okay, we would have missed that opportunity, and AA may have struggled at any continuous growth because they needed that I don't want to call it an endorsement, okay, but they needed that acknowledgement nationally so that people would be attracted to the program. And it worked very well. And Jack became a trustee of Alcoholics Anonymous. So these guys were really committed to AA. Yeah, here's the second printing. We just wanted to show the variance of colors. Here's different colors of the third, fourth, and fifth printing. Now, this piece was done in 1943, and in here they have Dr. Bob's story, Marty Mann's story, Bill W.'s story, and again, these are stories that were in the book. These were pieces that they put out to encourage people to buy the book and to continue to read. Here are some of the early AA pamphlets, and we brought a lot of them with us today. It's interesting that the first two pamphlets were entirely different, but yet they had the same title. I don't think they were real creative back then. They just had AA. Okay? Yeah. So the first one was April of 1940. The next one was in 43, and then the Traditions came out in 47, and so on. But these pamphlets are over on the table. Please feel free to check them out. Understand that Alcoholics Anonymous knew that they had to put literature in our hands, or we would have messed this thing up. I mean, that's the truth. The groups were putting out literature and that was not really the AA message, okay? I mean, Ruth talked about when Bill asked for them to send in some of the rules that they were doing in some of their meetings. This was before the Traditions were hammered out. And they were getting all kinds of weird stuff like, well, we serve ale, and so that was just beer, though. And so there were people who were trying different things in AA. And Bill and Ruth began to recognize that the message was important enough to get it right so that they could share it with us. If we look in AA literature, we find all of the answers to all of the history of Alcoholics Anonymous. If you get a service manual and read the beginning of it, you're going to learn about the history of Alcoholics Anonymous. If you get AA Comes of Age, you're going to learn about the history of Alcoholics Anonymous. If you read the forewords in the first edition, you're going to learn about the history of Alcoholics Anonymous. If you read the 12 and 12, you'll learn about the history of Alcoholics Anonymous. See, I don't know. When I walk up to someone, they say, well, I love AA, I just don't like the history. What? It's all history. AA's not the meeting any more than God is a church. AA is you and me. We're examples of AA. We're living proof that the AA message works. This is AA. More early pamphlets. They were relentless. I mean, seriously, they would revise it and print it again, and revise it and print it again. They did more pamphlets. AA really became a publishing outfit, right, of doing a lot of publications and publishing. And as a result of that, AA has been able to survive because a lot of the money that has gone in Alcoholics Anonymous has come from the literature sales. The Grapevine, this is a 1946 Grapevine, Points of AA Tradition, okay? When Bill Wilson sat and began to draft the 12 traditions of Alcoholics Anonymous, he had one thing in his mind, and that was unity. Bill knew we had to hang together, and if we didn't, we would die alone, and he knew that. And the traditions were not called the traditions. They were called the 12 points of tradition to assure our future. They were written so we could be here. I hope you'll take a few minutes and encourage your sponsees and the people you're around to read about the traditions. Take some time and understand that that first tradition says our common welfare comes first. Personal recovery depends upon AA unity. When you come into a meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous for a service commitment at the group level, you check your ego at the door, and you are just another member like everyone else, and you get one vote. You don't bring 9 people with you to vote the way that you want. We don't try to circumvent the traditions. If we circumvent the traditions, we are disunifying AA. It is important that we live by these traditions to the best of our ability. And if we take that first tradition and we realize what he's saying if we don't hang together, we will die alone. And when we come into that meeting, we get one voice, and we get to make our vote. And as a result of that, the collective group conscience can meet together in the spirit of a loving God, can be the director of AA, or the one in charge, if you will. It's none of us. It's a loving God who expresses himself through that group of people. And who are those people? Those are the last gaspers, but today they're not just all last gaspers. You see, today we've lowered the bar. They did that back in the 50s so that people could come in at all ages and all experiences, as long as they could identify as an alcoholic with an alcohol history. They were welcome to Alcoholics Anonymous, and they are today too, and they should be. Now, as a result of AA's 12 steps, we have OA, CA, GA, PA, SA, and a whole bunch of other. They got Paranoia Anonymous. Yeah, nobody knows where they even meet. But you see, AA shared what they had, okay, with all these other organizations. Folks, I'm going to submit a plea to you right now. And I'm going to ask you to be like grandparents, because that's what we are. As Alcoholics Anonymous, we are the grandparents of CA, of NA, of PA, of GA. Alcoholics Anonymous was the force behind it. These are offshoots. These are our grandchildren. We need to love these children. We need to encourage what they're doing and support what they have. We got a bunch of people here today from HA that traveled from Milwaukee to be here to learn about the history so they can bring it back to HA. Okay? We have people from Cocaine Anonymous here today, so they can bring what they learn to their friends and fellowship in Cocaine Anonymous. You see, I think Bill Wilson would look at us today and he would say, you have a responsibility. When anyone, anywhere reaches out for help, I want the hand of AA to always be there, and for that I am responsible. It doesn't say I want the hand of AA to be there only for alcoholics. I hope you're being kind to the people near you. I hope that you're a good example of Alcoholics Anonymous. I had a conversation with somebody a week ago, and I asked him how his sobriety was, and he said, it's solid. I love to hear that. Let me tell you about my sobriety. In the book, around our 9-step promises, Bill writes these words: if we're painstaking about this phase of our development, we're going to be amazed before we're halfway through. He didn't say we're going to be mildly satisfied. Okay? He didn't say we're going to be okay. He said we're going to be amazed. I have a question. Is your sobriety amazing today? Okay. All right. Yeah. Listen, I don't want to be one of these guys who cheer up a room by leaving. My sobriety is amazing today, and it's been amazing since I started following the path. Aha! AA Publishing, conference approved. Gotta be conference approved. The conference started in 1951, 1953. This book was published by Harper's. AA Publishing published it in June of 1953. Harper's had permission to publish the 12 and 12 for use in libraries and bookstores. A lot of people don't know that Harper's was able to publish an AA book. And there's one over there on the table. You're more than welcome to take a look at it. Second edition of the big book came out in July 1955. It was introduced at the International Convention in St. Louis, and they all had this band on it, okay, this white band. And on the white band, it kind of told some of the changes it had made. Now, those were the first issue big books. Those are the only ones that had the band. They're the only ones that had a little statement at the back of the book in the dust jacket where it said you can use this book as a trial, and if you're not happy with it, you can return it. So the only one was July 50. And another really interesting thing, just because I'm a geek, is the second edition, it was weird, okay? I mean, it really was, because when they didn't put first printing on it, okay? They just had the date. So the way to tell a first printing second edition is you have to go into the book and find a mistake, okay? And the mistake is on page XX. And 8 lines down, okay, from the top, is the word really. And it's spelled R-E-A-L-Y. That's how they spelled really in the first printing, okay? Now, the second printing, they did 3 years later, and they corrected that, okay? So they made that word really correct. And on page 16 at the bottom, it shows 6,000 groups, and the book is published by AA Publishing. So if you have that, you know you have a second printing. Now the third printing, I don't think we have a picture here, but the third printing of the big book said third edition, 1959. Okay? So it was misprinted on the dust jacket. So the dust jacket says this is a third edition. And then inside the dust flap on that printing, it says 1959. So that's kind of cool. AA really didn't have it together. Okay? I mean, seriously. And this is a complete set of second editions, and they were only done in the 16 printings. They did 16 printings of the second edition to go with the 16 printings of the first, but they did not do various colors. Al-Anon, early Al-Anon books, you know, we wanted to share that because I know we have some Al-Anons here today, and I'm grateful that you're here. I'm thankful. I have to tell you that the Al-Anon has played an incredible role in my sobriety. My mom passed away with 49 years in Al-Anon. Arbutus was one of the early pioneers of Al-Anon, first trustee and first delegate for the state of Texas. So I learned a lot being in those environments. And I'm so grateful. I am so grateful. Because, see, alcoholics are suffering from an illness. And, you know, I had trouble getting sober until somebody told me that I was a sick guy that needed to get better. I wasn't a bad guy that needed to get good. I'm so thankful that I had that kind of wisdom. You know, one of the best things Big John ever said to me is, kid, you want to get even with someone? Why don't you try to get even with someone that's been good to you? Here are the currently 4 editions of the big book. Your first, second, third, and current, the 4th edition of the big book. Now, we have some archives on the tables. We would love for you to check them out. One of the things that we're looking for by doing this is some feedback, okay? So Our email at Recovery Speakers is info@recoveryspeakers.com. We would love to hear from anyone with suggestions of how we could improve, maybe some things you're looking for. Someone contacted me the other day. They want a film of Bill Wilson. It's like, now that might be a little difficult to just pull together, but we might be able to take something and create something with slides and some things like that. The posters around the room, I hope you like those. Those have been AI enhanced, so that's why they look so amazingly beautiful. And I'm just so happy to be able to be here. We have, we're going to take a break. We have ordered some pizzas, and we've got water, and we've got coffee, and we've got subs. And oh, Terry. Okay. Terry's getting the pizza. Yeah, we're going to have pizza. It's just not here yet. So if you love pizza, it'll be here. I'm just going to say I'm done. Thank you. I will see you this afternoon.
Thank you, Mike. Just a couple of reminders before we go to lunch break, everyone. This is a non-smoking campus. The church asked us not to smoke, so if you do smoke, please go do it out near the parking lot. Again, we're trying to minimize foot traffic in the kitchen, restrooms across the courtyard to the left. And yes, we're going to wheel subs out in just a moment. Pizza will be here soon, and we will be going back at it at 1 o'clock. welcome back. Thank you again for being here. Our next speaker has been a great friend to the Recovery Speakers Program for a long time. He's a tremendous historian. He knows as much or more about all of this than anybody I've ever met. And that includes Mike, honestly. The dude's an encyclopedia. But please give a warm welcome to our next speaker, Gary from Georgia.
Hi, everybody. I'm Gary. I'm an alcoholic. It's a pleasure to be here. Actually, Ernest Kurtz years ago said that what he was looking forward to were amateur historians who would have the time and the inclination to continue the uncovering of our wonderful history. And literally, the other thing I would like to say is that I am just simply one of those amateurs. I'd like to include myself among them. But that I'd also like to say that if somebody is interested in taking on a service commitment, please do, because the only reason why I'd be happy to be standing here today is because I took on a service commitment, which was to be a archivist for Area 16, which is the state of Georgia. And that was in 2014. In 2015, I was asked to do the history of Georgia Alcoholics Anonymous. So upon doing that, I was to do the presentation at the Atlanta International in 2015, which I did. But in the process of doing the research, there was a notebook of letters that were found in Macon, where our archives are in Georgia. And I made a catalog of of those letters. There were about 380 of them. And I kept across this name, Margaret Berger. I didn't have a clue who she was. So if you're in a position where you don't have a clue who she was, you're then sitting exactly where I was at that time. And, you'll find out that actually, when I first started out doing the research, there were times that I was calling up people, and I asked, an archivist from, I won't name the city and so forth, and I said, do you have any information about Bobby Berger? She hung up on me. There was more or less the thought was at the time that the family or descendants of Bobby Berger did not want her story told. I can't go into the detail because that would be practically another presentation, but I will say that through some very good fortune, I was able to come across her grandchildren, and I found 6 of them. 3 of them were very active supporters of the project, and the book is dedicated to them. And if you are in your copious spare time, when you're in recoveryspeakers.com and you look for the first presentation that was done on Bobby, we had 2 of her grandchildren that were present, neither one being alcoholics and so forth, but when that was a very moving event because the book is dedicated to them because they wanted Bobby's story told. And you can see, actually, I will confess that the reason why you see the picture of both Bill and Bobby there is that the first time I got started trying to get the book published, I just had Bobby's picture there, and the response was, why would anybody want to read about a nobody? Okay, that was the response. And I hope you find out that by the end of this, she was not a nobody. Bobby was National Secretary from March 2 of 1942 until June 13th of 1949. Why had she been admitted as recently as 2019 when the conference approved Our Great Responsibility was published? On the left you have there's Bill and Ruth. And on the right you got Nell Wing. You can see the dates. Ruth left on February 28th of 1942 when she was married and she moved to Cleveland. Nell Wing was a receptionist when hired in 1947. She became Bill's secretary in 1950 out of curiosity. Don't you think that there might have been someone in between? That was Bobby, okay? She was born in 1903, and she graduated from an exclusive Knox School in Tarrytown, New York in 1919 when she enrolled in Columbia University, but her desire to pursue her acting career took priority. She liked to be called Bobby, though her stage name remained Margaret Roberts. Roberts was her last name. I didn't even know whether or not, when this started out, whether or not the last name of Berger was a married name or a maiden name. It turned out to be a married name, and that makes it more difficult because on Ancestry.com and so forth, they always are using the name of the maiden. She's a pleasure to look at. We don't know when these pictures were taken. This is part of a collection that was in private hands in Vermont. These were a collection of pictures and letters that no one had seen for 70 years. But this is, you can see the ballet shoes, and she was in every way, shape, and form a dancer and a performer. On the left, you can see, it's probably out of sequence, but there's 4 pictures of her on the left which have more to do with acting. There's 4 on the right which have more to do with dancing. I think she was originally she danced ballet, but I don't think she had the height necessary to be any better at that, so she went in more or less into acting. These are promotional pictures of her as well. We don't have a date, but I guess she's probably in the neighborhood of 20 years old when these things are taken. Margaret Roberts and Donald Sawyer were a pair, and you may not know of Donald Sawyer, but in every way, shape, and form, he was an equal to Arthur Murray. And in the 1920s, anyway, dancing in New York was a big deal. They could have a dance-off of 24 people doing the foxtrot or the rumba or something like that. And that sold out Madison Square Garden at the time. Okay, and she was, Donald Sawyer was a judge for that, but what he would take Bobby to Europe. And Bobby and Donald danced for the kings and queens of Europe, you name it, they were there. They danced for 4 different, the royalty of 4 different countries. And she was doing this all when she was barely 20 years old. But that was part of she was really a very much of a very early success. I swear that with the kind of, they make you stand on a stepladder or something to make a picture that it's like on the right, but when she married in 1925, you can see that she was coming from an upper middle class family. Her father was a lawyer. They were from Dobbs Ferry, New York, and she was obviously, the marriage was rather a big deal, this marriage to Norman Berger. That was on July 9th of 1925. And here we have Mr. and Mrs. Norman Berger. That happens to be on the left. And the 2 children that came out of that marriage, one born in 1927 and the other in 1928, are pictured in the right. And obviously what Bobby did was she gave up her dancing career to have children and be with Norman. Unfortunately, oops, I think I got 2 there. Oh, huh. All right, that's okay. Yeah, actually, Norman Chapman Berger unfortunately died of pneumonia on February 18th, 1929. And we have the picture, a little small obituary, and the church in which the memorial service was held. And that led her to be a widow at a age of 26 with 2 children. And this was an unfortunate event There's no mention of any kind of problem with alcohol up to this point. Her marriage to Irwin Shepard Spink, which was September 23 of 1932, Shep pursued Bobby for some time prior to them getting married, but their relationship was volatile from the very start. Bobby at this time was a dance instructor for Arthur Murray. It's very likely, don't know it for sure, that it's possible that Shep met Bobby at the Arthur Murray studios. He was employed in Time Life publications and advertising. They moved to Detroit roughly after a year of marriage, then to Cleveland. Either city, nothing against you, I'm a Clevelander, but as far as she was concerned, that could have been Siberia. She was in every way, shape, and form a creature of Manhattan. So what was her solution? Her solution was to drink. Shep often would not come home at night due to his business entertaining. Bobby started drinking heavily. Bobby started to suspect her husband was cheating on her. By 1936, Shep refused to be embarrassed by Bobby's drinking. He tried to discipline her. In 1936, that began a 4-year period of asylums and sanitariums. After a 10-day alcoholic binge when she ran away from her husband and children, her father and husband found her in the South. I have no idea where that was. They decided to have her hospitalized in Doctors Hospital in Manhattan in February of 1936. She was released on March 16th of 1936, and her husband brought the children to Bobby's parents in Dobbs Ferry so he and Bobby could go on vacation in Daytona, Florida. There was no mention of any need for her to stop drinking. So, in 1924, she was dancing for the Kings and Queen of Europe. By 1936, she was being spanked by her second husband for being a drunk. The picture is actually taken from a Sunday supplement of the American Weekly dated July 11th, 1943, which is actually it's more or less an autobiography of Bobby. The name here happens to be Enid, but the events that occur within this newspaper article actually are identical with what happened to Bobby. This gets her into another asylum. This is the Hartford Retreat for the Insane. You know, that place is, to this day, exists, and it's known as the Living Institute. But it's just something that we don't name things that way anymore. Okay, it's just too bizarre. She entered Hartford Retreat for the Insane in mid-May of 1936 for a few months. Now, it featured programs of re-education, typing, crafts, PE, gardening, homemaking. You look at that. Now, this is a great advance. No basket weaving or rug making. Art lectures, literary reading, bridge lessons. What does this have to do with recovery of alcoholism? But nevertheless, this was being offered at sanitariums because alcoholics at that time in such places as this were treated as if they had a mental disease, and therefore and they needed, let's say, more self-esteem or happy habits, so that if you achieved becoming a very good at basket weaving or art lectures or something, that somehow that would give you the self-esteem so you wouldn't have to drink again. How well did that work? Life at Bloomingdale's. Now, this is care of Lillian Roth in I'll Cry Tomorrow, which is a copyright in 1954. Bobby didn't leave behind what it was like to be in Bloomingdale's, which is where she was in September of 1936 until the beginning of the next year. But this gives you an idea of what this was actually, Lillian was in Bloomingdale's 10 years after Bobby, so we can say that it's a high probability that they had similar experiences. However, at an institution like Bloomingdale's, which rarely takes alcoholics, the chronic drinker receives psychiatric and medical treatment similar to that afforded regular mental patients. I had been without alcohol since my arrival. The formaldehyde, vitamin injections, and other medication helped tide me over. A community therapeutic shower followed breakfast to relax us. We sat in a line, naked except for a sheet, while nurses sprayed us with hot water, then tepid, then ice water needles. That's part of the hydronics, which you could run into in a number of different places at the time. Gym and dancing followed. After a little fresh air, we were then taken to mental therapy rooms, some painted similar to the previous place, some made sanded boxes, others made leather goods. Bedtime came with enough at right clock, a bell rang at 8 o'clock in preparation for bath, and 9 o'clock another signaling lights out. Christmas was spent with her husband and children at Dodd's Ferry at her parents'. He announced he wanted a divorce, however, and Bobby left Bloomingdale's on January 2nd of 1937, and there was a possible suicide attempt that followed. Another sanitarium, this one no longer exists, Sanford Hall. We know of her being there because we have the letters that were written by her children, who at that time were early, they would have been roughly 10 or 12 years old. We have those that are letters that were written to her while she was there. It's very possible this was the first location where she learned of AA in the fall of 1939. We don't know that for sure. Now, Bobby's encounter with Marty Mann, and of course Marty being a very public individual who for 35 years was going around the country educating people that alcoholism was not a disease, but this was very early on in Marty's. And if you read her story, she was such a low-bottom drunk, she was penniless. And she ended up in some of the same places as, she ended up at Bellevue Hospital for 6 months as a charity case. That's how penniless she was. She was also at Bloomingdale's and that was Blythewood. And she was also there almost as a charity case, but that's how low of a drunk that she was. Marty took one look at the patient, that was Bobby, and decided she wouldn't spend any effort on her. Now that's amazing to me that Marty, being as low as she was, wouldn't pay any attention to, because she thought that Bobby was such a mess. Bobby didn't have one chance in a million. Marty was wrong. This woman did make it. Her name was Bobby. That's misspelled. It's really IE, but that's a very common misspelling. Bobby eventually became the secretary of AA's General Service Office, and her name was known as AA's all over the world. That's out of the biography of Mrs. Marty Mann. Marty learned the hard way that one can't reliably predict what newcomer will get sober and who will not. And I imagine people in this audience have had that experience of somebody that, some dweeb or somebody you think that it doesn't have a chance, and then they show up at some other meeting and they're the GSR or something. So it is interesting that when this happens to be Bobby's letter to Lois in March 14th of 1940. And my dear Lois, your name was given to me by Dr. Allen of White Plains, which was another name for, the actual name for Bloomingdale's. May I please attend your meeting on Tuesday, March 19th at Steinway Hall? I forgot to ask Dr. Allen what time. I would like to attend with the hope of becoming a permanent member if I qualify. Well, she qualified. Okay. She didn't have a little difficulty qualifying, though, because she got a reckless driving charge almost immediately afterwards. This was March 30 of 1940. Dobbs Ferry woman faces driving charge. And this was reckless driving, which was actually not filed by the police. You could actually do a civil, this was a civil matter, because actually it's difficult to read, but she apparently was driving erratically, drove off the, hit a car, went onto the sidewalk and hit a pedestrian. And I guess the pedestrian sued or something. I don't know what the outcome of this was, but let's just say that she had some bumps in the road before she actually got sober. But she did claim March of 1940, not any particular day as the day as her sobriety date. Now, Bobby was sober and a driver and a member in good standing. The first documented activity of Bobby sober involved Bill and her 12-stepping her boyfriend, Mac, by driving them to High Watch Farm in Kent, Connecticut. And I think many of you are familiar with this High Watch Farm, which was basically AA's first retreat. And High Watch exists to this day. Bobby had a car. At this time, Bill and Lois seemed to often lack transportation. They were often driven places rather than drive themselves. First mention of Bobby and Lois is as, again, B-O-B-B-Y, part of a group from High Watch Farm that went dancing on Saturday night of July 13th, 1940. The next day, Lois credited Bobby getting dinner for the group, so she seemed to be a member in very good standing. Activities at High Watch Farm in Dobbs Ferry, New York. This is from the diary of Lois. On Saturday, August 3rd, 1940, Bill and Lois were driven to High Watch Farm. Ebby was supposed to come along, but was drunk. No mention of Bobby yet. The following Friday, August 9th, Bill, Mac, and Lois took the subway to meet Bobby. And Dick S., that's the car smasher from the big book. Bobby drove them all to her home where they had dinner. Then she drove them to High Watch Farm where they all spent the weekend. Bobby provided transportation back to New York for the group. On Saturday, August 17th, Bill and Lois took the subway, were picked up by Bobby, and they together spent the weekend with Mac in Dobbs Ferry until Monday morning. So, one of the 50 places odd that Lois and Bill ended up spending a weekend when they were homeless turned out to be at Bobby's parents'. Now, this is sometimes thought of as as Bobby's sobriety date, but I think she's legit with March of 1940. But she did go haywire, and that was September 24th in 1940 when her boyfriend Mac got drunk and was with another woman. Bobby went haywire. She wasn't an Al-Anon at any time, so she went kind of nuts. She was driven by a Bill was driven by a Jack W. to rescue her. She was found at Mac's apartment. This episode has been referred to when Bill 12-stepped Bobby as if this was her sobriety date, but I don't believe it. He did give her sedatives. He took her keys to her car so she'd stop chasing wherever her boyfriend was supposed to be, but that night he did not come home. By October 10th, all seems forgiven. While Bill left for an overnight visit to Philadelphia, Lois had dinner with Bobby and Mac before attending the AA meeting at the 24th Street Clubhouse. Oh, okay. Let me see. Am I out of sync here? Okay, there we go. I'm sorry. I was out of sync. This is one of the pictures of Bobby. Again, none of these that came out of the collection that came out of Vermont. These pictures are not, they're not dated, so we're taking guesses. But this could be of her on vacation while she is in Connecticut or in New Hampshire. And for many years, she was a regular visitor to High Watch Farm. In 1941, she became secretary of the 24th Street Clubhouse, which had opened in June 18th of 1940. The precise date that she became the secretary there isn't known. It was a paid position. Dick Stanley, the car smasher, warned her about overdoing, and Bobby ignored the warning, and this was a early on warning that got more important as the years went by. Very involved in responding to the Saturday Evening Post. That's when you see SEP. There's a lot of that was used quite often in the letters that I received from the GSO. And Lois remembers on page 131 of the first printing, has Lois and Bobby doing the majority of the managing of the Saturday Evening Post inquiries. Lois mistook when Ruth Hawk got married, which was again February 28th in 1942. Lois wrote that Ruth Hawk had left to be married to a member from Ohio. She was a year wrong. So Bobby B. and the new secretary and I worked out a plan to use volunteers to help answer all the inquiries that would flood in. Ruth was still there. I think letters as the result of the Saturday Evening Post article came both to the 24th Street Clubhouse and to Ruth Hawk. And it was everyone trying to help answer this flood of letters. This is incidentally has been corrected in more recent versions of Lois Remembers. But it was Again, when Lois Remembers was written in 1979, this is just an example that our memories sometimes aren't that hot. We try as good as we can, but unless you have written evidence, we can be very prone to make mistakes. Now, incidentally, the AA prayer arrived that became known as the Serenity Prayer, and Bobby started using it immediately and used it throughout her tenure. It's almost a trivia. I don't know how important it is to pursue, but I'm not exactly sure when it was called the Serenity Prayer for the first time. Originally, it was known as the AA prayer. This is the Bobby B. and Ruth Hawk, who remains good friends after Ruth moved to Cleveland. It is an aside that people would be writing Bobby and asking for pictures of Bill, and it's not like we have it today. Actually, Ruth's husband was a photographer. Crecelius was his last name. And for the time period, if you wanted a picture of Bill, you actually would, Bobby would recommend that you send $3 to Ruth Hawk's husband, and that's how you'd get a picture of Bill. They weren't that easy to come by. Bobby becomes national secretary on March 2nd of 1942. Ruth was replaced by Bobby, who became AA's national secretary number 2. This is a quote out of AA Comes of Age. This is Bill. Bobby's complete loyalty and devotion and her unbelievable energy and capacity for hard work were priceless helps during the confused and hazardous years which lay ahead of us. And around March of 1942, Bill W. tried to join the Army. A month later, news came that Bill flunked the physical. That was God doing for us what we could not do for ourselves. Can you imagine? I mean, he was, at the time, he was, 40, he was 47 years old. But, he might have been he wanted to be part of the morale boosters or maybe become a major and so forth, but they rejected him. And Bobby was writing, this time last year we numbered 2,050 communities, while today there are 6,175 localities. The number of people that were actually sober is, I hear anywhere from 6,000 to 10,000. They average out to 8,000, but anyway, she was writing 6,000 at the time. But she is also saying that they answered about 8,000 requests for assistance from alcoholics or their families by personal letter. Bobby on the job. These are quotes of hers. It's a wonderful feeling to have and to know that there are so many friends all over the country assisting and supporting our great program. Personally, I just love my job, and I can't imagine any work that can give more happiness. And I just love this. There are so many friends all over the country assisting and supporting our great program. I'm looking at people that are doing exactly the same thing. I just wonder, it's just wonderful for me to just be part of this. Then another quote of hers, very shortly, Bill W. and I are going to set down some answers to the questions you wrote in the group activities and organization. We hope to have the booklet I mentioned to you and well on the way by now, but I'm thinking the matter over. We have decided to do it through a thorough manner. This will take time. So in the meantime, I'll do what I can to get some temporary, sometimes you can't read the letters to you. Can't promise when we'll be hoping. But this is, we have repeated mentions of Bobby working together with Bill on this behind-the-scenes pamphlet, but it's hard to say what was the benefit of the writing that they did, but they might have had significant developments in directions of the traditions. It's hard to say. This is just simply Bill's writing to Bobby. It's very hard to read, but it's September 24th of 1942, and the caption there is, "For my devoted helper, my loyal friend, Margaret Berger, affectionately, Bill." And actually, some time ago when I was in Aurora, Colorado, and Mike showed me this picture, which is, and I could not, you can't see the signature, but this was picture of Dr. Bob that was signed over to Bobby. And we're rather short of information at this time regarding to Bobby and Dr. Bob. That would be in future coming attractions. When I didn't know what to ask for when I was at the GSO, I asked for everything that I could get from Ohio, from the GSO, and I made the assumption that Dr. Bob's information would be included, but it wasn't. And without a catalog there, it's very difficult to be able to ask for what you actually wish you could have. So that Bobby was providing Dr. Bob with his royalties on a regular basis, and I'm sure that there were other conversations, but that's for the future. A little different flavor of Alcoholics Anonymous. This is the AA's pledge for national defense and self-preservation. And this is not all of the items that are listed, but it's an idea, again, this is how patriotic members of Alcoholics Anonymous were. This was probably published just about 3-4 months after Pearl Harbor. I will keep myself physically and mentally and spiritually to be ready for any crisis, to discipline myself for strength. I will go about my business with a clear eye, cool head, and a stout heart, neither scared by wild rumors or deluded by false security. I will help build my town as a wholesome, balanced community, because if all of the communities are sound, America will be sound. I will work for unity among our people, oppose efforts to create hatred based on race, creed, or color. I like that coming out in 1942 in AA. I will keep my faith with myself, my country, and my God. A plan for AAs in the armed forces. This is May 15th of 1942. This is Bobby in a bulletin. As we all know, many of our members are now in the service of the United States, and we are just proud of the work they are doing. We are at home. We can do our part by helping these boys get in touch with each other. Skipping a bit, with this thought in mind, we have started a file with the names and addresses of those who are serving our country in many parts of the world. Actually, Bobby, and with her additional people helping her, they had 300 names by the time the task was turned over to the Grapevine in June of 1944. How to sponsor a country, Australia, literally. And this comes out of a book called One to Another, which is the equivalent of it's the Australian AA Comes of Age. And if you happen to be fortunate enough to come a copy of that, you'll find the first 180 pages of that book are conversations between the co-founders of Alcoholics Anonymous in Australia and Bobby. There's probably 20 letters of Bobby and about 20 letters corresponding. There's also letters in there written back and forth between Bobby and Lillian Roth, when Lillian Roth was trying to reinvent her career and also toured Australia as well. And this is an example of how Bobby, who incidentally tested as a near genius in an IQ test, she was no slouch. But this is an example. If I took this paragraph and just read it and quoted Bill W., I think it would pass, and you would think it was Bill W. Our members come from all walks of life. Our spiritual concepts are broad. Our members are Catholics, Protestants, and Jews, and most nationalities are represented. In round figures, we believe that we have about 1 woman member to 7 men. Alcoholism is no respecter of race, color, creed, or sex. Any may become alcoholic, but all can recover if they wish and have no additional psychoses. Many groups in this country have started from scratch with nothing but our book and some correspondence with this central office. We realize the difficulties of rapid mail service between here and Australia, and I shall write at length in this letter. Bill W., who wrote the test of the big book, Alcoholics Anonymous, and I are now editing a compilation of group experiences over the past 5 years. This may be out this summer, and we will be glad to send you a copy if you are interested. Now, incidentally, again, this is one of those, we're working together, but there was no proven output of the work that they were doing together. Old Toppers asked ladies to join with them on the wagon. Now, this is Bill and Bobby on the road in Chicago, in the Chicago Tribune. And most of the time, when you go to the newspapers about Bill's travels, you'll only find out about Bill. With some rarity, you'll find that Bobby was along too. How to gather more unfortunate sisters into the fold. This is a newspaper article explained last night in a meeting. In the loop of 400 members, and perhaps including maybe 100 women, Miss Margaret Rowe, that was done to, that's, you know, her name was Mrs. Margaret Berger. She was a Mrs., not a, that's how she decided to have herself referred to, but in anonymity they'd used this name Rowe for let the cloak of anonymity shelter the identity of the charming new national secretary. Miss Rowe, a New Yorker, said the problem of how to lead a Samaritan hand to matrons is the most puzzling question the organization has before it. Women, Miss Rowe said, are more difficult to convince because they have the stronger inhibitions and wear a mask of reserve that is hard to penetrate, even when the need for rehabilitation is greatest. Unlike men, they do not care to talk about their bad habits, she said, and so are slower to admit that they are in need of help. Now, Bill W. was incidentally Bill Doe at the time. Okay, and we are too few at the present to handle the overwhelming number of personal appeals which may result from this publication. That's a foreword to the first edition. Maybe very familiar with you. But I didn't, this was the first time I came across it. Maybe you did before me, but for me, up until at least October 20th, 1943, AA's headquarters phone number was unlisted. They were afraid of being overwhelmed and with calls and so forth, so that was the way that they protected themselves early on. I know it until at least October 20th. I don't know when they decided to list their phone number, but what did that mean? It was the importance of the letter then. So, in other words, if you wanted to contact, if you were in Cleveland or Chicago, you probably had an infrastructure that was already in place, LA probably as well. But if you wanted to get in contact otherwise and you were by yourself, you had to write a letter to New York, and that meant the only way that you were going to get a hold of anybody in AA was Bobby was going to open the letter. Okay. She was the essential day-to-day conduit of communications for almost all of Alcoholics Anonymous. Up until at least early 1946, Bobby was the only headquarters staff member that was also an alcoholic. In 1943, AA's cooperation with the war effort, in 1943 through 45, Bobby repeatedly encouraged a fellow by the name of Warren at the Kaiser Shipyards in Richmond, California. The company listed him as a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. Again, we're prior to traditions. The AA Richmond group openly helped keep employees sober. The effort was reported to have saved 44 man-years, and that was a big deal during World War II in the newspapers. At DuPont, an AA member was confidentially employed as being a member of a personnel department. All drunks were routed to him. AA also reprinted 1,000 copies of two employers with the purpose of assisting the war effort. These were to distribute in the defense plans. And also, this is the first of the letters that were encountered that were written by Bill to Bobby. And obviously, when we're dealing with Spook Night, we're dealing with something that was very much in confidence. Now, last night at the Powers, this was Tom Powers was present, and he was the fellow that helped edit the 12 and 12 in years following. But this was actually more about Tom Powers' father, and who Pa Powers is referred to as being an under-skeptic who never had a psychic experience in his life, and he poo-pooed the whole idea. But then he sat there for an hour describing all of these spirits, every appearance and great deal, every motion they made, some children that was on his lap, pulling his nose. It turned out to be quite an event for this fellow. And so this was, and again, Spook Nights were taking place both at Stepping Stones as well as in Akron as well. And I think one year, I don't know that for a fact, but I think someone said that a Bill Wilson gift to Dr. Bob one Christmas was a Ouija board. Written in Bill's own handwriting on the train to the headquarters on August 13th, 1943, while Bobby was on vacation. The only thing that is not accurate about this, you can see the handwritten letter on the right. It would be on the yellow stationery, and when Mike was talking about some of his discoveries, when I was going in May of 2020, right after the pandemic got in full force, I was running out of material, and through great fortune, I came across this treasure chest that happened to be up in Vermont in connection with Bobby's grandchildren. And they sent this down to me. I have no originals, I only have copies. But they sent down 700 copies of correspondence and pictures and so forth. And upon recognizing that we had letters that no one had seen in 70 years that were written by Bill Wilson, I will tell you that will be a moment my wife and I will remember for a long time, because these are written in Bill's own handwriting, and that's for purposes of confidentiality, because he wanted to have nobody else involved with this relationship with literally someone who was was close to him. Again, in an era when Lois would rather be gardening. But here we go. Nothing can be such a break on the joy of living as to have around a black mood whose pall covers everybody in reach, and especially with you so very tired, as it was really a mean exhibition of childishness for which I am very, very sorry. Doubly so, for I did not think I could be so self-centered, and I'm sure you know my better self would rather be concerned with making you content, joyful, and secure. I wish I might be endowed with the watchwords to tell you just how deeply and affectionately I regard you as Bobby, my dear partner of our fabulous enterprise, of the sheer joy of being with you and working together in rapport, of these glimpses of our incredible future in which I pray that we may be both contribute to what the Master expects. Bill's West Coast discovery. In the interest of time, I think I should just read you that when he is going to the West Coast and he gets to LA and he spends 3 weeks there, he finds meeting after meeting have similarities. And what he recognizes is it's been this correspondence that's been going on from New York that have formed the basis of how these meetings in California are similar in nature. And then he realized that's what Bobby is doing. That's the correspondence. So he goes, this speech making of mine is a pleasant luxury for people here. He's talking about himself, but no necessity. Thank heaven. It is, on the contrary, you who is needed. More and more I see what you mean to them. They tell me. He had to go to California and learn, in many regards, what people on the field thought of Bobby. And here's a rare newspaper quote by Bobby, and this is a trip that was to Cincinnati, Dayton, Ohio, Louisville, Kentucky, and Parkersburg, West Virginia in March of 1944. And this is, again, we get this Miss Bobby Berger of New York, again, pre-traditions and so forth, that 1,000 women are former alcoholics. And it's one of the rare times that she gets mentioned when Bill and Bobby are together. Among other things that Bobby's responsibilities were, is she was the number one protector of Bill's reputation. Bobby was calling the rumors about Bill's health, calming them, And these are example. Bill is being forced into taking a vacation. He has been overdoing it for the last 10 years, and his doctor, not psychiatrist incidentally, doctor, is now telling him to stop for a while so he can step under his own steam. You can see 3 other examples here. The last one, rumors and even facts do grow on our intangible grapevine. Bill has not had a breakdown, nor has he gone into a hospital. Bill is just plain pooed out after his 10 concentrated years of helping other people. Now, there's a book by Mel Barger, New Wine and so forth, in which Bill writes to Mel Barger and says in that letter that he was depressed for 8 of the 12 years between 1943 and 1955. So in all of that's Bill's words. That's him describing himself. So there's no doubt about the impact that depression had on him. Mike was also, it's magnificent that despite these episodes of depression he had, how creative he was on top of everything else. But still, from what was Bobby, when Bill might not be around for 3 months, it was Bobby's responsibility to say why. And her role was, again, to defend him. This is actually taken out of the Cleveland Central Bulletin, but it's Merry Christmas to you all, from the trustees, from Bobby, and from Lois and me, Bill Wilson. This is the company that Bobby earned by the Christmas of 1944. Can you imagine? From Bobby, from Lois, and me. That's a threesome. And at one time or another, most people would have never known who she even was. This is a new wartime edition of the book, Alcoholics Anonymous. Mike was showing us that the tiniest little one that's in the middle of that awesome collection. But this is because of the acute shortage of book paper, which was sold incidentally by the ton, and believe it or not, paper was being rationed back there too during World War II. Almost everything was being rationed back there. They reduced the weight of the paper used in the book Alcoholics Anonymous, and the only way they could make enough books was to shrink the size. So it turned out to be the 8th printing of the first edition. We have now arrived at the point where, because future reductions of paper, we must sharply cut the overall size. So she was the one that managed that. Bobby, and here we go with another misspelling, but this is when she made the Grapevine in 1945. And you can, 4th line, Bobby B, 5 years in AA, though Bobby works, and how? They know what she does. Here in Manhattan, she is perhaps even better known to the thousands with whom she corresponds all over the country in her capacity as National Secretary of the Central AA office in New York since 1942. More of Bobby's role in protecting Bill from the fellowship. In May 1945, Bill is taking a long leave from active work. May 15, 1945, the doctors advised Bill not to do any traveling to the group, visiting for some time to come. However, he wants to be with Bob in the 10th anniversary, meaning so well that without Bob, AA could have never been. And in December 18th, it continues 6 months later. Perhaps you have not heard that the doctors took Bill away from active work about 1.5 years ago, and he seldom comes into the office. Who's leaves in charge? That's Bobby. And this is a discovery, the possibility that Bill might retire. This is a letter that was written by Bill to Leonard Harrison on May 2nd, 1945. At the last meeting of the foundation, there was discussion of the possibility that I might retire from active participation in the central office and works publishing. The central office, under guidance of the trustees, me, and 2 excellent national secretaries, has been the keystone of the arch under which thousands of alcoholics have found their way to meet a new life. If I should suddenly pass out of the picture, there would be no one left in all AA except Bobby B. Should she leave, we would be in a serious predicament. The whole continuity of the central office is still depending on the good health and continued attention of Mrs. B and me. It is the National Secretary who actually personifies the Alcoholic Foundation, which was that word for which became the GSO. Few have contributed more to our success than Ruth Hawk and Margaret B. May their kind continue as National Secretaries forever. More on the possibility that Bill might retire. For the past year and a half, I have made few decisions, nor have I been much at the central office. I'm happy to say that Mrs. B, that's Bobby, occasionally consulting the trustees on the detail of the office, has done an excellent job. She has operated Work Publishing Inc. for recently, turning out a large new edition of books without any assistance from me whatsoever. 2 or 3 new public relations matters come across her desk each week, many of them requiring an intimate knowledge of the personalities out of the group, as well as a thorough understanding of our public relation policies. I have encouraged her to make these decisions herself, expecting upon issues involving some new or large problem. She has done very well indeed. We might be faced at any time with the problem of finding a new national secretary, someone who would have to train the new secretary. That would be about a 2-year job, assuming that we were lucky enough to find the right one. Consequently, it seems prone to prime importance that we assure a thoroughly qualified understudy as soon as possible. This is one of the pictures of Bobby. It was one of the 3 that you could find on the internet prior to the publication of my book. But and again, this is it's undated. We don't know when it was created. There's a much more famous version, which we'll see later on, that happens to be hanging at Stepping Stones as well. Now, this is the Empty Jug event. This is out of Chattanooga, Tennessee, with a fellow by the name of Carl Kay, who got sober after some false starts on July 18th of 1944. He founded an AA newspaper with 6 weeks of sobriety and no sponsor. Now, what could go wrong with that? Okay, seriously offended when Bill W. declared the Grapevine to be the official magazine of AA in October of 1945. Again, no evidence he ever had a sponsor. Bobby repeatedly encouraged Carl to practice anonymity in his newspaper, but he ignored her recommendation. She often advised Carl's home group. Despite Bobby's repeated attempts, Carl simply disregarded her words. This led to getting Bill involved. And this is Bill Wilson's first letter to Carl Kay. And thank you for your long letter, he starts, but I'm going to skip. No, I won't, come to think of it. My first thought about it is that you and Bobby and I ought to be better acquainted personally. If there had been the case, I doubt you would have found the reason to write us the way you did. I can see you were hurt. In fact, if you knew me better, you could see I'm not what you think I am. You would see that I, like yourself, am just one more fallible alcoholic trying to get along. You might see yourself in an able newspaperman with almost no AA experience. You could see me as a person with no newspaper experience, but nevertheless one who knows the national pulse of AA. That is, of course, if anybody knows it. All right. Truly, your idea that the Empty Jug is a competitive medium has never occurred to any of us here. This you regarded as a competitor in circulation, prestige, or authority came as a complete surprise. Skipping, you can see that we have reached the point of our development where we have to have a periodical which will reflect our national conscience. And skipping again, and it was almost imperative that the national organ be closely linked with our national headquarters here in New York, being geographically as personally. I'm sure that on second thought you will agree with this reasoning. Another, this is more of the same, and I'm skipping next down to these in the interest of time. It is also a powerful tradition that the AA groups have one aim only, to help the sick alcoholic. Sound like Tradition 5, anybody? It is felt that we should never express an opinion on any controversial matter such as politics, religion, prohibition. Okay, we've got traditions here. There is an intense conviction that our safety lies in minding our own business, and strictly, therefore, it was of no surprise that we received scores of complaints about the empty jug when it began to run counter to these well-founded policies. The letters also expressed concern for the empty jug would create mistaken ideas in the minds of newer groups about these vital matters. And this is concluding. I'll just jump to the end here, but please remember that no one is a prophet. The rest of us may be wrong. You might be right, but meanwhile, we shall have to be guided by a collective sense of tradition that has evolved up to this date. Bill wrote very reasonably, and unfortunately, the response in the empty jug was, yes, we know these things, and if we took a drink, too many drinks, many drinks too many times, we would know what would happen beforehand. But teenage boys and girls do not know these things, and they are not told them by liquor advertising or the various mediums of expression, such as the motion picture, radio, and magazines, most of which have various tie-ins with the liquor industry. Those caps are incidentally in the original. Why is Hollywood so interested in the liquid that 90% of the pictures coming out of the glorified drinking? Now, Bill wrote an actually much longer letter that I don't have time for, which also made no impact on Carl whatsoever. So we get rumors, March of 1946. This was on the head page of the empty jug. We place little, this is right in front of the traditions, incidentally. We place little credence in the rumor of the 12 steps being rewritten in New York. We do place credence in the rumor that New York is preparing a manual for group organization. And if they do this, you can trace it to the non-alcoholic influence in the foundation. Where did they get that? I have no idea. Some people are nuts in the subject of organization, but such a manual will not bother anybody. We have as many waking organization manuals now as there are members, and a few printed tomes will just make us all screwier and happier. All right, but then he outdoes himself. In June of 1946, he complained about harassment from New York. Oops, I'm sorry. All right, thanks. All right. He complained about harassment from New York. He was breaking the anonymity of AA members. He insisted that atheists are fools and idiots. Wished a machine gun liquor company executives that he compared to a nest of snakes that wanted to take over the country, turning people into human derelicts. Wrote AA headquarters that they thought Manhattan to be the home of the Garden of Eden and the throne of God, and on top of everything else, he accused Hollywood movies executives of murder. Fortunately, God did for us what we couldn't do for ourselves. He died just a little bit in front of his second AA birthday. He was only 42 years old. But again, this is the number one example that I've yet come across for the absolute necessity of traditions. And it becomes very clear, that Bill did not come up with traditions just because he had nothing better to do. This was the absolute kind of thing that was happening right in front of him. And, in terms of Tradition 6 and Tradition 10 being so absolutely incredibly important, and then also Tradition 5 saying why the meetings exist in the first place. So it's about as classic an example as you can get. This is a Bill's February 27th, 1946 letter to Bobby. So the timing of this is right in front of the traditions. And again, we're not very nice people without them. And there's, you can tell there's a great deal of disturbance in his words. Yesterday's experience in town has convinced me that I shall have to hasten my pardoning with our national activities. It was so alarmingly severe that I dare not risk many more, worse than the time I left for Florida 2 years ago, worse because of 100 such experiences that have worn any lingering hope that I shall ever be better under the present conditions. The power of my obsession has finally dispelled the notion that I could ever basically improve as things are now. I need to make a decision like yours of 2 years ago. I wish I knew what that was. You had to see clearly what was impossible for you. You then declared it, acted upon it, and stuck to your course without a hairbreadth's deviation. All last year, I wanted 1,000 times to make a decision, but I could not. I would hope something might turn up, remedy, a diversion, or maybe a fresh experience that would bring release. More of the same letter. I didn't want to throw the full burden of our national affairs on you and the others. I could not leave unfinished tasks undone, for whose complexion I felt terribly responsible, so I continued my misleading course without a rudder. And for these same reasons, I'm still on that same course, yawing badly, heeling over dangerously. Shall I keep on like this? And if so, for what good end? And with what? The resources to stay with the ship on this course seem to be gone. I can't even seem to surrender my obsessing nor drive it away, nor has anyone been able to take it away. Even God in his wisdom has not seen fit to intervene. I lived on a borrowed time, and I feel I belong to AA, that I had no right to make this new bid for personal freedom. Feeling no ability to decide that conflict, I collapsed. It is the same way about coming to New York. When here, I'm irresistibly drawn there. When there, I must soon fly back here. That deadlock can't continue too much longer without serious consequences. There has to be a decision, and I don't see how it can be the decision to stay on. We've given that one a 2-year trend, nor can I stand forever the whipsaw of indecision. Nevertheless, here's Bobby's personal observations about Bill. He's tops in my book. There never was, nor never will be, another Bill W. He is such a naive person that he hasn't the slightest idea how truly great he is. It takes a Bill to turn on the lights, so to speak. Someday, all this early history will be written, I suppose, in Bill's biography, for I can see that coming, even if he can't. And then we have Bill has given us his last 10 years without any thought of himself. This is another, this picture was actually taken in San Francisco in October of 1946. This is one of the actual few pictures we actually have a firm date on that happened to be in the collection. But this was when Bobby took a trip to Los Angeles and then in San Francisco. And this is what happened to be in Luella Parsons' gossip column. I think she was in 400 newspapers or something like that. And it reads, here in our own town is Margaret B., secretary of the National Alcoholics Anonymous. She came to close a deal with Hal Wallace for putting Alcoholics Anonymous on the screen. But the deal will not be actually closed until she approves the script. When one of our well-known agents offered $50,000 to buy it for Leo McCary and later for Monogram, Miss B replied, we're not interested in money. We represent half the wealth of the country. We're just increased in helping people. The only reason for putting the story on the screen now is the belief that someone who is cursed with a craving for a drink can be encouraged to overcome it. Not one single word of this was true, but nevertheless, that was the kind of gossip that could be caused for the time. And actually, Grace Cultus out of Chicago, who was not an alcoholic but a good friend of Bobby, writes a very amusing letter about, if this is all that about money, where's mine? But this gets us then. Take a look at the explosive growth from 1945 to 1949. Everything quadruples, just about. The budget quadruples, the groups do, the members do, and the employees. Bobby, again, at the beginning of 1945 was the only AA, but by 1949 she has, there might be as many as 20 people at the foundation, again, not called the GSO until 1954, and she had 3 females working for her. This is Bill's writing, and it is out of the Alcoholic Foundation of Yesterday, Today, and tomorrow, which is dated as April of 1947. At the general office, the vast outcome of 9 years of exciting experience reposes in our files in the heads of our 2 secretaries. Because of their station at the heart of AA, they are bound to have a broader view than most of us. Out of the strenuous experience, they have developed effective ways of handling the multitude of problems and situations that press for answers. They have an immense personal acquaintance that stretches all over the globe. With them, a crisis of the day is routine. We are coming to see that a permanently successful operation of the general office will depend on the preservation of these accumulated experiences and contrasts. Nevertheless, in a very brief period of time, there is 2 very significant Grapevine articles. One is AA leadership is becoming a rotating matter. AA is to function by fundamental principles, both of those in October of 1947. And Bill is starting to visualize that AA has to continue without personalities. And while many times the focus on those kind of personalities are on Dr. Bob and Bill himself, that also implies to the office. And it also implies, without anybody saying so, it applies to Bobby. Times have changed, as everyone knows. AA since exceeded our wildest explanations. Speaking for Dr. Bob and myself, we feel that our oldsters, Bobby was an oldster, need not take the prominent roles we once did. Skipping, AA may be able to function upon the power of its own fundamental principles rather than upon the prestige or inspiration of highly personalized leadership. Bobby was highly personalized leadership. Bobby's observation in January of 1948. Bill is still struggling, and underneath all my agreement, I realize his wisdom. AAs must one day learn to operate without Bill, and he hopes to see that the structure to go into effect while he is around. He simply cannot answer every letter that comes in and usually tosses his mail to either Charlotte, who was Bobby's chief assistant at that time, or me for answering. Bill is spending all of his time on writing and working out the traditions. Incidentally, the traditions will be the subject of his talks on this trip now being planned. This is a letter from Tom Yutzi of the Grapevine, and this is, again, introducing the winds of change that we're coming on as AA matures. My conclusions regarding the Grapevine undoubtedly reflect my personal opinion. Making careers out of AA can be dangerous to both the individuals and to AA. Skipping, I know that we have sought through your organization plans to prevent the development of a bureaucracy in AA and the creation of positions of personal power. Bobby had that personal power. I also think that the more widely the policies of anonymity in office, rotation of office, principle over person, and service over career can be applied to all AA activities, the safer the future of the movement will be. Of course, Bobby was a paid employee, Bill Wilson was not. But here's Bill's 1948 Christmas message. And I'm just going to skip, out of the interest of time, to just the last. The trustees, the Grapevine, Dr. Bob, Ann, Bobby, Lois, and I wish you the happiest of New Year's. That, again, is the company that, and just very briefly, this is a thank you from Bobby and Bill. It's obviously entire to read, but you can see this is January of 1949, and this is just simply a thank you note from Bobby for all the good wishes that he received, and you can see also that Bill signed it down at the bottom. Now the workaholic defined was actually, I did a little research, and the term was first used in Canada, and it was a humorous piece, April 5 of 1947 edition of the Toronto Daily Star. If you are cursed with the incomparable craving for work, call Workaholics Anonymous, and a reformed worker will aid you back to happy idleness. Okay. Well, Bobby, in every shape and form, was a workaholic. and I just have it here in bold, but I just cannot leave the office for any length of time, and it follows if I do accept our invitation, I must accept many. That was the same problem, Bobby, that Bill had as well. And I brought my dictating machine home. She didn't type, incidentally. She always had it typed. Her work was typed by somebody else. But I brought my dictating machine home, and I'm hoping that someday that Mike comes across a wire reporting of Bobby, because we have no recording of her at all, as we do for Nell Wing, as we do for Ruth Hawk. This is the poem dated June 10th of 1949. If you see a tall fellow ahead of a crowd, a leader of men marching fearless and proud, and you know of a tale whose more telling aloud would mean that his head must in anguish be bound, it's a pretty good plan to forget it. If you know of a thing that will darken the joy of a man or a woman, a girl or a boy, that will wipe out a smile, or at least way annoy, or cause any gladness or brightness to cloy, it's a pretty good plan, forget it. This was dated June 10th of 1949 and was the last thing we found before her relapse. Bobby resigned on June 13th, 1949. She had likely relapsed previously. Later, she wished to learn why she drank. Bobby's explanation to Leonard Harrison, no one could be more grateful than I to be here with Dr. Tebow. That was, of course, one of Bill's psychiatrists as well. I had hoped and often prayed to hang on until August and a vacation, but that would have been only a temporary solution to something which has been fundamentally wrong for me for years, probably long before I found AA. The compulsive, frantic activity which I misnamed necessary turned me into a machine which could not stop until it broke down in every way. No one ever made me or even asked me to work as I did. I just couldn't help it, and I didn't know why. Out of this chaos will come something better than I have ever known, and perhaps someday I can be truly useful, maybe for the first time in my life. And I read the last sentence, and of course she was terrifically useful, but somebody in deep depression can write things like that. This AA service manual, it's Concept 11, and it deals with rotation in 1962. And in interest of time, I'm not going to go in detail with this, but if you look, again, Concept 11 on rotation, you'll find that Bill blames Bobby for $50,000 shortage in contributions. And in the book, I did every bit I could to find out whether or not that claim of $50,000, it's the only dollars that were ever been in the service manual. And I ended up finding what the budgets were for 48, 49, 50, 51, 52. And I will say, this is Bill doing one of his parables. This is not something that is based on statistics. It's something that based on when Bill wants to make a point, he will use a circumstance and put his message to it. And that's how I believe that this, but it is, he doesn't mention Bobby's name, but it's obvious that it couldn't be anybody else, and you could take a look at that yourself. Bobby, and I always get a little emotional with regards to this, but these are the accolades from around the world in the latter half of 1945, and there's 7 of them here, but there's probably 30 that are equivalent to this. How many times have I found muttering the very words that you have said to me, and what a solace and help they have been from India. They are that we are no longer struggling in the very great part due to your help and encouragement in your letters of advice from Ireland. The work you have done for AAs in the States and abroad will go on now. AAs remember always with the deepest gratitude that they owe what they owe you, Australia. Your love for AA has paved every thought and action with inspiration and encouragement for the sick alcoholic out of Massachusetts. You have our love, our devotion, and our blessings. We will be with you always, right to the end. May God spare and keep you, Michigan. I just can't imagine, though I have much without you steering things. Glad I'm not there. I'd miss you too much. Take it easy, my dear, and always remember you have a place in the hearts of many that no one can ever fill. That was out of Illinois. The handbook for the secretary, which came out in September 9 of 1949, and this was 3 months after Bobby left, but a great deal of that original handbook had to have been the work of Bobby. Bobby's amends to Bill and Lois, dated September 16th of 1939. I understand that you are feeling badly. This again, Bobby to Bill. I am sorry, more than I can tell you, and so wish you might find your way out of your darkness. I think of you often and pray for you much. It is so much easier to pray for others than for one's own self. Have you ever been able to understand how much I wish I could have avoided the pain caused you and Lois? It is beginning to come to me that these things cannot be explained in words, but are only felt through understanding because of my illness, and so little I know of it. A small bit of the suffering you have gone through is clear to me. About 8 years ago, you opened the door to 30 Vesey Street, and in so doing, that was the foundation address at the time, and in so doing, you gave me what might have been a useful life. Along the way, I took a detour and lost myself. I hope one day I can earn the right to do something so you will feel your faith in me was not completely misplaced. Bill's reply to Bobby's amends, which was almost immediate. You said you felt sorry you would cause Lois and me disturbance. So far as I'm concerned, that will always be quite the other way around. I cannot doubt that my own obstinate, yes, downright willful illness hung like a millstone around your neck. God knows how long I've been learning, too, that self-condemnation leads so subtly but so surely to the condemnation of others. I often wish the word blame could be taken out of feeling and speech forever. I've always looked up to you, your illnesses notwithstanding, as a person of marvelous inner integrity, something for more basic than I ever had. I want you to know how much I appreciate this great gift of yours, how you went all out to share it with me. And Bill's Christmas letter to Bobby. Christmas makes me want to say some things, not new things, just old ones you must ever forget. I want you to remember, since I'm the only one who can have any real idea of what your labor for AA meant to us in its infancy, just how much I appreciate and love you for that. Then there is your capacity for devotion, of which Lois and I and so many have been the continuous receivers for years. Though in my case, your unswerving loyalty was so often undeserved. Also believe that pain can be, and usually is, the price of touchstone of progress, but I know it's hard to cling to that fact when suffering is intense and you feel all done. Now I understand you must have been your feelings as you helplessly had to watch me stuck in the murk. If only neurosis could be more enjoyable. And there's the example of Bill's handwriting of those two letters. So there's no doubt of the authenticity of what he wrote. Bobby tried to make a career in Hollywood. For some reason or another, she took the I out of Bobby, and she was, I guess, reinventing her name. Her Hollywood credit in the Kroger Bad movie, One Too Many, released in 1950. She was also an advisor for the Hal Wallace movie Come Back Little Sheba in 1952, which starred Burt Lancaster and earned an Oscar for Shirley Booth. She stayed close enough to AA to be at Dr. Bob's memorial service, and she was the fourth person to sign the memorial book, of which there are 29 pages, and I believe they're all those pages are at Brown University. Never has, and this is Bill's letter to Bobby, Christmas of 1950, never has there been a Christmas where old friends were such a cause for gratitude. And no one do I owe more than to those days when we were together, when we helped fashion the shape of things to come, are set down in my book of the never to be forgotten. My endless thanks to you, dear Bobby. Should 1951 bring any cloud, may it soon be dispelled, and I may help you do that. For now, Merry Christmas, dear partner. This is a picture of Bobby dancing at her daughter's Sybil's wedding. Gloria was one daughter and Sybil was the other. This was in June 28th of 1952, and she was known for wearing little hats, and you can see a little hat that was on her head at that time. It's part of the 700 pages that came down to me from Vermont was a 99-page dream diary. And in it, if there were any pleasant dreams that was in that dream diary, she didn't write them down. She was tired of living alone. She was tired of drinking accusations. Charlotte was Bobby's best friend. Charlotte went out as well. She had dreams about Bill Wilson frequently. Sometimes she felt close to him, other times she felt she was being harshly judged, sometimes she was back in the office and ignored, but basically when she went to bed, the circus started. She had 16 dreams of various encounters with unknown men. She would wake up married. She had, she might have been dancing with her, with David Sawyer, her dancing partner, but it's just incidentally, it's all typed as well. She died on February 17th, 1953 by a planned suicide at the age of 49, 24 years after the death of her husband Norman, almost to the day. Family shame led to the lie. A cause of death was reported to be from chronic cardiovascular disease. She wanted no funeral. Bobby's last words, "Darling, I love you. Please forgive me. I've got to do this. Tell Lauren," which was her oldest grandchild and one of the supporters of this project, "when she grows up that I have her, but I can't face her. I have a copy of the suicide note. There is no doubt to its authenticity. I just don't consider it to be appropriate to display." No record that she ever had a sponsor. Was Bill? No record of her attending regular meetings in New York once she became national secretary. AA simply appears to become a job. Her compulsive pursuit of that job became obsessive. Without the job, she lost her identity and felt ashamed. She drank in 1941 and 1949 and 1951 at least, but did have periods of sobriety when she attended AA meetings in California. She was not a partner, not a dancer, not a national secretary. Her role was eliminated by the principles of rotation and anonymity. She was succeeded by 2 senior general secretaries, but there were no national secretaries after her. And it's impossible to read, but on the right side this is her death certificate, and there's no doubt that his cardiovascular was on the death certificate, but sometimes families had simply were able to persuade the doctor for giving a false. Bill's March 1953 AA Grapevine Tribute. Margaret B., affectionately known throughout AA as Bobby, passed away in her sleep on February 17th of an unforeseen heart ailment. That's not Bill's fault. That is simply what is reported to him. She had headed our General Service Office in New York for all years of AA's adolescent, that exciting but fearsome period when no one could tell for sure whether our fledgling society would survive or not. Across her desk came thousands of pleas for help from individuals and hundreds from the growing anxious groups who wanted to be advised of the latest AA experience in meeting the problems that assailed them. I was out of this experience that AA's tradition was formed, and upon our tradition, her devoted labor sent a mark which will endure as so long as God will have our society last. Her pioneering work has proved an inspiring precedent for every intergroup and foundation secretary, and her departure creates in the heart of each of our friends a void which can only be filled by the memory of what she left and the assurance that her destiny will be happy and secure. And this letter is truly a beautiful letter written by Bill to Gloria, which was one of Bobby's daughters. This is to tell you how deeply I share the loss of your good mommy with you, and also I write to offer you every reassurance and possible help that I can. My first recollection is of the tremendous depth of gratitude we all owe her. I think of the thousands she helped, those many who will never realize the unfailing devotion and love she gave them. Then there will be times, people like you and me who were close, who did better understand her magnificent spirit and her love for us. And this we are but to appreciate more and more as time passes. I know that this will be it will be as true for you as it is for me. About my great regret is that I failed to return here, a little hard for me to return in kind that which she gave me. First, that she never seemed to receive from life all that she put into it. Yet I am sure you must share with me the comforting thought that her new life, a little way out of sight and learning, has only just begun, and that it is surely must be filled with a bright promise, for no one that I have ever known could be more deserving. At any time you feel the need of anything that I can do for you, please call upon me instantly, for I shall be able to show you the affection I bear for your mother and for you. A possible conclusion. Bobby's suicide note, I've got to do this. Robert Thompson, in his biography of Bill, wrote in 1975, for many, Bill W. had become their spiritual mentor. It seemed inconceivable that their Bill, who had been released from his obsession and not by some means been freed from every other difficulty and defect, they simply did not want to believe that this man could on occasion be crippled by depressions. Had Bobby lived and shared what she knew about Bill, she could have seriously damaged Bill's reputation, which would undermine his guidance and harmed Alcoholics Anonymous. She had thanklessly protected and guarded Bill all her years of national secretary. Why did she not get to know her? Why was she all but forgotten by the vast majority of the fellowship? She never told her story. She could not tell her story. She was tortured by loneliness. AA's fantastic communicator, from Nell Wing. I can't tell you the number of alcoholics all over the world who owe their sobriety to that special lady. And then among her private papers, very little has been found critical of anyone else except herself. Only one of two national secretaries that AA ever had. Thank you very much.
Keeping us right on schedule too, Gary. Well done. Thanks again. What a great story. We've got about 15 minutes until our next session. We'll go ahead and take a little break. Until then, 2:45 is the time we're shooting for to start back up. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started now. Before we jump in with our next presentation, I would like to take a moment to let everyone know that recordings of this event and many other events are available at lightmedia.com, courtesy of Roger. That's LYGHT media.com. Thank you, Roger. So, yes, if you want a recording of this or any other conferences you may have been to and think Roger might have it, take a look, see what he's got. How many do you have up there, would you say? He's got a lot. All right. Thank you again, Roger. Our next presenter, you may be familiar with. It's Mike again. Mike, come on up.
Can you all tell he's my son? Andrew's our oldest. Tim is my nephew. So we've really kind of got, my dad was in AA, my kids are in AA, my nephews are in AA. So my dogs meet all the time. So I'm Mike, still an alcoholic. Sobriety date hasn't changed since this morning, April 23rd of '85, and for that I'm grateful. Again, I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank Gary again for the presentation that he gave, but more importantly on that, for the work that he did studying about Bobby and her history and her legacy and making that available so she is not forgotten. Thank you, Gary. I wonder how many other people who have made significant contributions to Alcoholics Anonymous that we may have overlooked or forgotten. And I think that's part of the job of the historians, is to find out. And I love what Gary said about amateur historians. I am not educated as an archivist, as a historian. Really, you know, when I got my diploma, I walked across the stage and somebody in the back yelled drugs. So I was just a disappointment to everybody. What's happened in my life has been an unfolding of goodness because I've had good sponsorship, I've kept myself into the book, I've worked with others, and I've had a great experience of love that's shared with me that I continue to try to share with others. I want to recognize Dan and Nancy at the back table, okay? Nancy is taking care of all of the responsibilities of the coffee and water and taking care of things. Dan comes to us from a background and career of working in the industry of music, so the sound that you're hearing today was set up by Dan, and we appreciate you, Dan. And I just love Dan and Nancy. They're two of my newest friends, and they've been so supportive of Recovery Speakers and of the work that I do and encouragement that I'm just grateful. And I thank you, Dan, as well as everyone else who's come up. And, you know, Paul W., who's going to speak tonight. I'm going to share. Paul doesn't know I'm doing this. He sent me a text last night, and I'm going to read it to you. An honor to speak to them. That's this group that he's going to talk to tonight. What's interesting about your gift is the fact that it is medicinal, healing, as well as amassing the holy archives and pieces of our past, treasures, and the proof of our miraculous beginnings. Every link to a speaker download you've made available has the potential to connect with someone, to light the fire, to inspire and feed their recovery. You've fed mine repeatedly. We never know when we're going to say or hear something that is just what we need to be heard that day. That moment to change a life. I hope you give yourself permission to feel a real sense of accomplishment as well as earned feeling of pride. You deserve it. I want you to know that, that was, when I read this last night, that Paul just randomly sent me again. I shed some tears, not because I'm such a significant person, no, because people are recognizing the value of the work that we do, and they're seeing that this work is important, and that's what turns me on. It isn't about me. It's about being able to uncover, discover, and discard, like Chuck C. said. Now I'm going to get into the presentation here because it's called A Golden Thread on AA History. And it starts out with a little recording of Bill, and this was done at a picnic. They have an annual picnic at Stepping Stones every year. Lois started this, and they've continued the tradition since she has passed on. This particular recording was June 6th, 1966.
Lois and I, certainly in our view, think that we are the two most fortunate people in the world today. And we have our reasons. And these reasons are rooted in the miracle of AA, now enlarged and succeeded to by Al-Anon. We have lived in two houses since AA began. The first was at Clinton Street, Brooklyn. We didn't own the place. The mortgage was foreclosed, and we had to get out in 1939. But by then, the principles of recovery for the alcoholic that we know as the 12 steps had already emerged. We're in a textbook called Alcoholics Anonymous. So far, so good. Now, as we look back to our coming here in 41, it's hard to believe that only 2 years before, there had been only 100 AA members and 3 groups. However, a formula for recovery was above ground, and it was being moved within the view of the world and of the alcoholics in it, little by little. So far, so good. But this, in retrospect, seems but a bare beginning of this vast and incredible unfoldment that gives you and Lois and me these incomparable joys. Any words?
You can hear Bill's gratitude for AA and Al-Anon, the gratitude for having a home that he was able to share with others at these picnics, and to be able to do what he did and to give both to Al-Anon and AA. At Al-Anon's first international conference, which was held in 1961, Bill was speaking there, and during his speech, he said this to Al-Anon. Al-Anon is the greatest thing that has happened to alcoholics, or is the greatest thing to happen since Alcoholics Anonymous started. The reason for your phenomenal growth and your success is because you're dealing with the part of the alcoholic that is worse, and that is his personality. Bill loved Al-Anon. Bill encouraged Lois to start Al-Anon. So the house that you see here is Stepping Stones, the home of Bill and Lois. They moved in here in May of 1939. And, oh, wait a minute. They were thrown out of their house in May of '39 on Clinton Street, and they moved in at Stepping Stones in 1941, April. So that is when they got their home. Still there. It's now a museum. I recommend, if you're able, to support Stepping Stones. The work that they're doing is absolutely phenomenal. SteppingStones.org. Go there. They have a digital archive that you can sign up, and you can see some great things from Bill and Lois's house. The work they're doing is absolutely phenomenal, and they deserve and need our support. So please, if you're able, we would love to see you support Stepping Stones and Dr. Bob's house. Both places are doing some incredible work. This is Mike Wallace with Bill Wilson on weekday radio. We don't have the date on here, but I'm pretty sure this was 1956 as well. And this was also on a record, okay? A disc. So we were able to record it, and this little piece is just Bill and Mike Wallace reciting together the Serenity Prayer.
I wonder if you would be kind enough to repeat for us the Serenity Prayer used by A.A. Bill.
God grant us the serenity to accept the things we cannot change, courage to change the things we can, and wisdom to know the difference.
Isn't that wonderful?
Sure is, not just for AA. God grant us the serenity to accept the things we cannot change, courage to change the things that we can, and the wisdom to know the difference.
I think the description of the prayer, as Bill said before, is that it's like a tent that encompasses and covers all of us.
Thank you so much, Bill, for being with us. Again, our great thanks to you people.
And God bless you in your work.
Things like that, I don't know about you, but to listen to Bill and Mike Wallace share the Serenity Prayer on a radio program in the 50s, that's just incredible. That's the stuff that when we find it, we want to share it. We want to get it out there so people can hear it and know what was going on. And that the complete interview is on the website, Recovery Speakers, so you can hear the entire interview. Here's Ebby, Bill's sponsor. This recording is sharing about the introduction of the Oxford group through his friends Shep Cornell and Zebra Graves. The recording was made in Great Bend, Kansas on February 21st, 1961. Now, Ebby had a relapse shortly 39 months after he had his sobriety. And he got sober in August of 1934. He either had 39 or 29 months of consecutive sobriety, and then he went out, and unfortunately, he bounced around for quite a number of years. And Bill was able to get some of his friends in Texas, and Bill had some great friends in Texas, and he was able to get those folks to accept Ebby and to have Ebby come down. And Searcy and some of the guys in Texas scooped Ebby up and started taking him to meetings. They got him detox, they got him back to health, took him to meetings, and he stayed there about 10 years and stayed sober and did some incredible work. He talked at some of the meetings for us, and he went out and did things. You know, a lot of people paint a picture of Ebby just being an angry guy. He wasn't. He wasn't. And my sponsor, Big John, used to go fishing with Ebby in Texas, and John would tell me Ebby was a blast to hang out with. He would tell stories, he had jokes, he was a funny guy. I don't know that Ebby was ever a step-working, reworking, participating member of Alcoholics Anonymous, but we can't take away the fact that he was the first guy. He was the one that carried that message. And we never want to forget Ebby. It's important that we know Ebby. Anyway, I want you to hear this recording of Ebby. Some of the recordings we've had to try to level off and make them so they're good. So I hope you've been able to understand and hear most of what we've shared today.
Well, I'm a little ahead of my story there, because just 3 or 4 weeks before that, 2 men had come to see me. The boys that I'd known for years and drunk with. And I had been drunk more times than they had because I couldn't, I was more of an alcoholic than they were. In fact, I think they were both heavy drinkers, not alcoholics. But anyway, they wandered into my house and they sat down and a lot of hemming and hawing, and finally they kind of opened up. I couldn't figure out what the dickens they were driving at. They said, did you ever think of turning your life over to God? You've been trying to run it Abby Thatcher's way all your life and you're not getting very far. And I said, we've run into something and he's done us a lot of good and we'd like to give it to you. And they had become associated with a group called the Oxford Group. And they talked pretty good common sense to me and I liked the cut of the whole thing, and so I determined I'd do something about it.
That was Ebby. Now, Ebby, Ebby didn't get sober right away. Ebby got in trouble again. And when he got in trouble, he had to go back to the court. When I went to the court, and one of the two guys that came to see him that day, they left a book with Ebby when they went to visit him. In the book, we've got one on the back table. It's called I Was a Pagan, okay? And it was written by a New York advertising alcoholic, okay? And it was published in 1934, and he was a member of the Oxford Group. Okay? But he also got to know Bill W. and attended AA meetings. But Vic Kitchen tells his story in that book. And Ebby got that book from these guys, and he said he had this feeling that he had to get rid of the alcohol in his house. So he tells the story of going down the stairs into the basement, and opening up the door, and there were 6 bottles of Ballantine ale. Okay, and he said he would go down and he'd look at it, and he went back upstairs. He'd go, no, the judge told me that I couldn't drink. I have to go back there sober. And then he would go back upstairs, and he said, a little bit later, he'd go back downstairs and peek back in the refrigerator. He was getting thirsty. Finally, he knew he was going to drink. So he went down there, he put the 6 bottles of ale in a paper bag, and he took them over and gave them to his neighbor. It was the first time Ebby did anything like that. It was the first real attempt at trying to get sober. And then he goes to court, and while he's in court, one of the 2 guys that came to see him's dad was a judge, Judge Graves, okay? And I have a son who's an alcoholic, okay? And he's sober. And the Chandler Police Department helped that happen because I was 27 years sober when they raided my house. Okay? And I was laying on the floor in handcuffs next to my wife, thinking that my life is in divine order, unfolding into goodness. Think for a moment. Think for a moment. Go back to August 1934. Here is a guy that's hopeless drunk, about to be locked up. Stands in front of the judge in his scrubby clothes. And those 2 men that came to call on him were in court. But this time they brought a friend, and his name was Roland Hazard. And Roland Hazard had been sober through the Oxford Group. This was the other gentleman that was with Zebra Graves, Shep Cornell, and this is Roland Hazard. So Judge Graves' son, Zebra, had been getting in trouble because he was drinking. His alcoholism was progressing, he was getting worse. He met Roland Hazard and began to attend meetings of the Oxford Group, and he got sober. And Judge Graves, on that particular day, was, as a magistrate, he was supposed to, because this was Ebby's 3rd strike, he was supposed to give him at least 6 months in jail. And Judge Graves looked over his bench at those 4 men standing in front of him. Roland Hazard, his son, Zebra Graves, Shep Cornell, and Ebby Thatcher. And only as a father who could see the change in his own son, with the love of a father for the fact that his son was getting better, was able to look at Ebby and look at Roland and say, if you can do for him what you've done for my son, I will release him to your custody. And Ebby walked a free man. Had that not happened, we would not be sitting here. See, alcoholism is a family illness. Alcoholism affects all of us and our families and our neighborhoods. And back then when these guys were starting to put these pieces together, they were trying to create unity within everyone. And when you look at this compassionate father who's grateful for his son's sobriety, saying, you can walk a free man. I can tell you from my own personal experience, as difficult as it was on that day, July 11th, that I was in handcuffs where they were arresting my son. I would have given the Chandler Police Department permission to raid my house every single day if I knew the outcome was going to be sobriety in a different life. I am so thankful. Terry's not here, but he and others surrounded Josh and lifted him up and started getting him out. And that when I study the history and I see this Seabrook Graves and Judge Graves and Roland Hazard, it just resonates with me because of my own experience. And Howard taught me. He said, Bill Wilson in the 12 and 12 said in step 11, self-examination, prayer, and meditation, when logically interwoven, will create an unshakable foundation for life. Okay? When I came to Alcoholics Anonymous, I was not looking for an unshakable foundation for life. I was looking for a job, a girlfriend, and a place to live. And I'd have taken a girl that had a job and a place to live and been happy. But see, what I didn't know is I didn't know. I didn't know. Big John would say things like, don't look for something that's not there. I changed the way I looked at Alcoholics Anonymous because of the example of the people that had gone before me. Honestly, it wasn't the book. The book gave me the spiritual tools, but it was the people. It was the love. It was the kindness. It was sitting in that library with Bill and Arbutus and John and meeting these guys and having them read to me from AA Comes of Age and the 12 and 12 and the traditions and pounding this stuff into my head. This is how I learned to respect AA. And I remember I dropped one of my lines at Bill's house and I could get about a 7-word sentence out and 3 of them would start with F. And he pounded his finger down on the table and he said, the first thing we clean up in here is our mouth. And I remember I said to Big John, what's up with Grumpy, man? You guys are I'm 25 years old. You guys are going to tell me how to talk? And he said, this program saved our life and it might save yours. He said, we knew Bill W. and Lois. We knew a lot of the pioneers that chiseled this thing out so we could be sober today. Bill's not asking you to do anything other than respect the men and the women who have gone before you. It's not that big of a request. So from that day to this day, I haven't found it necessary to use profanity at a meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous. Well, Ebby, there's a picture of Ebby with Bill. This was taken in St. Louis in 1955 at the convention. And this little talk of Ebby, remember the dollar bill story this morning, okay? And y'all have read Bill's story in the big book, okay? The ringing of the phone, my friend comes over, we sit at the table. Well, Ebby had a little different version of that, and I want you to hear Ebby's version.
I called him up one night. I didn't get Bill, but I got Lois, his wife, and told her what had happened to me, that this might kind of show me something. Well, I'd only been sober myself then about possibly 6 or 7 weeks. But I think sometimes the initial effect that we get from a thing is we're more powerful then than we are later on. We get stale. Well, anyway, Lois said, why don't you come over to dinner?
of night. And then she mentioned the date. I said, fine. So that night I went over about 5:30, I guess, in the evening. And I rang the bell at 182 Clinton Street. The only person home was an old colored man named Green, who I've known for years. He'd been with the family, and Lois's family, that is. And he said they're both out, both Mrs. Wilson and Mr. Wilson are out, but come on in. So pretty soon Bill appeared, and he's been drinking, but he wasn't too bad. And he said hello, and this, that, and the other thing, and he's kind of edging around. Then he made an excuse. He had to go out and get some ice cream and something else for supper. And of course, I knew what he was going after. I understand. I've done it so many times myself. So then Lois came in. And there was another girl invited. There was a girl invited because she lived upstairs and had made the place into some apartments. So we all sat down at dinner. And Bill's got a little garbled in the book about the gin across the kitchen table, but it don't make any difference. The idea is there. And we had dinner, and then we all moved upstairs, and in those houses, and in the back there in the east, most of the living rooms on the second floor. So we moved up on the second floor, and after a little hemming and hawing, Lois said, well, let's hear about yourself. So I started in. I guess they got me wound up, and I guess I talked to put in 1 o'clock in the morning. And I remember Bill said I walked the subway with her. And I knew that he wasn't going to go for a drink, or he had a bottle in the house anyway. And on the way over, he put his arms around my shoulder just before I went on the subway and said, I don't know what you got, kid, but you got something, and I want to get it.
I don't know what you got, kid, but you got something, and I want to get it. And that's what Bill said to Ebby as he put his arm around him. I don't know what you got, kid, but I want it. See, the message was delivered. Bill didn't take the action immediately. He tried. He had one final relapse, and he found himself in Towns Hospital for the last time. And Ebby came to see him while he was laying in the hospital bed on the 3rd day. And he said Ebby was standing in the doorway, and Bill woke, and Ebby, come on in. And Bill said, my first thought was, why is he not out looking for a job? They all needed jobs. And then Bill said, the next thought was, this is a man who practices what he preaches. Come on in here, Ebby, he said. Come on in, Ebby. Could you please reacquaint me with that simple formula that you shared with me at my house on Clinton Street just a few weeks ago? And Ebby said, well, Bill, you got to be licked. You got to be done. You got to surrender. You got to accept it. You have to start to believe in some sort of God, even if you try it as an experiment. You have to write down your story, your history, the things you've done and who you've done them to, and then have a confession. From that, we attempt to pay restitution to those that we have harmed, and then we carry this message to others. And Ebby left. And I also want you to know that the original 12th step, when it was drafted, said this: having had a spiritual experience as a result of this course of action, we tried to carry this message to others, especially alcoholics. So there was a strong desire, okay, in the very, very beginning, to take what they were doing and bring it out and evangelize, help people, get people involved. The Oxford group were coming out with books like Life Changers, For Sinners Only, I Was a Pagan. These are the kind of books that were popular at the time within the Oxford group. And here, I had Ebby share his version of the kitchen table experience. It doesn't sound like Bill's version, and we know Bill taught often with parables and stories so that he would get us interested, but he could move the point. He could get the point across, okay, so we would understand it. So the power that Ebby shared with Bill was one of pure love. Ebby was a desperate man who knew Bill, and knew Bill was in trouble, and he knew Bill was sick. And he felt like he had an answer, and he was willing to share that. I hope that we're willing to inconvenience ourselves to help the next suffering alcoholic. It is so critically important that that hand of kindness and consideration that was extended to you and me, that continues to be extended to those that have yet not made it here. So Bill went on and, well, I'll close that part by just saying this. Bill's story in the Big Book, Ebby's story that he told in Great Bend, Kansas, don't sound the same, okay? I don't know whose version was accurate. Bill was drunk and Ebby was sober. Charles Towns, founder of Towns Hospital in New York, where Bill received treatment several times, and in 1934 for the last time, achieving sobriety and founding Alcoholics Anonymous. Here's Charles Towns. I want to recommend a book that was written by Gary N. called King Charles. You can get it on Amazon, and it's available in several printings, I believe. So, Gary, and if you have questions, just go to Gary. I want everybody to go to Gary. Okay? Oh, this little guy, okay? With China blue eyes, the little doctor who loved drunks. Dr. Silkworth formulated the medical framework and spiritual foundation of what would eventually become the program of Alcoholics Anonymous. He was considered to be a medical saint by AA and AA members. I believe he really, truly was a medical saint. And this article, leader and founding and development of the Alcoholics Anonymous, Dr. Silkworth passed away on March 23rd, 1951, at the age 77. This is an invitation that Dr. Silkworth received from Bill Wilson to attend the John D. Rockefeller dinner in New York. Dr. Silkworth is the one that said to Bill, "No, Bill, you're not crazy. You're not hallucinating. I don't know what you experienced, but I know this. Whatever it was is better than the way you were just a few hours ago. Hang on to it, Bill." And he nurtured that. What if Silkworth would have said to him, "Bill, we've got some high-powered sedatives. We're going to give them to you. You're going to sleep for a couple of days. Okay? And after you sleep, we're going to have you meet with some of our mental health specialists and see if they can help you with this." That's what most of the medical profession would have done at that time. But Dr. Silkworth didn't do that. Dr. Silkworth saw something different. He felt something different. And he responded differently. The golden thread of Alcoholics Anonymous. I just wonder what would have happened if Silkworth would have said, "No, Bill, you're hallucinating." Here's another guy that was friends of Bill and Lois. They attended the Oxford Group meetings at this guy's church. He was a leader of the Oxford Group in the United States. Frank Bookman was the overall leader of the Oxford Group, but Sam Shoemaker was running the Oxford Group in New York City through his church at Calvary Episcopal Church in New York. They had, as part of that, a mission too. So a lot of the alcoholics would go stay at the mission, and they would do the Oxford Group meetings and things there. Sam Shoemaker was very, very involved with Bill's life throughout Bill's entire life. And, well, here's Sam just talking a little bit about his experience.
Dear Bill and dear Lois and dear everybody in AA, because there isn't any crowd in the world that I love more or feel more at home with than I do this crowd.
In St. Louis, after this same occasion, a gal said to me, "You may not be an alcoholic, but you sure do talk like one." Well, I've been looking forward to this tremendous 25th anniversary as you have. It has been one of the privileges of my life to be associated with all this from the early days. I still think that Bill gives me more credit than I deserve, but he does that with a lot of you, and that's why he makes swans out of so many geese. We were doing some work in my old parish in New York, Calvary Church, that was helping some people to find God. And Ebby and Bill and some of the early founders saw some things going on that they thought might be helpful to alcoholics. And they incorporated them in principles. We also had made some mistakes that didn't need to be made twice, and they didn't incorporate them in. And these 25 years have seen millions of people's lives different because of what began to happen in those early and sometimes unpromising days. Together with you all, I thank God for what's happened. Now, in a way, principles are more important than persons, hence anonymity. But principles alone never saved anybody from defeat and trouble. You probably preached many a sermon to yourself when you were in the greatest need, like I have. Principles have got to be found at work in people so that they become incarnate and visible and available to people in need. They've got to be clothed with life and with caring and with intelligent action and emotion. Behind people that have found an answer, there are other people that have found an answer. And so on back through a long kind of apostolic succession of real, genuine spiritual discovery that must have been set in motion originally by God.
One day, I realized I wasn't as happy as I ought.
Wow. You know, again, think about the people. If Sam Shoemaker had not become connected with Bill, Bill gave Shoemaker credit for 10 of the 12 steps, okay? Now, if you think about that, what if he wasn't in the picture? That's why, you know, it's so important that we don't forget our history and where it came from and the tools that they had and the failures that they had, because it is important. We can look, you know, a lot of people today are concerned that they think the numbers of AA are shrinking, okay? And maybe they are shrinking. But the numbers of successful recoveries are growing at a rate that they've never been at before. Why? HA, CA, AA, and all these other programs. They're phenomenal, and that's why I said this morning, as grandparents, let's lift these people up. If someone comes into your meeting and they don't qualify as an alcoholic, don't just tell them they don't qualify and they have to leave. Take a minute and talk to them and find out what's their problem. If it's a problem that there's a 12-step program that will address, let's take them there. Let's meet them where they are. Let's help them get what they need. Then I believe we'll be doing what AA is intended to do. You know, Lois was Bill's partner, and she went through an awful, awful lot. Not able to have children after the loss of one. Watching her husband, who was successful, deteriorate to a point that she doesn't think he's going to live. In and out of the hospital, completely fearful of everything and supporting this drunk. He gets sober and starts going to meetings of the Oxford group and says, Lois, I want you to come with me. And Lois was attending those meetings. And here's what she had to say.
I realized I wasn't as happy as I ought to be under the circumstances. This is how it came about. We were going to a meeting with a friend that brought Bill the message. We went with him every week to certain religious meetings. Bill said to me, hurry up and get ready so we won't be late for the meeting. I had a shoe in my hand, and I threw it just as hard as I could and said, "Darn your old meeting." I so surprised myself with this display of bad temper over nothing and for no reason that I could see, that I began to wonder if there might possibly be something wrong with me. Why wasn't I as happy as I ought to be? Why did I lose my temper so easily? Could it be my fault that I was irritated and frustrated when everything ought to be so wonderful? When everything that I had been working for and looking forward to all my married life had happened? Why was it? Thus I started seriously thinking about my own behavior in relation to Bill and the other alcoholics, and to the world at large. I had just taken myself for granted before that. It was only by degrees that I really understood a little about myself, and I began to realize that I had been full of self-pity, that I had resented the fact that someone else had done the job in a few minutes that I had tried so long to accomplish.
How many spouses, husbands, wives, and children have had that same feeling? You know, here we are, sober. Why? I believe because God was pulling a golden thread through the circumstances and events that evolved to make Alcoholics Anonymous what it is today. Dr. Bob with Bill here, and here's a recording of Bill reflecting on his trip in 1935 to Akron. And he made this talk at a Founders Day in 1956, but he was reflecting when he arrived in Akron what had happened.
I need not say that our mood of today is the mood of thanksgiving for all that transpired in this city of Akron 21 years ago, and all that has transpired since. But for us who have grown old in AA, there is a great nostalgia, a desire to turn the clock back. And as I rode into town with my friend Dick, we passed the gatehouse where I first saw Dr. Bob and Ann and Henrietta. We passed 855 Ardmore Avenue. And I relived some of the scenes in that living room.
They decided we had a small accident.
Guess who that was? Here is the Mayflower Hotel where Bill was staying. And we know the story, but you know, sometimes the stories change a little bit, as I was sharing. And there's a recording where Bill talks about pacing the lobby and making the call. And he says, I made the call. I called, well, it was funny because he said he picked a name off of the directory and it was Tunks, and he thought that was kind of funny. So he went ahead and called Reverend Tunks first, okay? So he gets Walter Tunks on the phone and he says, I'm a drunk. I'm from New York. I've been attending meetings of the Oxford group, and Reverend Tunks knew a lot of the Oxford group people and gave Bill the name of a guy named Norman Shepherd. And Norman Shepherd was the guy who gave Bill the 10 names that he called to try to get help. And that was on May 11th, 1935. The next day was the first time that Bill and Dr. Bob met. This is Henrietta who made that meeting possible. And you know, without Henrietta, again, another golden thread. Would we be here? Would AA have come together? Would Dr. Bob have gotten sober? Would Bill have stayed in Akron? We just don't know the answers to these things. What we do know is the facts, that Bill did go there, that Henrietta was a member of the Oxford group, and that she orchestrated the meeting between Bill and Dr. Bob, and she persisted after that and stayed with these guys for years. We heard this morning Ethel May Macy telling about the story of Henrietta speaking at an AA meeting because she felt like she belonged, and Ethel's husband during the meeting turns to her and says, "Oh, it's okay, let her talk if it keeps her sober." Wow. But if it wasn't for Henrietta, think about it. That piece of history being missing could have changed the whole dynamics. Dr. Bob, his lovely wife Ann, Lois and Bill, standing together. Of course, we heard a little bit about 855 Ardmore Avenue this morning, but this is where it all began. This is it. This is where it started, in this house. Bill moved in and spent months there working with Dr. Bob. They worked together. They did what they needed to do. Dr. Bob, after Bill left, ended up partnering with this nun, Sister Ignatia. Sister Ignatia. If Dr. Bob is considered the prince of Alcoholics Anonymous 12-stepping, and that's what he was called by Bill W., then Sister Ignatia is the princess. And those are Bill Wilson's words from Long Beach, California, in 1960. Sister Ignatia was a wonderful, wonderful person. She did some incredible work in Cleveland and Akron and kept the AAs together and taught us some very, very important things. She was giving these guys little Sacred Heart medals and little booklets as they were being discharged. And she had developed relationships with these men. And they had shared some of their most intimate things with this lovely nun. And what she did is she said, if you feel like taking a drink, I want you to come back here and see me and bring with you the Sacred Heart medal, because I'd like to have that back before you drink. I wonder if maybe later this idea of celebrating anniversaries and coins to recognize different lengths of sobriety or milestones, perhaps that was Sister Ignatia. And here
We had a small accident ward. It was sort of off from the rest of the hospital, and there we put in a coffee bar, and Dr. Bob set up the program. I want to tell you that the first opportunity he had, he brought Bill over, and of course I couldn't imagine who this wonderful Bill was, but I soon learned that God had chosen two great men. What one didn't have, the other supplemented. And together they were perfect. I could just see, I often say to our boys, had God picked out two great religious leaders, no one would have come near them, because the alcoholic doesn't want anything about religion or God, nor do we try to preach religion to them. But they aren't in very long until they're asking or telling you what experience they've had and what they'd like to do. They know they haven't been living right, and I feel that, as many of our nurses have said, the best sedative is peace of mind. If once they can be relieved of their anxieties and worries and treated properly, there should be no trouble. Of course, when they first come in and Dr. Bob set up the program, no televisions, no radios, no newspapers, only literature pertaining to AA or something that would have a building of their morals and things of that kind. Because they have all the reading they can take care of, and then their visitors, too. Well, we went on with that. There are many details I could bring in, but I don't want to make it too long but anyway, during Doctor's time, I think we treated between 4,000 and 5,000. And he treated them, he came in every day unless he was out of town or something like that. And without any charge, he said, that's my contribution to AA.
That's my contribution to AA. Both Sister Ignatia and Dr. Bob worked tirelessly to help the alcoholics. As a result of their work In the work that Bob and Ann did, AA grew, and AA continued to grow. And a lot of things, if we study the history about treatment, okay, and where we're at today with treatment, and you look at the work of Sister Ignatia, and you can see that she was a pioneer in this. This should not be taken lightly. We have probably 4 or 5 recordings on Recovery Speakers of Sister Ignatia. If you have time, please listen to them. She's incredible. She did this interview on this radio program that just blew me away. The depth of her love and her dedication for helping the drunks is unmatched. She was incredible. So this person, Ruth Hawk, the first national secretary of Alcoholics Anonymous. She was originally hired to work for Honor Dealers, which was a company that Hank Parkhurst and Bill were starting, and that's how they got going, was as Honor Dealers. Well, they hired Ruth for that, but right around the same time, AA really started to come together, and this idea of writing the book came out, and Ruth was hired as a secretary, and Bill was dictating. He would come in every morning, and he would dictate. He'd stand behind her, and he would dictate, and he would watch her type, and then he would change it. And they went through this painstaking process. And Ruth loved Bill, loved Alcoholics Anonymous. She was greeted and honored at the 50th International in Montreal in 1985. And she was just incredible. Here's Ruth talking about Bill.
Lucky enough to know Bill. He was a humble man. He was not a wise man in his own terms. He was loving, he was talented, but basically very human man, and he always sought for wisdom. He studied and thought, and he searched the minds and souls of people.
That was Ruth talking about Bill. Yeah, and we think that, we often hear the rumors and things that Bill had this huge ego and all this, and the evidence that we hear from the people who were there tell a little different story. They talk about a guy who had tremendous pain, who had tremendous sacrifice and tremendous dedication to helping people. He worked to help start Schizophrenia Anonymous. He did so many different things in his lifetime. He did a program with niacin because he felt like that could help create a greater sense of well-being for an alcoholic, and it wasn't a drug that would stay with them or change their mind or mood. So Bill was on to some things with vitamins and this type of work, and he got together with some incredible people. Marty Mann, sponsored by Bill. First woman to achieve long-term sobriety in AA, was the founder and first executive director of the National Committee for Education on Alcoholism. Now, Marty was a pioneer. The work that Marty did to destigmatize alcoholism is the greatest work that any individual has ever done. I don't know anyone that can compare to the work that Marty did. Now, you can tell that I have great admiration for Bill and Dr. Bob. I have tremendous admiration for them. But Marty Mann took a risk, and she went out to the communities, and she went out to the non-alcoholics and to their families, and she said, we no longer need to be locked in sanitariums. We are sick people who can get better. And she started the National Committee on Alcoholism, which morphed into National Council on Alcoholism some years later. Marty was dedicated. She helped more women get sober than probably any woman in the 1940s. Okay? She was just an incredible force. And here's Marty just sharing a little bit about her experience when she came to AA.
I think for me, the first indication of what AA meant came not from the book, although something tremendous had happened to me because of that, but came when I went to my first meeting, terrified, not knowing what I was going to find, not knowing who was going to say what or what kind of people they were going to be. And when I discovered that it was the easiest thing in the world for me to talk to these men, I didn't have any feeling of being outside or being blocked off. I had the feeling instead that they were inside my head, that they could finish my sentences for me, and I could finish theirs. I was communicating, and they were communicating with me. Bill took this as his theme at the convention in London, and remarked on the extraordinary thing that we have in AA, this ability to communicate. But he wasn't talking about it from the point of view of what it means to the new person coming to AA. That sometimes, for the first time in years, they are able to communicate. I knew before that evening was over, the evening on which I met the first AA members I ever met, that I had rejoined at least that segment of the human race, that I belonged, that I was with other people with whom I could talk and with whom I could speak.
I knew I belonged. I knew I belonged. Boy, what powerful words. How do we know we belong? We belong because of identification, because one alcoholic sharing their experience and strength and hope with another alcoholic, that is the message of AA, and that's why we get along. Now, when Al-Anon started, there was a lady that had become good friends with Lois. But before I go there, I'm gonna go back a second here. Gary had mentioned that Marty Mann was not in a real good financial condition when she came into Alcoholics Anonymous. I have a letter hanging on my wall from Marty Mann to Frank Amos. And the letter was dated June 16th, 1939. Marty Mann was still in the recovery home at Blythewood, and it's on a paper from Blythewood Sanitarium. And she wrote this letter to Frank Amos, June 16th. And it says, I'm paraphrasing, but I'm close. Please accept this check for $5 toward my contribution to Bill Wilson's salary for the months of June and July 1939. $5 in 1939 was a lot of money. This lady was still in treatment. Do you think the message she received had depth and weight? My God, she was on fire for AA. She was really rocketed into the fourth dimension. And that's why she was so dedicated to want to help this poor guy, homeless man, Bill Wilson. We are so grateful. We're so fortunate that Marty was in the scene. Think about it. This entire alcoholism treatment in our country was directed by Marty Mann. Let's not forget that. Ann Bingham was a co-founder of Al-Anon. A lot of people think Ann Smith was the co-founder, but Ann Smith died in 1949. Al-Anon didn't take on the name Al-Anon Family Groups until 1951. Now, when the Al-Anon Family Groups started, just so you know the name where Al-Anon came from, they took the AL from alcohol and Anon from that, and they made Alcoholics Anonymous Family Groups. That's what Al-Anon was. And the book that they used, believe it or not, was the Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous. Now, things have changed somewhat since then, and Al-Anon has grown, and they've come up with their own books in their own library. But Ann was a dedicated servant to Al-Anon.
I met Lois and Bill in 42. I met them at my husband's sponsor's home. And you know, it's a strange mystery, the way he got the sponsor. This is very interesting. This is it. Our doctor, who didn't know what AA was, said to me, you go up and see Wilbur, because I was at my ends wet and I was going to leave, period. Well, I went to see Wilbur, and it was years after that I knew that that was his last binge, too. He was sober, and he went on his last binge. Well, anyhow, we started the Al-Anon Family Group headquarters in '51. And we had a lot of ups and downs. We managed to get out of them. And now that we have the archives, everything's going into the archives. I don't have an Al-Anon piece of literature home.
Yeah, and that was how it was. They didn't have an archives. They didn't yet. And so when they started all this and people donated the things they had to try to create these archives. This is a book that Bill inscribed to Ann Bingham and her husband in December 1945. And you'll notice this morning we showed one of Frank Amos, and that was also dated in December 45, and it was a 9th printing just like this. It seemed that Bill must have got a box of books and inscribed to all the people that he was thinking of on that December day. And the inscription reads, "Lois and I cannot tell how much we appreciate your friendship and 1,000 thoughtful acts by which you have shown it. Merry Christmas, Bill." No wonder she became Al-Anon's co-founder. This lady, Margaret D., and here she is pictured with Arbutus O'Neill. And Margaret was the editor of Al-Anon's Family Forum magazine and newsletter. And Al-Anon Family Forum actually started in San Francisco. And then they adopted the name, the Forum, for Al-Anon. So that's an interesting little thing. We're going to, go ahead, Tim.
And then she mentioned that Lois Wilson, Bill Wilson's wife, was doing this. Well, I had already agreed, but I think that I would have climbed mountains if she had said that first, because one of our friends had been doing a special project with Bill that winter, and he was at our house one night, and he said, "You know, Bill is wonderful, but he said, I really think that little Lois has more on the ball." And I looked at him as if he were speaking Chinese. And I thought, if anybody in the world had more on the ball than the man that thought up the beginnings of the AA program, someday I wanted to meet her.
Wow. Yeah, one guy happens to be over there and makes a comment, and she becomes the co-founder of Al-Anon. Beautiful story. Yeah, and Bill's inscription was 1945. Al-Anon didn't get going until 51. So you can tell she was involved with Lois and Bill very, very early. Bill had wonderful friends in Texas. And this is a letter that Bill wrote to one of his friends in recognition of the contributions made by Ole and the other Texas AAs, and they bought Bill a car. And this was in 1952. So people think that Wilson was some guy that was wealthy, that was out doing things. No, he had 1952. The guys got together and bought him and Lois a car. Here's a list of the donors. I'm not going to read it because of time, but it's all documented of the people who contributed, the people that loved Bill in Texas, and Bill loved them as well. Now, having an audio archive gives us the opportunity to hear some things that had never been heard before. And, Gary's challenged me today. He mentioned Bobby Berger. Well, I have 3 boxes of wire recordings that have not yet been digitized, and we have 2,000 reel-to-reels that have not been yet digitized. I hope that we find something from Bobby. And while I'm on that, I'm going to make one last plea and just say, if you are in a position to help support our work, there are things on your chairs and ways to donate, and we appreciate anything that you're able to do so that we can continue to do this work, digitize these recordings, and make them available for all future generations of AA and anyone in recovery. Here's Fred. This was off a record.
Like all true Elkies, I dearly love the sound of my own voice, accent and all. And so this year, I'm sending you my greetings by transcription instead of mailing you the usual Christmas card. You know, Bill, it is funny how in AA each year seems to be just a little better than the year that has gone before. And so at this season, naturally, my thoughts turn to gratitude. Gratitude, first of all, of course, for my sobriety. Gratitude that you, Bill, with Lois at your side, lived to show us the way. And this year's special gratitude for the splendid recovery that my dear wife Amy is making from her illness. It is difficult to put in words just what you're thinking, so let me say it very simply to you. You two will always live in my heart. And so, after wishing you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, say, Bill, did you get that bell? That wasn't Santa Claus, that's Amy making with the sound effects. Well, after wishing you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, I should like to wind this up with my favorite quotation. May the road rise up to meet you. May the wind be always at your back. And may God hold you in the hollow of his hand.
Again, you know, having the privilege of uncovering and finding some of these materials and listening to them and learning from them and seeing what was going on. I mean, think about the dedication of this couple in San Francisco in 1949, making a record. They each made a record. There was one of Amy and one of Fred, and they sent them to Bill and Lois. It was just beautiful to see how people were communicating, how they began to use a lot of the tools that they had that were available to them, like making the records and like creating the wire recordings. The recordings are actually on wire, okay? And it's incredible. I don't understand all of this, but I can tell you that they're as clear as me talking right now. It's amazing. So as AA grew, Bill was sponsoring people and attending meetings, especially in the beginning, and working with guys. And one of the fellows that he got to work with was a guy named Tom Powers. This picture is a picture of Bill and Tom and his mother. This is fairly late. It was 1960. The picture wasn't 1968. However, the picture would have been around that time. New York, 1959. So at the International Doctors Convention, AA Convention for Doctors, Tom shared, and I was so moved by his ability to articulate and his passion for AA that I had to include it here.
I got to my first AA meeting under these circumstances, and I lump up when I try to talk about this. It isn't an emotional thing. The AA thing had something that the AA thing has a quality that I would be dead without. The AA thing had authenticity. It was real in a way that many things are not real. In my goofed up condition, I saw it was not a peep show. I saw it was not a hand club. And yet these people were lit up in a certain way. And damn it all, my hunger was and is to be lit up in that way. And I had been chasing it through, I mean, just to be alive and to be relating to people in a way, the word for which I never used anymore because I was afraid of it. These people loved each other in a certain way. If somebody had told me then that, it would have turned me off. But I saw the reality of it. These people were getting up in the middle of the night and going out and helping each other. And I never heard of anything like that. I heard of old stories of people who used to do that 600 or 700 years ago when they were nuts on Christianity. This thing was real. I began to get up in the middle of the night and do it myself. I had not done an act for years without money or personal gain of some kind involved in it. This thing was big for me. I began to get something out of this association with Alcoholics Anonymous that I hardly dared believe existed.
Tom went on to become the founder of another 12-step program called All Addicts Anonymous. Tom's son came into AA, and they continued to do AA talks over the years, and he was just an incredible force and friend of Bill Wilson's. Some people think that Tom and Bill had a falling out. I'm not so sure that that falling out was as serious as some people give credit for. I think that there were some rumors around Bill Wilson that were being spread by other people, and it was being associated with Tom, and I just don't believe that that's the case personally. I think Tom was a dedicated AA guy, and he was a guy who gave his life to trying to help others, and maybe did it a little bit differently than the AA way, but he did it nonetheless because he had sobriety and he wanted to help others to get sober. Here, well, I'm going to let Bill just read it for you.
Perhaps there is no better way at this time of parting for me to conclude than to read to you the last brief paragraph written in Alcoholics Anonymous 12 years ago. Abandon yourself to God as you understand God. Admit your faults to Him and to your fellows. Clear away the wreckage of your past. Give freely of what you find and join us. We shall be with you in the fellowship of the Spirit, and you will surely meet some of us as you trudge the road of happy destiny. May God bless you and keep you until then.
To close out this session, I wanted to share that Dr. Bob, at his farewell talk that was given in July 26, I believe, of 1950, and Dr. Bob in that talk said that if you took Alcoholics Anonymous and you took our principles and you reduced those just to two things, those two things would be love and service. I believe if Dr. Bob would have meditated a little longer, he might have said, if you reduce Alcoholics Anonymous down to one thing, that one thing would be love. You see, because service is love in action. A bell is not a bell until we ring it. A song is not a song until we sing it. Love wasn't put in our hearts to stay. Love is only love when we give it away. AA is only AA when we give it away. Keep doing it. I love you guys. We're going to have in about 15 minutes, we're going to have a couple people come up, and they're going to be a panel, and they're going to share for 10 to 15 minutes why they are interested in AA history and kind of maybe some of their hot points, maybe a book they read or a speaker they heard or something like that. So you do want to stay because it's going to be cool. And tonight, Paul W., you guys got to come in here, Paul.
First up, we're going to have and ask Gary to come back up.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Gary.
Thanks, Gary.
Hi, everybody. I'm Gary. I'm an alcoholic. And I neglected to say my sobriety date last time I was up here, which is August 25th, 1997. I consider myself to be a member of the slow group due to the fact that I was 49 when, and so you can figure I'm 75 years old. But regarding the AA history, actually, I had a father who was very much of a history nut. And, that was predominantly military history, Civil War, and so on. He was a veteran of World War II. At one time, we had the entire history of the War of Rebellion, which I think is something like 114 volumes. It was one end of our living room. So that would predispose me to history. But then my dad, I was part of an intervention for my father, an AA intervention in 1976. So actually, my Al-Anon credentials predate AA by 20 years. But that's necessity is the mother of invention. My father ended up dying in June of 1997. I got a kick in the rear end that suggested it was time for me to grow up through a therapist. Therefore, my sobriety date of August 25th of 1997, I was served with divorce papers soon after that. But getting back to the history side of that, I was sponsored by two men. One got sober on April 9th of 1959, and the other one was January 3rd of 1957. Both of those men ended up going to God with 56 years of sobriety. One of them was named by Bill Roop, and the other one was John Holmes. That's not the porn star, okay? So, but being around people like that, I won't bother to do so right at the moment, but I have a very short sobriety tree that connects me to both Dr. Bob and Bill Wilson. And that sort of intrigued me, altogether. There was a podium just like this one at a meeting called Clarkston. At the front of it, it said, "Expect a miracle." And I looked at that podium early on in sobriety, and I thought, baloney I thought a lot worse than that word. Okay, but regarding to the quote-unquote miracle that it can happen in Alcoholics Anonymous, it turned out that I ended up writing a Grapevine article that was the result of, in 2002, I was up in up in Chagrin Falls, Ohio, which is where I'm from, and we found these letters from my father that were written in 1980. And these letters go along the lines of, I'm really sorry, honey, these people are real AA. I hope to get sober this time. And it was, as it turns out, these letters that were written in 1980 were from my father to my mother. By that time, what I knew is that these letters from Peachford, which was a treatment center in Atlanta, and I knew who that founder of that treatment center was. And I also knew who the grand sponsor of that treatment center was, and that was Bill Roop, who was my sponsor. That is how small AA can become the longer you're around here. And then with both of these men that were so senior with that both ended up with 56 years, learning how and watching their examples and going and doing what they did. That got me into the circuit and of getting to watch these people, the Sandy Beaches, the Clancys, the Tom Ivesters, and looking at what a marvelous group of people. Where did they all come from? How could this possibly happen? And that just led me to become more and more curious about all of these various threads that contribute to to make the program what it is today. And that is incidentally, the first book I wrote was was involving letters that were 115 letters that my dad wrote my mother over World War II. But then when I learned that Charles Towns was actually originally a Georgian, that ended up being curious, and that's where the King Charles of New York City came from, which was back in 2015. And Towns is a goof of the first order, never an alcoholic, but boy, oh boy, if you want to have somebody that you want his opinion. But again, in terms of the threads, if there had been no Towns, there would have been no Silkworth that Bill would have ever found, and Bill Wilson would have probably ended up at Bellevue rather than at Towns Hospital, and we would have never heard of him. That's for starters. But even though Towns was, and incidentally, his peak was in the 1910s. He was literally the king of narcotic treatment in the United States, and had a great deal to do with the founding of the Harrison Act, which actually was used to outlaw narcotics, which were legal. Originally, you could have your cough medicine contain opium, morphine, cocaine, or heroin, and it may not have anything to do with your cold, but it would sure make you feel differently. And that all started, but that was all legal in 1910, and of course all illegal in 1920, and you couldn't have the drunks running to drugs as a result of Prohibition. So Towns had a great deal to do with that. But then also, as I said earlier, with all of these threads, that when I was asked to do the history of Georgia AA, when I said yes to a service opportunity, and that's where the Bobby book came from. And you get curious and you start pursuing things, and who knows where it will lead. And the one thing that I'd like to just conclude more or less about AA history is that there's so much actually we don't know about ourselves yet, due to what's known as a copyright policy. There's a difficulty with getting access to our history. And I'll put it to you this way. The notebook that I found in Georgia was a notebook that was created by our delegate all the way back in 1993. And he asked for all the letters that originated in Georgia and all the corresponding responses. And that's what that notebook was that ended up teaching me about where I first encountered Bobby Berger. All right, but if you were to make such a request from your area today, that request would be denied because it now violates the copyright policy, which has evolved since. All right, so and incidentally, because you're not allowed today when you do go to the GSO, assuming that you get permission, you're not allowed to copy anything. You're not allowed to take a picture of anything. The only way that you're able to do what I did is dictate them dictate the letters, and come back and transcribe them. It's a labor-intensive exercise, which I did for well over 1,000 of her letters. But that's the only way you can get in contact actually with your actual written history of your area. Now, I don't know how that copyright policy came about, but it's the way that we operate, and I'm hoping that either through the eventual age of the copyright, I think by 2041, everything that Bill Wilson would have written would become public domain. Or even, again, we're supposed to be an anonymous fellowship, so there is a concern, for example, nasty letters that were written to Bill Wilson might be under lock and key because of if the letter was published, actually relatives of that person who wrote the nastygram might come up with a lawsuit. We're in a litigation crazy world. So in some regards, I can sympathize from the GSO. But up until that would happen, the reality is that there's a lot about us that we don't know yet and won't until a catalog of what is at the GSO is made present. Because incidentally, I'm convinced beyond a doubt there is no one in this program that knows what the GSO has. I'm looking forward to the day when we actually can know all about us without any restraints. That's enough out of me. Thank you.
Thank you again, Gary. Next up, we'd like to invite Britt to come up and share.
Vertically challenged. Hi, everybody. My name is Britt S. My sobriety date is April the 1st of 1989. And I am monumentally grateful to be here. And Mike, thanks for asking me to do this. Although I probably won't take up the whole 15 minutes unless I really get going and on my soapbox. My love of history. I was talking with Gary during the break before this, and I told him I believe that for me, my love of history, of AA history, started before I was born. Because that divine thread that Mike talked about a little bit ago was woven for me. Sister Ignatia, her birth name is Bridget Della Mary Gavin, and her and I share a common name. She died April the 1st of 1966. I was born in 67. I don't often give my age away, but for this I will. I was born in 67. My sobriety date is April the 1st of 1989. Connection, right? Divine thread. My hero is a non-alcoholic. Let me back up. We are told not to make heroes in Alcoholics Anonymous and put people up on pedestals. However, my hero, should I say that I have one, is a non-alcoholic, and that would be Ann Smith, the mother of AA. She gave us so much more than I think anybody realizes. And she became my hero by study. I had a love of history as a kid growing up, just any kind of history, but mostly Wyatt Earp, Doc Holliday, the OK Corral, which is fitting here in Arizona, the JFK assassination, which happened before I was born, and ancient Egypt. Those were like my loves of history. And then I got sober, and I got sober in Germany, and I came back to the States with 3 years of sobriety under my belt. And I found a whole world of a whole lot of conventions and retreats and workshops. And I became a junkie, a convention junkie. And if the taper had it on the table, I wanted it. And I spent what I spent out drinking on cassettes, right? And I listened, and I started reading books, and not just conference-approved books. I read whatever there was to read on AA history. A book called But for the Grace of God, which is the history of intergroups in central offices. Just whatever I could get my hands on. And it became a love for me, and all of a sudden, it was like somebody turned a light switch on, and I got the job I never knew I always wanted to have, and that was becoming a taper. By virtue of helping all the tapers that I had met, one in particular, who took me under his wing and taught me what to do and how to do. And I started my own company, and then I started doing what Mike does, digitally remastering wire reel to reels, you name it. And that's sort of how I met Mike. And I lived in Georgia for a period of time, and that's how I met Gary and saw his research early on for the Charles Towns book and for the Bobby Berger books. And, you know, looking forward to every word that he put in print and everything that Mike has put in print. And hopefully in maybe 3 or 4 years, I will have one in print myself, because all of that reading and all of that research and scouring online has led to this love affair with Ann Smith for me. And I want to just get it out there, you know, the things that most of us don't know, you know. She is, while I believe that Mike touched on who gave us the first 10 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, I believe wholeheartedly, without a doubt, that Ann Smith gave us step 11. Because when Bill moved into their home, as was talked about earlier, she had her guidance meetings every morning. And Bill and Bob were at those guidance meetings every morning. You know, and Sue was made to come down out of the attic, because they moved, when Bill moved in, Sue moved to the attic. So they had room for Bill and for other drunks that they would work with. But guidance meetings were almost mandatory, and she loved the book of James. And the guidance meetings created guidance books, because guidance is prayer and meditation. Prayer, talking to God; meditation, listening to God. And the readings help you get there. And she would close every guidance meeting with the phrase, faith without works is dead. And if you've read the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous, it is in there 3 times. And I firmly believe, and this is personal opinion, so I'll go like this. This is personal opinion. I believe that Bill Wilson put that in the book to pay homage to Ann Smith. I like to believe that because she gave us so much. She gave us the possibility of 2-way prayer, and she is the only person that I know of that talks about 3-way prayer, where you receive something in your prayer or throughout your day that involves me, and God gave it to you to give it to me. She is the only person who's ever talked about that. I have not seen it anywhere else. So I look forward to hopefully being able to bring all of that to you guys eventually. And I just thank Mike for letting me share, because history, if you are a history buff and you get into AA history, it is a passion. And not just being an archivist or a historian, but also being, for me, an audio archivist and digitalizing, remastering our old talks. It's a life beyond my wildest dreams. And I will just mention in passing one of my other pet projects. We have the stories in the back of the book. And there are quite a number of stories. From the manuscript where one was taken out, to our current one that's in the process of being written or re-editioned. My goal has been for a very long time to find audio talks of everybody who's written a story for the Big Book, from the manuscript forward. I have 40. Because when you can hear, and Mike knows what I'm talking about because he got all lit up earlier about recordings, when you can hear the voice of the person whose story you read in the Big Book, and you can hear the inflection in their voice and how they're telling you their story, it adds a depth and a weight to that story that you cannot possibly fathom unless you're doing it. And then if you're really lucky, like Mike and I and what we do, and you can add a picture to that so you can have a visual, because we all can visualize people in our minds, right, of how we think they should look. But how do they actually look? And you do that, and then you hear them, and you've read the story, and then a full picture comes together. And there's nothing better. There is absolutely nothing better than saving lives and carrying the message and bringing it forward. And I thank you again, Mike, and all the people involved with this production today for letting me share. Go get lit up, because it will certainly light you up if you like anything about our history.
Great job, Britt. Thank you for the insights. Next, I would like to invite up a gentleman that's known me for quite a long time, and I've known him for quite a long time. And yeah, Mike Kay is our next speaker. Come on up.
Thanks, Andrew. Hi, everybody. Hi, streamers or people on the other side of that camera. We're glad you're on here as well. I'm thankful I could get pulled away from the food table back there. I like to joke that I might need to be physically separated from the food later today. So I think, there's been so many great talks. I'm not a historian. I can barely remember yesterday. That's probably what the greatest thing about the history for me is that I can never remember it. So I keep coming back to it. I'm like a fresh student to it. And I have, a wealth of information around me at all times. And my history, my own personal history with the history of recovery, it goes back to my teen years, because when I began to drink, I immediately got into trouble. And that immediately put me into a court system that connected me with Alcoholics Anonymous. I can remember seeing books, and I knew they were odd literature. I knew there was something about them. I grew up a reader. I grew up a writer. I liked everything that had to do with that kind of communication. But I knew there's something different about these books. I went into a 28-day rehab. They gave me a big book. I read Bill's story. I thought that's some pretty cool kind of Edgar Allan Poe type literature. And I finished it and I put it to the side and I was done with it. Everything that came after it was not interesting to me. There was something about, I needed some kind of layer of fiction with it, fiction for me to understand it. And that's how it kind of, my idea of this history of the thing came about. I want to talk real briefly about sponsorship. My history, there's been 4 guys primarily that have worked with me throughout my life and trying to show me. The one thing that they all have in common is that they tried to show me how the program was lived. They didn't try to teach me through literature. They didn't try to teach me through telling me what I should do, that kind of direction. They actually brought me into their lives. They showed me. Larry Trick, and all these gentlemen are gone except for my current friend. a guy named Larry Trick out of Michigan, John McGowan, San Francisco, and I think about they weren't big in AA. They had lost everything. Larry lived in a very small apartment in a very rough neighborhood. He had a couch. I don't even know if the TV worked. It was never on. He had a can of MJB coffee on the counter. He had a Bible. And, you have a little food and cigarettes. This was back when cigarettes was like a vitamin. It was like an AA super vitamin. And, he brought me in. I didn't even understand really what was going on at the time. It's my reflection. It's the history of it, me looking back at it, trying to understand what's taken place in my life to bring me to this moment. Larry was huge. I couldn't even give him what he gave me at that time. I just didn't have it. I wish I could just tell him, thank you, I love you. I know what you did for me. But at that time, it just seemed, it was such a different world. John McGowan brought me in. I met his family. I met his children. My current sponsor, Mike, has done the same thing with me. He's brought me into his family. He's shown me how to act in a family. I know the children, I know the grandchildren, how to behave in a family, how to express yourself in a family. Now, I grew up in a family that stuck together, but the dynamic was very difficult to get outside of the dynamic of that and get into a real relationship, to get higher or lower than a certain relationship that was built into that family. I was raised in a great family. The longer I'm sober, the better childhood I have. As I look back on it, I had many, many opportunities for fun and freedom. And as I go along, I appreciate that. I have a number of Zoom groups that I'm involved in. I'm a big fan of Zoom. I like in-person meetings. I have a home group here in town. Busted Ego is my physical home group. I have a Zoom group, a gathering of men out of Los Angeles and Nashville and New York and Ireland. It's online. It's a men's group. Lucky 13, another online group. I became really excited when I started to understand that early on in the internet, there were web groups, there were email groups, there were, as this technology has come along, we've always taken advantage of it. And I know, looking at those people there, that they're taking advantage of it right now. And so Zoom and beyond, that's going to be very exciting for us. I'm wondering, everywhere I go in AA, I go, where are the young people? You have to go find them. And that's the future of AA, and I say to them, I meet less and less pure, what I consider like pure alcoholic, somebody who just drinks, somebody like a legitimate old school AA person, right? They get into, my observation is they get into this trauma right away and they just go in a spiral real fast. They don't have fun, they don't get to the party. I got to the party for a while, so it wasn't all bad. And I try to look at how do I express myself to them in a way that makes them feel like they're included. And I say to them, look, you can be your own co-founder. You can go name a group and start it and be the founder of your anonymous program, right? You could be the founder of, whatever, Hammock Anonymous, whatever you wanted to be, and get involved. And I have a lot of hope for some of the people I've met, young people. There's a lot of stuff going on that they're dealing with that I didn't necessarily have to deal with. But I know that AA, the foundation, the principles, the traditions, those things, they last. And I loved when we talked earlier about how we put that stuff into action, that the responsibility that we have to develop that in ourselves so that we can deliver it to other people. So we can deliver it to younger people who probably live longer than I will and carry that message forward is is a profound thing. It gives my life a meaning in a way that I haven't had in other areas. And also the fact that I'm involved in so many groups, I know I'm sick. You know, that's one thing that proves. Being that involved in the program is, you know, it just some of the things that come out of my mouth. It's like, really, am I really in this thing? And I am in this thing. I'm involved locally with the East Valley Intergroup. I edit the No Booze News, if you're familiar with that. I help put that thing out. Do a lot of work. I do what I can to help, and it's not necessarily all around alcohol or drugs. It's there's lots of programs in the valley here where you can help out with people who are unfortunate, and I try to do what I can. There are many reasons for people to keep going and find a way. I hope they find somewhere in recovery for themselves to have purpose and meaning. It was very difficult for me to get to today in the life that I have. Very difficult for me to get here. There was a whole run of what could be called bad luck, and somehow I've come through that into today. I'm around people in recovery a lot. Just recently, a guy been trying to help for some time, didn't make it. It's a constant reminder of the reality of what's going on. And I appreciate being able to step up here and just kind of, you know, claim my seat, as some of us say. Be able to say out loud the things that I think inside. Give some real respect to what's been built, and acknowledge that for some reason the uncontrollable that malady that I had been lifted, and I've been able to put together some kind of new life. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much. Thank you everybody who's contributed, volunteered, shown up, and I hope we have a great night. Thank you.
Great job, Mike. And before we move on, I also want to point out Mike K, is the only Recovery Speakers team member that is local here in Arizona. So a lot of the things that have gone on behind the scenes in terms of getting this event set up and getting some of the people here was all done in credit to Mike Kelly. So thank you very much. All right, then last I would like to invite up Dan B. I had the pleasure of meeting Dan back in December in Myrtle Beach, and he's been a tremendous asset to our team. And come on up, Dan.
My name's Dan B, and I'm an alcoholic, and I am a real alcoholic. I have a mind that will always take me back to drinking, and when I drink, I don't know what's going to happen and how much I'm going to take. And I'm one of those guys who grew up thinking I was unique. I thought I was an alien in a world of earthlings, and nothing made sense to me. So from a very early age, I think I started trying to find the truth. And I started to try to ferret out answers on my own for what's really going on, because the world was confusing to me and none of it made sense, and I couldn't figure out where I fit in or what I was supposed to do. I was a kid on the playground who didn't know whether to stand in a circle of kids with his hand in his pocket or his left foot forward or his right foot forward, or whether my hair was supposed to be parted on the left, right, or center. And so from a very, very early age, I started trying to find truth. I started trying to figure things out. And as the great isolationist I was, I took to books. And I started reading books ferociously. From a very, very, very young age, I started consuming written knowledge as much as I could. I started looking at things. I started trying to figure out how things worked. And I started trying to figuring out why things worked the way they did. And if you want to know why things work the way they do, you end up going back into the past and you start looking at where things come from and where the history of things is. So that sort of maladjusted youngster grew up a little bit, and after becoming addicted to several things like food and little kitschy shiny pennies and things like that other kids didn't have that I could have, eventually I found alcohol. And we all know how that story goes. And after giving it my best for 35 years, I couldn't drink anymore, and I drank myself to a parade rest. And I found myself at a 30-day vacation in the Arizona desert called rehab. And not too far from here, and I can tell you there's magic in that sand. There really, really is magic in that sand. And the place I went to was a 12-step based recovery rehab facility. Interestingly, in Arizona, they're licensed as mental health facilities, and that's probably accurate because I was definitely insane. And immediately, I was given a big book. They didn't know what to do with me. I walked in stone sober, stone crazy sober, whatever it was, dry, and they didn't know what to do with me because they were like, do you want this or that or the other thing to still your nerves? I'm like, I came to rehab. What are you offering me? I need to get started here. I've only got 30 days. They gave me a big book. I sat in about 120-degree Arizona sunshine and read the big book. And I cried like a baby when I read about loneliness, because when I read that, I realized if somebody wrote that, someone else in the world felt the way that I felt. And for the first time in my life, I didn't feel alone. Because prior to reading that, I thought I was the only one who had this stuff going on in the dumpster fire between my ears. And it gave me hope. And that led me to do the steps out of the book to the best of my ability with a sponsor. And I had the results that are guaranteed in the book if you do the steps to the best of your ability. I sought my higher power, and my higher power didn't make very hard terms for me. And I had that personality change sufficient to remove the compulsion to drink. I had that psychic change, that spiritual awakening, pick whichever word you want to use, and my life changed. But the curiosity in my mind didn't stop. This thing saved my life. And I attended meetings and I listened to people talk about the program and the book and this person and that person, and he said this and she said this and that happened and this happened. And I couldn't reconcile it with what I had read in the book, or what I had read in the 12 and 12, or what I had read in Dr. Bob and the Good Old Timers, or any of the other books. And so I started going back after the meetings and looking things up, and I'd go to my sponsor, and he'd get a funny little grin on his face and say, that's right. And pretty soon he started introducing me to speaker CDs so I could listen to what more people had to say. And that quest led me down a path of trying to figure out where this thing came from and how it started. Well, some number of years later, I'm in Hawaii, and I hear this kind of sketchy guy named Mike F. do a little talk. I end up meeting him, and I get a book called Bill Wilson and Dr. Bob Speak. And I've always had a curiosity. It always troubled me to think that some guy sat down with a yellow legal pad and scribed the big book out of nowhere. That didn't work for me. My mind doesn't work that way. I've got way too linear a mind that wants to see step A, step B, step C, and kind of see how those things line up. And in that book, I read a line that Bill Wilson was speaking at an event honoring Sister Ignatius. And he starts his talk about writing the book, and he says, we all know that, I'm paraphrasing, we all know that the book came from a bunch of different places. And it's like a fire for me. Whoa, wait, what do you mean we all know the book came from a bunch of different places? What places did the book come from? Well, by now I'm emailing with my friend Mike, and he starts feeding me information about this stuff, and he invites me to this Tuesday get-together on the internet, and I start finding out where this stuff came from, and I start really reading. And now I'm into this book and that book and this book. And what's happening for me is it is not diminishing the message of Bill Wilson. What's happening for me is it's taking the message that's in the big book that Bill Wilson wrote with the aid of the other people who helped him write the book, and I know he was largely the author, but Parkhurst was involved, Dr. Bob was involved, pieces of the book were going back and forth to people, and there was feedback being exchanged. And what happened for me is I realized the book wasn't magic. The book wasn't smoke and mirrors. It was a divine inspiration of taking a bunch of ideas, spiritual in nature, psychological in nature, philosophical in nature, that had existed for years and years and years, and distilling them down into something that this alcoholic could sit in the desert and read and get hope. And so that's where my quest started. Since that time, I've delved into those books and I've started to understand things. I think perhaps in today's culture or climate, some of the things that are in the big book might even be have been lifted. Maybe the word plagiarism could be used for some of it. I don't know. I'm not criticizing. But what's happened for me is I've discovered that all of these ideas that were distilled down into that book I could read were taken from some of the brightest and most intellectual and most thoughtful and philosophical people in the world so they could be delivered to me. And I've read the book about the writing of the big book where we hear Bill was this and Bill was that and Bob didn't do this. And I've read Not God and I've read about this and all this other stuff. And there's a single theme that comes clear to me about Bill Wilson from all of that reading. And that is that Bill Wilson wanted to take this message and he wanted to make it as accessible and easy and democratized to every single person who's struggling. And I really believe that Bill wanted to deliver this message to everyone, focused on alcoholics. But it says in the first paragraph that they ever wrote in anything, or published in anything, not that they ever wrote, but they published. And besides, we think our way of life would help everyone. Again, I'm paraphrasing, pardon my lack of quotation. And so Bill Wilson had this kind and loving heart that he tried to extend to the world. And the way he's extended that message is through us, because the message was freely given to me by my sponsor and people who came before me, some of which I've met, many of which I'll never meet. That message was given to me with one single request, that I pass that message on to other people. And it is my job to take that kindness, that message of love of another human being. Love and tolerance of others is our code. Not love and tolerance of others who look like me, not love and tolerance of others who think like me, not love and tolerance of others who love like me, love and tolerance of others. Wilson was incredibly powerful at using all-inclusive language. Love and tolerance of others, with no qualification. My job is to spread that love into the world. And the best way I can do that is for me to unravel this mystery of the 12 steps, which I will never understand, because I believe it is divinely inspired, and I believe it is a spiritual program. And I, for many years, really almost until double-digit sobriety, thought that I was supposed to do all of these things. And suddenly I'm just about 10 years sober, and I go, wait, probably no human power can solve my problem. The job of this book is for me to find a connection with a higher power. The 12 steps are not the power. The 12 steps lead me to the power. I get a connection with a higher power. I learn about love. And this kid who thought he was an alien, this kid who believed that everybody I knew in my life was a transactional relationship. I use you, you use me, and neither one cares. And I know how I'm going to come out of the deal. Good luck to you. This kid learns about love, learns about friendship, and learns about taking a message of love out into the world and trying to be helpful and useful to other human beings, asking nothing in return. And for me to be able to do that, I have to unravel this thing because this alcoholic mind, everything that comes into the input, it's distorted. It goes through this weird distortion filter. It's not raining outside. It's raining on me, and one of you did it. And I'm going to find out which one it is, and I'm going to get your back, and you're not going to know. This kid who lived like that for 48 years gets to experience love and joy and have a life that is usefully and happily whole. If you got something better, please let me know what it is, because I want some of it. Thanks so much for everybody who did this. Thanks so much, Mike. Thanks, Gary. Thanks, Britt. Thanks, Mike. You guys, I love you. And I hope you guys all enjoy the evening.
That was awesome. Thank you, Dan. Well, it's time for us to take a break. For those of you on the live stream, we're going to be back at 7:30 Pacific time. For those of you here in person, we will open the doors up by 7 o'clock, probably a little bit earlier, for some coffee. Our guest speaker, Paul, will then begin at 7:30. And don't forget that after Paul, we're going to cut the cake and celebrate the 85th anniversary of the Big Book. So still lots in store. We're going to take a little break for dinner, and we'll see you all in a little bit. Evening. Hope everyone had a chance to relax, have a nice dinner. I'm going to jump right to it because our guest speaker for this evening, I've only had the pleasure of knowing for a couple of hours. We got to share dinner, but he's a tremendous person, I can already tell, and it's my pleasure to introduce our guest speaker of the evening, Mr. Paul W.
Lower everything. Accept your expectations, because this is not an AA meeting, but this is Alcoholics Anonymous. This is a gathering of worshipers in gratitude for the amazing gift that we've all been given. My name's Paul. I'm an alcoholic, and Mike, it's a great pleasure to be here and all. I have been fed and inspired by you and the amazing work that you do for many years now. I am sober. I have a sobriety date. I have a sponsor. His name is Mac. I have a home group. It's Lucky 13 in Sunset Beach. I have a sobriety date, which is March 15th, 1990. For years I've always said my age, and I'd say I feel like a tired 34. And I finally am actually now 34, so I could say I'm Paul, and I'm an alcoholic. I'm 83, but I feel like a tired 34. So it's an honor to be here, and to all of you at home. Zoom is I think, probably the greatest testament to the fact that whatever comes up, and God knows that sometimes it's like whack-a-mole, what's going on in the world today, but whatever comes up, Alcoholics Anonymous has such a spectacular, there's such strength and adaptability and discipline and sensibility in our history that somehow even those of us who are stumbling along in 2024 can manage to keep this thing growing during a pandemic. My home group is Lucky 13. We usually meet on the beach in Sunset Beach, and of course when the virus hit, we moved indoors, and I loved it. I don't think anybody makes better use of Zoom than alcoholics and some of the other 12-step programs. Perhaps, and I think we love it even more than the PB and Toms do. I have to tell you, I love this collage of faces at my home group, and I have never felt more of an intimate connection to anybody in the group, because the first thing you gave me was safety. The first thing I felt was safety. And Maslow's needs, the very bottom of that pyramid is safety. The first thing I felt at Alcoholics Anonymous was safety. Paul W., 34 years sober. And I have to talk a little bit about what the historians are doing and what is unique, I think, to Alcoholics Anonymous and to the work that Mike and all of you, who work to preserve our history. The thing is that our history is medicinal. You hear that phrase about if you don't learn from history, you're doomed to repeat it, and it's like, yeah, doomed to repeat it is exactly what we're trying to do. We want to have that same glorious awakening, that white light awakening, and I think that the fact that that you have taken all these amazing, not only all the artifacts and all, but the fact that you've gone through God knows how many hundreds of thousands of pitches of Alcoholics Anonymous through the years from the very beginning, sharing their experience, strength, and hope, and you make that available for all of us. It's like it's an amazing blessing. It's like, I tell you what it's like. I come to something like this and you tell me that you have a letter that is the Silkworth letter. It's as if we found one of the buckets that Jesus turned the water into wine, only it's backwards for us. It's turning the wine into water. It's like you found something of that importance, that is that magical and all. And I think that we are miracles, and I think we're miracles when we're sitting in a room loaded but we go to a meeting. I speak a lot, and incidentally, I have a really boring white bread. I never came out of a blackout with a Russian arms dealer or the hooker in Paris. I'd come out of a blackout in the boys' department of Sears. Trying on reindeer sweaters. Trapped in a distorted reindeer. But it was alcoholism, and it was destructive, and it was who I was. I think it's in my DNA. My daddy was a 6'2" tall, sweet drinking man. He was a construction brat. He was a construction man, and I was a construction brat who went to 9 schools by the time I was in the 9th grade. So I was always the littlest kid in school and always the new kid in school. I was different. Different is hard. Different is difficult. Different can be scary and lonely and whatever. And eventually I found a way to work at my craft. I'm a songwriter. I've spent most of my life writing codependent anthems, ouch mommy songs. They're not, it's what I write. Pick me up and love me songs, But I got to the point for that work, which was really well received, where I began to feel special. And special is dangerous for me. I began to feel special, and I began to celebrate that. And my dad was one of those guys that was a really sweet drunk. And he'd get me up in the middle of the night to sing Danny Boy. We moved all the time, but the construction guys that he worked with and drank with moved with us. So it was like he had his Cheers bar in all these different cities with the same guys. Wound up sitting in the living room at night, and he'd get me up in the middle of the night to sing Danny Boy for his best friend, Ike McShane. Ike McShane would have to hear me sing Danny Boy many times in the living room of our trailer in Ohio, in Portsmouth, Ohio. Ike McShane hated me. The last thing Ike McShane wanted was to hear some gnome sing Danny Boy in the middle of the night when he's getting quietly fried and all. But it actually relates to Al-Anon when I share that story, because my dad never saw that. Dad had those blinders on of where he was and that kind of mellow, and Dad didn't notice that the guy sitting there is looking at me like I'm the enemy. So consider it a piece of kind of a tip of the hat to all of the Al-Anons who have improved my life, especially these days. My wife has seriously joined the Sisterhood of Revenge, as my first sponsor used to say, and now I'm experiencing a full-blown relationship in my life with an Al-Anon. It is as great a turn in my life as my own sobriety in many ways. It's the elegance of kindness and a set of principles that are our common welfare. It's just fantastic. 9 schools by the time I was in the 9th grade. When I was 13 years old, my dad drove his car into the abutment of a bridge, went through the windshield and died a week later, and I was shipped off to live with my aunt and uncle in Long Beach, California. And I was tiny. Incidentally, a little bit before that, we were living in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and my dad noticed that I was not as large as his other kids had been. He said, how old is he now? He's 8. Should he still be running under coffee tables? I was tiny, and she said, I don't know, let's take him to a doctor. So they took me to a doctor, and he said, I can make this kid grow. And he gave me male hormone. The male hormone, which was a bad idea because it closes off your bones, and you kind of quit growing. But it also kicked me into puberty, which is probably why I write codependent anthems, because I was 8 years old, and all of a sudden I had no interest in my toy chest, but my Aunt Edna's chest I was suddenly fascinated with, and my mom and dad went, whoa, 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 what the hell is going on here? And they stopped the shots. And it screwed up my body clock. Now, most people don't talk about things like this when they pitch at an AA meeting. This is not an AA meeting, But I do tell that for sure because what happened is it slowed down my body clock. So I didn't hit puberty till I was well out of high school. Why is that important? Well, it was awful then. It was part of my difference then to be in the showers with a body that looked like it was made out of cantaloupe. You know, my first prayer was, I don't care how big you make me, good Lord, but just cover me with fur. Let's get some fur going here. I will tell you that be careful what you pray for. I have hair these days in places I don't want. I've got an antenna on the side of my nose you have to pluck once in a while. But I'm also 83 and I literally feel 25 years younger. So it may be a gift. It may be part of that golden thread that Mike likes to bring up again and again and again about those things that have happened in our lives that look like they're a problem, and turns out they're a gift. In my life, no is a gift. When I don't get the things that I think I really, really want or really, really need, if I don't get them, almost in my immediate thought is, okay, what's coming? What is coming that this would have messed up? I was in early sobriety when you introduced me to Emmett Fox's writings, and it was an immediate asset to my own recovery to be able to think that my thoughts are things, and what if I dwell on things that are positive, and most importantly, if I live in love and light, that everything will get better. High school was really tough. After high school, as my body progressed, as my desire to be somebody other than who I was when I was, when I was like 22 years old, I wanted desperately to be an actor. I felt like a very sensitive actor that I loved at the time named Montgomery Clift. I felt like Montgomery Clift. I looked like Haley Mills. It was just, it was like, so I looked like a little kid. I looked like a 13-year-old kid, and I'm 23, and that's the kind of stuff that I did in movies and all. But sitting on a set, I started playing around with some music, and eventually worked my way into having a career as a songwriter. And I became better at showing off than showing up. And I drank because it was the first beginnings of kind of a comfort. I didn't like the taste, but there was a mild sense of, I'll be all right. And then I discovered cocaine. Alcohol made me feel big enough to deal with the rest of the world. Cocaine made me feel like I could shoot basketball for money. I didn't want to leave the room because I was afraid I would miss what I was saying. I was so bright. And it was a party, and it lasted way too long. I was 49 years old when I got sober. I didn't have the best childhood, but I had the longest. And the way I got sober there were a couple of elements that were involved. I got married, I had 2 beautiful children. I left my wife and my kids for a 22-year-old psych major who was the one. I was in my 40s, she was in her 20s. I wondered why her folks didn't really like me. I think I understand now. How dare you? How dare you, Polly? But she was courageous enough to turn to me and say, I love you too much to watch you die. And so she left me, and as she was going out the door, I said, that's amazing. I was just thinking of going to rehab, Was not thinking of going to rehab. I was just, in fact, trying to keep her because alone was not something I did well. Excuse me, I did alone really well as long as there was somebody sitting right next to me for when I needed what I wanted from them. I was a selfish little bastard, and once the addiction grew, that those blinders came on, and I had no real sense of the world around me, like so many of us, What I found in Alcoholics Anonymous is I found a compass and I found a mirror. I found principles to live by, and I found an amazing group of people, including a sponsor, who would tell me not what I wanted to hear, but what would improve my life, and gave me a set of principles to live by. It's been amazing. But what happened with her? I went to a place called Schick Shadel and did aversion therapy. Not really, no program, no spiritual awakening. Just go and get very, very sick with injections, and then they feed you alcohol, and you get sick, and eventually you develop this thing where you cannot taste that and not be ill. What they do is they make you sick, and then every other day they give you a shot of, what is it, sodium pentothal, and ask if you want to drink. If you still want to drink, then you go back for more sickness and all. They said, Mr. Williams, we're very worried about you. I said, why? They said, you're always early for the sodium pentothal. I said, yeah. I loved it. I loved just falling into myself like that, and just the consciousness is, anyway. But I left there and I stayed sober for I did not stay sober. I had sobriety, not sobriety. My sobriety lasted 7 months, and I went to Jamaica to work on a project. And I remember while I was there at 40, maybe 47, thinking that if I had one more hit, not of cocaine, but a musical hit, a song, if I had a hit record, I'd have everything back. And I stayed up all night, not working on the project that I was supposed to, but trying to write a hit song. And I wrote something I thought was fantastic. I was staying at a home, beautiful home, with a pool. I got a little bit of sleep, got up the next morning, went out and sat by the pool in Ocho Rios, Jamaica, and listened to the song that I had written, that I knew was a hit. I took my place beside you, girl. It was like, I don't remember the words, but I remember the melody, because I realized that I had rewritten O Little Town of Bethlehem. And at that exact moment, a guy in a white jacket with a tray and ice and everything said, Mr. Williams, would you like something to drink, perhaps a rum and coke? I said, of course. I am the Paul Williams. I have an amazing willpower. I can handle one rum and coke, and I had one rum and coke at 2 o'clock in the afternoon in Ocho Rios. At 2 o'clock in the morning, I was at Bob Marley's grave explaining reggae to a lot of black people I didn't know, just off and running and lying through my teeth, which is, I mean, it's a sure sign that I'm drinking when I start lying. It's just, and there's a piece of it that still exists today. If somebody walks up to me and said, you're in the music business, you must know Harry Benderman, and my head is bobbing like a little dog in the back of the window going, yeah, and I have no idea who Harry Benderman is, but there's some place inside myself that just feels like I'm supposed to know that. Eventually my recovery catches up, and I stop and I say, I'm sorry, I don't know who that is. And I go, oh really? That was interesting with the head. What is it? Why don't I go immediately to the truth? It's just, there's some work left still to be done by the big amigo. I was out for a couple more years, and eventually the best part of my story is how I got sober. And it's the part of my story that shows that everything I have today in my life through AA, I didn't really work for any of it. That this is all a gift. What happened is I got worse and worse and worse. The young lady was gone. I went from sitting on Johnny Carson's couch to peeking out the Venetian blinds looking for the tree police, because I knew they were out there. And I had a gig in Oklahoma City, and I didn't have a lot of gigs at this time. I had been hiding out a lot. When I got sober, the career I thought I had been gone 10 years. But I went to Oklahoma City to play a gig. I'd been up probably 3 days and nights with a little bit of nodding off once in a while. But it was an afternoon gig, and the promoter came to the hotel to pick me up, knocked on the door. We were walking down the hall, and the way he describes it is that he said, it's as if somebody grabbed you by the seat of the pants and the back of your neck and threw you against the hall, the wall of that hallway. I had a full tilt psychotic episode. I could see a monster that was biting me, twisting my ears. I was thrown down escalator stairs. There is no escalator in that building, but the steps were moving to me, you know. And this guy was just, you know, I mean, he grabbed me, he put me in his car, he drove me to the venue, turned me over to my guys in my band, and said, you know, you deal with it. Has he ever done this before? And they said, well, he's been bad, but he's never been this bad. I did the gig the next day. I got on a plane back to LA. I drank on the plane. I called my dealer when I hit the ground. And about 5 or 6 days later, in a blackout, I called a doctor. And I said that I wanted to get sober. None of which I remembered. I was in a blackout. So Saturday morning, I get a call from the doctor, and he says, well, I found a place for you. And I went, what are you talking about? Somebody's using my body again. What's going on? And he did not laugh. He did not laugh. He said, well, you called me. And you said, I don't want to drive with my kids in the car, loaded like I have for the last many years. I don't want to have to lie and try to keep track of my lies. It's just, I don't want to cause the kind of wrecks that I caused and hurt somebody like I hurt somebody, have to repair their face. And most importantly, it was me hearing a tiny little inventory of the truth of who I'd become. And for some reason, I said, I need to do this. And I went to treatment, and I loved it. I mean, oh my God. I loved it. All I wanted to do was be around recovery. I didn't. Where's my musical career? Where's Paulie? That had no. I had no interest. There was no beckoning till now. Now I'll show them again. I mean, the cravings were gone. I mean, I sat and I had coffee with a bunch of guys and had a sponsor that I told him everything, you know. And he'd say, yeah, I did that too. Yeah, I did that too. I mean, it was amazing. It was the family. It was the family. It was my tribe. I had a sponsor, his name was Jerry Hunter. He passed in the early 2000s. Jerry was about my size. He looked like Yosemite Sam. And he drove a full dress Harley, and because he was my size, of course, he couldn't touch the ground on both sides of the Harley, so he would rock back and forth, you know. And when I was new, I looked like a parrot. I was happy, joyous, and free. You know, I still had all that cocaine in my system, I guess, but I was just moving, and he would be on his, and we looked like crossing guard. It was like, wait a minute, wait. He would grab me on the shoulders and say, why don't we get in sync? You're going to make me sick watching you go by like that so quick. But I loved him, and I told him everything. My original sobriety date was 9/21/1989, but on March 14th, 1990, I had a job the next day, my first acting job sober. I had a headache, I was falling apart, and my girlfriend said, of course I already had a girlfriend, and she said, would you like a Valium? And I went, I used to have a prescription for Valium, you know, and I went, yeah, I'd love one, maybe it'll help. And it was not a slip. And I reminded myself for about 3 years that was not a slip. And I would go, God damn it, why are you remembering March 14th? Get out of my head. It's not a slip. It's not a slip. It's not a slip. And then I realized one day I had that moment when the heavens parted. And I went, you never told Jerry. And I went, oh my God, I gotta change my date, you know. So I called Jerry. I loved him so much. I called Jerry, and I said, Jerry, I gotta change my date. He said, oh Jesus, all right. God, all right, what happened? I said, I ate a Valium. I ate I don't even know if it was a 5 or a 10, but I ate a Valium. It belonged to Judy. He went, well, okay, well, we start again, I guess. Yeah. When did you do this? I said, March 14th, 1990. And he went, 1990. He said, well, that's a hell of a 10-step. Promptly admitted you were wrong. It's like, I said, Jerry, it wasn't a slip. It wasn't a slip until I realized I never told you, and I told you everything. And there was a bigger gift than just the truth in that, too, because I began to see that I have a conscious connection to the process and all, but I have an unconsciousness that will build walls, and the more I understand that, the more I can think about surrendering to that unconsciousness. That unconsciousness, incidentally, is a huge part of the gift, I think, of what historians do. Because there's something, like we can live by the principles of this program. We can work the steps. We can have the fellowship, and we can hear everybody else's story. But there's the clue, right? We can hear everybody else's story. Because these amazing decades and decades of shares that you have recorded and offered to any of us to send us the link, let us sit there and listen to anybody from you name it to. And all of a sudden, there is this, there is this sense, there is like a spiritual osmosis, a reminder of the family before. We talk about the family afterward a lot, but you give us the family before. When you share what you know about our history, I think that there is, from the very first moment that we look at a picture, if the very first moment that I looked at a picture of the man in the bed, there is a tsunami of familiarity. It's healing. It's just as simple as that. It's healing. It's allowing me to be this could be my hero's journey as well. And of course, consciously, I relate to, the messengers, offering the healing. But I think my unconscious looks at that and remembers how I felt when I came out of medical detox and my cravings were gone, and I sat down with somebody and they handed me a cup of coffee and they said, if you live in West Hollywood, you ought to go to the log cabin. And I did every morning for years and years and years and years. And I found my home. I did something probably no other alcoholic ever did. I went to UCLA. I got my certification as a drug and alcohol counselor. I entered into the Dalai Lama period of my life. I spent a year there. And it was like, come touch the hem, I will strike you sober. It's like, I just loved it. I just love what we've been given. I love the fact, that it's so absolutely normal to us. And we face those people on the street who go, it's good to see you, Paul. Are you all right? You can't drink, can't you? Yeah, I can. I could ruin everything in a couple of days if I wanted to. But what I've been given is a holy gift. I've been given is a holy gift. I've been given a God of my understanding. No, wrong. Momentito, amigos. It's not a God of my understanding. My God is way too massively, sparkly, wonderful, and mysterious for it to be a God of my understanding. But he's my big amigo. I call God the big amigo. It's this sort of warm friendship and energy that is pure light and caring. I don't understand. I don't understand electricity either, but I use it. I flip a switch, and it lights up my life. Same thing with the big amigo. And I've begun I've learned that prayer is spectacular, dependable communication and a tool to live the kind of life that I have today. I don't think I can talk enough about two things: surrender, complete surrender, and the power of prayer. And I'll tell you why I feel that way about prayer. I was 10 years sober, I had gone back to writing codependent anthems. I was going to Nashville pretty regularly, and my life had, in the 10 years of sobriety, had really, really, really changed. I mean, all of a sudden, I was trusting of the life that I was living, and I was grateful for everything I had. But I was the Paulie Lama, and I went to Nashville to write, and they asked me to speak at the jail, so I did. H&I is fantastic. And what do we like when we go and share the message? For me, it's like I come out of there like, oh my God, we were fantastic. Did you hear that? I mean, it was like the room lit up. Were we wonderful? It's like, it's just pure ego, but I'm sorry. It's so amazing to be able to sit down with somebody and tell them the truth, you know, and it's like, so keep talking when you're sharing this message, Paulie. But anyway, so I went and I spoke at the jail, and I went back to my hotel, and I was like full of self. I go through a lobby that is packed with guys with badges on. There was some sort of a conference, and they're all, so tall that their belt buckles are about at my forehead. If anybody hugged me, I'd have a longhorn steer on my forehead. But I make my way through these guys. I go up to my hotel room, and I'm walking down that hall. I'm feeling like a combination of Jiminy Cricket and Gandhi. I am like, I have carried the message. By God, you are evolved, Paulie Williams. And I use my magnetic key, and the key does not work for the third night in a row. And I'm like, son of a... And it's a quick trip from Gandhi to Himmler for me. I'm just like, growling. I go back down in the lobby. I make my way through all these people. I go to the guy behind the desk, but you have taught me restraint of pen and tongue. So I'm nice. I say, I know it's not your fault, but 3 nights in a row this has not worked. Why should I have to come back down to at which point somebody taps me on the shoulder? And I turn around, and the guy's standing there. He says, look, I don't want to bother you. I just wanted to say hi. I booked you. We're all promoters. We all book, performing arts centers and nightclubs, and rodeos, you name it. But I booked you like 10 years ago, and I just wanted to say hi. And I looked and I read, and it said his name, Gary, from Oklahoma City. And I went, oh my God, were you the guy when I did my Linda Blair and The Exorcist, lick me, and my head was spinning? And he said, yeah, that was me. I said, well, I'm 10 years sober, UCLA, blah, blah, Paulie this, blah, blah, Paulie that, just spoke at the jail, blah, blah, great message, me. He said, I heard in the rooms that you were sober. And I went, oh my God, are you a friend of Bill? And he reached in his pocket, and he pulled out a chip for 17 years. And I did the math, and I said, you were 7 years sober when that happened. He said, I was. I said, what'd you think? He said, I thought you were dying. He said, he never said, I had an audience waiting for you. I hired what I thought was a professional, and I got this broken, little, arrogant, whatever, madman. He said, I thought you were dying. I was scared to death we were going to lose you. And I said, yeah, what'd you do? He said, I called my sponsor. Big message there for every alcoholic. You run into somebody like me in the middle of my disease, call your sponsor. I said, what do you do? He said, he hung up on me. Well, why would he hang up on me? What is that all about? He said, well, so we could both use our phones and start making calls. And he told me that he started calling alcoholics in Oklahoma City, and they put together a prayer circle. And they prayed that in or out of the rooms that I'd find relief from my disease. And less than a week later, in a blackout, I called a doctor. Prayer works. At that moment, from the moment I got sober, I always said, this is all a gift. My wife, Mariana, has always said to me, like, you should, because I told her I want 3 dates on my headstone. The date I was born, the date I got sober, and the day that I died. This is all a gift. But the fact is, there was a part of me that did not believe it was all a gift. There was part of me that thought I was continuing to work for it and doing what I needed to do to keep this. You know, and I sponsored some guys, not nearly as many as most people I know. And I would speak whenever I was asked, because, and part of it is I love to talk about myself. There's a little bit of ego in that keeps me, out front and all. But at that moment I realized you hadn't worked for any of this, Paulie. You are the recipient. Your history lessons keep me totally grateful, Mike. It's just, there's that place that you go to that is just where I have permission to be my authentic self. So I've been sober for 34 years. My older brother and my younger brother both died of alcohol, of smoking. They both quit drinking. They were both sober when they died. My younger brother was and I just told this at dinner. Mike asked me to tell it to the guys we had dinner with, and I told it to Mike Kay, who is a member of my home group, who's here, which is a nice surprise. That's one of the gifts of Zoom, is that that there are guys that are members of my home group from all over the United States and across the pond as well. But my brother was 6 years younger than me, and I got a lot of attention singing. And when he was like 4, when I was singing in the living room and getting applause, when it was over, you would hear him singing behind a door going, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very tiny nose. The little tiny guy, and singing that song all year long. And then he'd put his face out and he'd go, I could sing too, and slam the door, walk away. That was my little brother. So when he was when he was 1972, when he's a young man, he wants to be a songwriter. So he comes out to California, and I got a publishing deal at the same place where I was a contract writer, and I was pretty successful by then. But my little brother was 2 offices down, and he got a 6-month deal, and he spent 6 months listening to the radio and trying to write something like that, and nothing was working. So on a Saturday, knowing that Monday the deal's up, it didn't work out, the dream is out the window, he goes into the office, which is the old Chaplin Studios. It's a movie lot, but it's empty, it's pouring rain. He sits alone in his office, alone, he thinks. Maybe not. And he's just totally confused. He's going to have to take the stuff off the wall, get the hell out of here, maybe go back to Albuquerque. And he picks up a piece of paper and a pen, and he writes, day after day I'm more confused. It's pouring rain out there, so he goes, yet I look for a light in the pouring rain. That's a game I hate to lose. But he has a big faith. I'm counting on you to carry me through. Give me the beat, boys, and free my soul. I want to get lost in your rock and roll and drift away. He wrote a monster song. Not because he was listening to the radio, but because he was willing to share what was going on in the center of his chest. So whether you're doing it as a songwriter, as a human being who's been trapped in this addiction that is a compulsive behavior that's impossible to even think about quitting because you don't want to. You can't imagine not having that every day. But you tell somebody what's actually going on in here, and your world changes like that for him. And he wrote a bunch of other songs and everything, and he died because he couldn't quit smoking. But one of the great gifts was the last 12 years we were a lot closer, because the last 12 years of his life we were both sober. And right before he died, he asked me, he said, Paulie, what's your sobriety date? I said, March 15th. He said, no, that's mine. What's yours? I said, mine's March 15th, 1990. And he said, mine's March 15th, 2002. Thank you. Thank you, Bob and Bill. Thank you for 12 years with my brother without the jealousy, without the resentment, without, as much as we loved each other, we never found a way while we were drinking and using to get past our own egos and feel like the advantages he got that I did. By the way, 6'2", goodly, you look like Robert Redford. I'm 5'2" and look like Robert Redford. But for those last 12 years, I had a brother and what was there, what was missing was all of that negative, nasty behavior that was just bubbling under very often, And what was there was the kind of brotherhood and sisterhood that I experienced in Alcoholics Anonymous. Because I can go anywhere in the world and find you. And you gave me my life. I mean, it's like, I've had an amazing life, especially since I got sober. I'm so glad I'm an alcoholic. I'm so glad. I'm sorry that the rest of the world had to go through life with Paulie when I was drinking and using, because I was dangerous and I was loud, and I was really wise, As a matter of fact, some of my best pitches were in early AA meetings when I hadn't bothered to do the first step. I was sit there and share at a meeting and just walk out of there going, well, that's wonderful, and nobody knows that you had a little taste in the car. Everybody knew. Everybody knew. I have a buddy who's, his name is Sean, and he's newly sober, and a few months back, he sent me a text. He said, check this story out. He said, you're going to love this story. And it's a story that I think is perfect for any time I speak to end with. It was an article about Margaret Mead, and Margaret Mead is an anthropologist, and she was teaching a class to a college sociology class, or not sociology. Thank you. Somebody rescued me with the right department. At any rate, she was speaking to a class, an anthropology class. There we go. I was doing so well too. And one of the students says that, Dr. Mead, what would you say is the first sign of civilization that you found? And she thought about it for a minute, and she said, oh, that's easy. It's the first sign of civilization I think we ever found is a healed femur. And the student was like, well, God, what are you talking about? He thought it would be maybe a bowl, or a tool or a weapon. I mean, this is America. It would probably be a weapon, She said, no. She explained the femur is the biggest bone in the human body. And in the animal world, if you broke your femur, you basically had a new job, which was being lunch. Your life was over if you broke your femur. But when they found, and it takes about 15 weeks for a femur to heal. So when they found a healed femur, they knew that this person, obviously somebody or probably a group of people, picked this person up, took them to someplace safe, fed them, kept the animals, whatever, away until they could take care of themselves. And I knew why he sent me that, because that's Alcoholics Anonymous. That's a beautiful example. It's a beautiful example of what I experienced in Alcoholics Anonymous, because you took care of me and you taught me how to care for myself and all. And I have a faith that serves me well, and it's very simple. It began with Jerry Hunter, who would always say to me, how you treating the world today? How you treating the world today, Paulie? And the first time he did that, I was like, Momentito, haven't you had a slip of the tongue? Don't you mean, how's the world treating me? He said, no, I don't give a rat's butt how the world is. He said, well, I do, because I love you, but I can't do anything about that. But I can promise you this. If you are vigilant about the way you treat your fellow man, everything in your life will get better. After just this morning, I will think, when I think of that moment, I will think more and more of Dr. Bob. I will think more and more of Dr. Bob's kindness and what he brought to the program in the way of just the elegance of kindness that was part of who he is. So Jerry was the first part of that. I get up in the morning and I say, surprise me, God. We do this one day at a time. I know that I never got high enough to look into the future, but if I surrender, as I surrender to alcohol, as I sit down to write a song, I surrender the moment. I try to become a good hollow bone, as my dear friend and co-writer and fellow A.A. West says, you know, the Native Americans, the Inuit talk about being a good hollow bone, you know, providing a place for all this goodness to pass through me and to others. I say, lead me where you need me, God, and I know I will not be in the way. Before I ever got sober, I made up a prayer, and I wonder if the seed of our ability to be the kind of people we are in Alcoholics Anonymous is always in us. But when I was in my 20s, I made my own prayer, and my own prayer was, I am surrounded by the pure white light of our divine Creator. Only love, gentleness, and goodness will come to me and pass through me to others. You know, Bill chose to talk about it as a white light experience. I mean, is there something in the universe that speaks to all of us? It's a mystery. We get to keep the miracle by giving it away. And anytime I get a chance to jabber about how much I love Alcoholics Anonymous and what you've given me, and the more of this I learn, the more I can add to my own sense of being moved by these stories, the happier I'm going to be, and maybe I can do what you do, which is help a lot of people, you know, wherever two are gathered. Thank you, everybody. I love you. Thanks at home, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Paul. One more round of applause for our guest speaker tonight.